Tonight on Digging into History, we journey through inventions that forever changed our world. From Edison's light bulb illuminating the darkness, to the Wright brothers conquering the skies, from the birth of the internet connecting billions, to Ford's assembly line transforming production, and finally to the personal computer revolutionizing our daily lives. Each invention didn't just solve a problem, it fundamentally reshaped human civilization. Let me know in the comments where you're watching from and what time it is in your corner of the world. Now dim the lights, get comfortable, and prepare to travel through time as we explore how these revolutionary technologies created the modern world we live in today. In the dimming light of a late autumn afternoon in 1879, a small workshop in Menlo Park, New Jersey, glowed with a light that would soon change the world. Inside, Thomas Edison and his team of dedicated researchers watched with exhausted but triumphant eyes as a small glass bulb continued to emit a steady warm glow. For over 13 hours, this delicate creation had been burning, defying the short-lived attempts that had come before it. This was not the first electric light ever created, but it marked the moment when electric lighting became practical, affordable, and ready to transform human civilization. The light that burned in that workshop would soon spread across the globe, forever altering the rhythm of human life. The story of electric light began long before Edison's breakthrough. Humans had been seeking ways to push back the darkness since the earliest days of civilization. For thousands of years, fire was our only tool against the night, first as simple campfires, then as oil lamps, candles and gas lights. Each improvement brought better illumination, but all shared the same drawbacks. They produced smoke, created fire hazards, consumed oxygen, and provided uneven flickering light. The dream of a clean, safe, steady source of artificial light tantalized inventors and scientists throughout the early 19th century. By the 1870s, the race to create practical electric lighting was heating up. Scientists and inventors around the world understood the basic principle that electricity flowing through a resistant material would cause it to heat up and glow. The challenge was finding a material that would glow brightly without quickly burning up or melting. Many brilliant minds had tried and failed to solve this puzzle. British inventor Joseph Swan had made significant progress with carbon filaments. In Russia, Alexander Lodygin had experimented with carbon rods in vacuum tubes. In Canada, Henry Woodward and Matthew Evans had patented an electric lamp. The pieces of the solution were scattered across continents, waiting for someone to bring them together. Enter Thomas Edison, already famous for his phonograph and improvements to the telegraph. Edison was not merely an inventor, but a master of the innovation process itself. While others worked alone or in small groups, Edison created what many consider the first modern research and development laboratory. His facility at Menlo Park brought together dozens of skilled workers, craftsmen, engineers, mathematicians, and scientists, all focused on solving problems through methodical experimentation. Edison understood that invention was not just about brilliant ideas, but about the patient, persistent work of testing, refining, and improving. Edison and his team began their light bulb work in earnest in 1878, after Edison had visited William Wallace's lighting system demonstration in Connecticut. Edison was convinced he could improve upon existing designs to create a practical, economical electric light that could replace gas lighting in homes and businesses. With his typical confidence, he announced to the press that he would solve the electric light problem, a declaration that attracted both investors and skeptics. The team at Menlo Park faced a daunting challenge. They needed to create a bulb with a filament that would glow brightly for hundreds of hours without breaking down, all while keeping electricity consumption economical. This wasn't just about the bulb itself. Edison understood that he needed to create an entire system of electrical generation and distribution to make his invention practical. Edison's team tested thousands of materials for filaments, different metals, carbonized threads, plant fibers, and more. Each material was shaped into thin filaments, placed in glass bulbs from which the air was removed to create a vacuum, and then tested to see how long it would glow before burning out. Early attempts lasted only minutes or hours. The workshop filled with the acrid smell of burned materials and the disappointed sighs of tired researchers as filament after filament failed. The breakthrough began to take shape when they turned to carbonized materials. By October 1879, they had created a bulb with a carbonized cotton thread that burned for over 13 hours. Within months, they improved this to a carbonized bamboo filament that could last over 1,200 hours. This was the practical electric light bulb the world had been waiting for, long-lasting enough to be commercially viable. But Edison knew that a single bulb was not enough. For electric lighting to replace gas lighting, he needed to create an entire system. While perfecting the bulb, Edison and his team were simultaneously developing everything needed for a complete electrical distribution network: generators, wiring systems, electrical meters, safety fuses, on-off switches, and more. By 1882, Edison had opened the Pearl Street Station in New York City, America's first central power plant, initially serving 59 customers in Lower Manhattan with 800 light bulbs. The impact of practical electric lighting spread rapidly across the world's cities. By the late 1880s, electric streetlights began replacing gas lamps in major city centres. The warm glow of electric bulbs began to appear in upscale homes, theatres, department stores, and factories. For the first time in human history, interior spaces could be brightly and safely illuminated without fire. This transformation went far beyond simple convenience. Electric lighting fundamentally changed human relationships with day and night. Throughout history, most people's activities had been governed by the rising and setting of the sun. Work largely stopped when darkness fell, except for essential tasks performed by candlelight or gas lamp. With electric lighting, factories could operate around the clock with multiple shifts of workers. Stores could stay open into the evening. People could read, write, and socialize long after sunset. The social impact was profound. Streets became safer at night as electric streetlights pushed back shadows where criminals once hid. Nightlife flourished as restaurants, theatres, and entertainment venues took advantage of reliable lighting. Education expanded as people gained more hours to read and study. The productivity of industry soared as work could continue regardless of the season or time of day. In homes, electric light brought dramatic changes to daily life. Families could gather in the evening in well-lit rooms rather than clustering around a single lamp or candle. Reading became easier and more widespread, boosting literacy. Homes became cleaner as the soot and smoke from gas lamps and candles disappeared. Fire risk decreased significantly, saving countless lives and properties that might otherwise have been lost to flames. For women, whose domestic work had often extended into the dimly lit evening hours, electric light brought relief from eye strain and the ability to complete tasks more quickly and safely. Children could study in the evening without damaging their vision. The elderly, whose aging eyes struggled with dim lighting, gained new independence. The spread of electric lighting was not instantaneous or universal. Initially, electric light was a luxury for the wealthy and for businesses that could justify the expense through increased productivity. Rural areas lagged far behind cities in electrification. In the United States, while major cities had widespread electric service by 1900, many rural communities would wait until the 1930s and the Rural Electrification Act before receiving power. This uneven distribution created new social divides between the electrified and the non-electrified. Access to electric lighting became a symbol of progress and modernity, while those still using candles or oil lamps were increasingly seen as living in the past. Governments and utilities faced growing pressure to expand electrical networks to serve more communities. Meanwhile, the technology of electric lighting continued to evolve. Edison's carbon filament bulbs gave way to more efficient designs. In 1904, European inventors introduced tungsten filament bulbs that burned brighter and lasted longer. In the 1920s, Bulbs began to be filled with inert gases rather than vacuums, further improving performance. Fluorescent lighting, developed in the 1930s, offered greater efficiency for commercial spaces. Each improvement made electric lighting more affordable and accessible to more people. The industry that grew around electric lighting created millions of jobs worldwide, from the miners who extracted copper for wiring and power plant workers, to electricians who installed home systems and factory workers who manufactured bulbs, lamps, and fixtures. Electricity became one of the foundations of modern economic growth. Electric lighting also sparked broader electrical revolutions. Once homes and businesses were wired for lighting, they quickly began adding other electrical devices. The same wires that powered light bulbs could power fans, heaters, kitchen appliances, and eventually radios, televisions, and computers. Electric lighting was the pioneering technology that opened the door to complete electrification of daily life. Public health improved dramatically with electric lighting. Hospitals could perform surgeries at any hour with perfect illumination. Food production became safer as processing facilities replaced dim, smoky environments with clean, bright workspaces. Water purification plants used electricity to treat drinking water. Even home hygiene improved as people could better see dust, dirt, and pests that might have lurked in shadowy corners. The environmental impact was complex. While electric lights eliminated the local pollution of gas lamps and candles, the power plants that generated electricity created new forms of pollution, particularly as coal became the dominant fuel for electricity generation. This trade-off, cleaner local environments versus centralized pollution sources, would become a pattern repeated throughout the electrical age. The cultural impact of electric lighting found expression in art, literature, and entertainment. Painters explored the new qualities of artificial light. Nighttime entertainment flourished. Photography advanced as electric lighting allowed for indoor picture taking without the dangerous flash powders previously used. Cinema became possible as electric lights provided both illumination for filming and power for projectors. New forms of advertising emerged as electric signs and billboards captured attention after dark. Perhaps most profoundly, electric lighting changed human perceptions of darkness itself. Throughout history, night had been a time of mystery, danger, and supernatural fear. Cultural traditions around the world included countless stories of night creatures, spirits, and perils that lurked in darkness. As electric lights pushed back the shadows, some of this mystique faded. Night became less a separate realm and more simply a darker version of day, a space that could be controlled, navigated, and utilized. Sleep patterns changed as people stayed awake longer. Before electric lighting, most people slept in patterns closely aligned with sunset and sunrise, often including a period of wakefulness in the middle of the night. With artificial lighting, the single 8-hour sleep pattern became the norm, and staying up late became common. This shift aligned with industrial work schedules but created new forms of sleep deprivation and disruption unknown to previous generations. Edison himself could not have foreseen all these consequences when he and his team watched their successful bulb glow in 1879. What began as a quest to create a better light source spiraled outward to touch virtually every aspect of human society. The light bulb became more than an invention. It became a universal symbol of innovation itself. Even today, a glowing light bulb represents the moment of inspiration, the birth of a new idea. By the early 20th century, electric lights had transformed the visual appearance of the human world. City skylines glowed at night. Theaters were outlined in thousands of bulbs. Department store windows shone with displays visible day and night. Homes glowed warmly through windows that once would have been dark. From space, the spread of electric lighting would eventually become visible as webs of light tracing human habitation across the dark side of the planet. Communication networks expanded alongside electric lighting. Telegraph and telephone systems, which often shared poles with electrical lines, connected illuminated spaces across vast distances. News traveled faster. Business could be conducted across time zones. A globally connected world began to emerge, with electricity as its foundation. As the electrical grid expanded to power lighting, it created the infrastructure for the next waves of technological revolution. The same power lines that fed electric bulbs would eventually connect computers, enable the internet, and power the digital age. In this way, Edison's practical light bulb set the stage for innovations he could never have imagined. Yet for all its world-changing impact, the light bulb began with a simple human need: to extend the day beyond sunset, to to push back darkness, to see more clearly. The same drive that had led our ancestors to capture fire now led to capturing electricity, transforming it from a frightening natural phenomenon into a controlled tool for human progress. As electric lighting spread across continents in the early 20th century, another technological revolution was taking shape, one that would further shrink distances and transform human mobility. While electric bulbs were changing how we experience night and day, a different invention was about to change our relationship with the Earth itself, freeing humans from the surface for the first time in our history and launching us into the age of flight. The world that Edison's light bulbs illuminated was about to become more connected than ever before, as a pair of bicycle mechanics from Ohio prepared to leave the ground behind and soar into the open sky. On a cold December morning in 1903, the wind swept across the sandy dunes of Kill Devil Hills near Kitty Hawk, North Carolina. The air was crisp, the sky clear, and the breeze steady at around 20 miles per hour. Two brothers from Ohio stood beside a strange contraption made of wood, cloth, and wire. They had come to this remote spot for its reliable winds and soft landing surfaces of sand. For years they had been pursuing what many considered an impossible dream, controlled, powered flight in a machine heavier than air. That morning, as local lifesavers and a curious onlooker watched, Orville Wright lay down on the lower wing of their flying machine, while his brother Wilbur stood nearby. At 10:35 a.m., after the engine was started and warmed up, the fragile craft began moving along a wooden rail, and then for 12 magical seconds, it lifted from the earth. Humanity had entered the age of flight. The Wright brothers' achievement that day was both humble and monumental. Their first flight covered just 120 feet, less than the wingspan of a modern passenger jet. The aircraft stayed aloft for only 12 seconds, yet this brief journey represented the crossing of a threshold that humans had dreamed about for thousands of years. Since ancient times, people had watched birds with envy and wonder, creating myths about flight and designing countless failed machines in attempts to join them in the sky. Now at last, humans had found a way to break free from the earth. The path to this moment had been long and filled with both triumph and tragedy. Throughout history, dreamers and inventors had been captivated by the possibility of flight. Ancient Chinese had flown kites, understanding principles of aerodynamics without achieving human flight. Leonardo da Vinci had sketched detailed designs for flying machines in the 15th century, including versions of helicopters and gliders, but lacked engines powerful and light enough to make them work. In the late 18th century, the Montgolfier brothers had achieved the first human flight in hot air balloons, allowing people to rise vertically, but with little control over horizontal movement. In the 19th century, experimenters began making real progress toward powered flight. Sir George Cayley in England identified the four forces of flight: weight, lift, drag, and thrust, and designed gliders that successfully carried people short distances. Otto Lilienthal in Germany made over 2,000 glider flights, gathering crucial data about wing surfaces and control before dying in a glider crash in 1896. Samuel Langley, head of the Smithsonian Institution, built large models that flew successfully but failed spectacularly when he attempted full-scale piloted flights just days before the Wright brothers succeeded. What set the Wright brothers apart was their methodical approach to solving the three essential problems of flight: lift to get the machine off the ground, propulsion to move it forward, and control to steer it. While others focused primarily on powerful engines or wing designs, the Wrights recognized that control was the most fundamental challenge. A flying machine without control would be useless and dangerous. They were also uniquely positioned by their background. They were bicycle manufacturers who understood mechanics, balance, and the importance of light, strong structures. Wilbur and Orville Wright grew up in a household that encouraged curiosity and practical problem-solving. Their father, a bishop in the Church of the United Brethren in Christ, kept a library full of books on diverse subjects. Their mother, who had attended college, unusual for women of her era, was mechanically skilled and created toys and household devices. Neither brother finished high school, but both were avid readers and natural engineers. In 1892, they opened a bicycle shop in Dayton, Ohio, designing and building their own models. The skills they developed working with bicycles, creating light, strong frames and understanding balance and control, would prove invaluable in their flying experiments. Their interest in flight was sparked in 1896 when they read about Lilienthal's death in a glider crash. Rather than deterring them, this tragedy inspired their interest. They began by studying everything written about flight, requesting publications from the Smithsonian and other sources. They observed birds, noting how they maintained balance by twisting their wings. This led to their crucial innovation, wing warping, a system for controlling roll by twisting the wings that was the precursor to modern ailerons. Unlike many of their competitors, the Wrights built their knowledge step by step. They began with kites, then moved to gliders, testing their control systems before attempting powered flight. Between 1900 and 1902, they made multiple trips to Kitty Hawk, chosen for its steady winds and soft sand beaches, conducting hundreds of glider flights. They built their own wind tunnel to test wing shapes, gathering data that corrected errors in the existing aeronautical tables and allowed them to design more efficient wings. By 1903, they were ready to attempt powered flight. They had developed their own light aluminum engine with the help of their bicycle shop mechanic, Charlie Taylor. They designed and built their own propellers, understanding them as rotating wings rather than air screws, a conceptual breakthrough that made their propellers remarkably efficient. Their flying machine, the Wright Flyer, cost less than $1,000 to build, a tiny fraction of the government funding given to Samuel Langley for his failed attempts. After their first successful flight on December 17, 1903, they made 3 more flights that day, the last covering 852 feet, and staying airborne for 59 seconds. Then a gust of wind caught the Flyer, rolling it over and damaging it severely. They packed up the broken machine and returned to Dayton, where they began working on improved versions. Few newspapers reported their achievement. The world was not yet ready to believe that 2 bicycle mechanics had solved the problem of flight. Over the next 2 years, the Wrights continued improving their designs, moving their testing to a cow pasture near Dayton called Huffman Prairie. By late 1905, they had built the Flyer 3, capable of staying in the air for over 30 minutes and flying figures of 8. This was a fully practical aircraft, but the brothers were concerned about protecting their patents before demonstrating it publicly. They stopped flying and focused on securing business deals and patent protection. This pause gave others a chance to catch up. In France, Brazil, and elsewhere, aviators inspired by rumors of the Wrights' success began making their own attempts. Alberto Santos Dumont made the first public European flight in 1906. When the Wrights finally began public demonstrations in 1908, Wilbur in Europe and Orville in the United States, they stunned observers with their complete mastery of their machine. While other early aircraft could barely manage straight-line flights, the Wrights' plane could turn, bank, and make figure eights with precision. The world suddenly woke up to the reality of flight. Newspapers that had ignored or doubted the Wrights' earlier claims now filled their pages with breathless coverage. Aviation meets and competitions began drawing huge crowds. Wealthy enthusiasts and governments began ordering aircraft. In just a few years, flying went from impossible to inevitable in the public imagination. World War I, beginning in 1914, accelerated aviation development dramatically. What had been largely a sport and spectacle suddenly became a military necessity. Aircraft evolved from fragile constructions of wood, wire, and fabric to more robust machines capable of reconnaissance, fighting, and bombing. By the war's end in 1918, planes could fly over 130 miles per hour and reach altitudes above 20,000 feet. The vision of flight that had begun with 12 seconds over the sands of Kitty Hawk had transformed into something faster, higher, and more powerful than the Wrights could have imagined. The 1920s saw the beginning of commercial aviation. The first airlines offered passenger service, though flying remained an expensive luxury for the wealthy and adventurous. Airmail services were established, showing that aircraft had practical economic uses beyond military applications. Aviation pioneers like Charles Lindbergh captured the public imagination, turning pilots into celebrities and heroes. When Lindbergh completed the first solo non-stop flight across the Atlantic in 1927, he was greeted by the largest ticker-tape parade in New York City's history. The emotional impact of flight was profound. For all of human history, distance had been a fundamental constraint on human experience. Crossing an ocean meant weeks on a ship. Visiting distant lands required months or years of travel. Suddenly, these vast distances were shrinking. The world felt smaller, more accessible. People who had never expected to see beyond their own regions could now dream of visiting far-off places. Letters and goods that once took months to deliver could reach their destinations in days. For the ordinary person, early flight remained something experienced vicariously through news reports, movies, and the occasional glimpse of an aircraft overhead. But even this distant relationship with aviation changed how people thought about the world and their place in it. The sky was no longer just a canopy over the earth. It had become a medium of travel, a new frontier to explore. Children who once dreamed of becoming sailors or train engineers now looked up and imagined themselves as pilots. By the 1930s, aircraft design was advancing rapidly. All metal construction replaced wood and fabric. Enclosed cockpits replaced open ones. Radio communication and navigation instruments made flying safer and more reliable in different weather conditions. The Douglas DC-3, introduced in 1936, set new standards for commercial air travel with its comfort, reliability, and economy. For the first time, airlines could make profits just from carrying passengers, without relying on airmail subsidies. World War II brought another surge in aviation technology. Jet engines, developed independently in Britain and Germany, pushed aircraft speeds toward the sound barrier. Radar allowed tracking of aircraft and all-weather flying. Pressurized cabins permitted flight at much higher altitudes, above most weather disturbances. Strategic bombing changed warfare and demonstrated the global reach of air power. When the war ended in 1945, the foundation was laid for the modern age of jet travel. The post-war decade saw commercial aviation transform from luxury to mass transportation. The introduction of jet airliners like the de Havilland Comet and Boeing 707 in the 1950s cut travel times in half and made transoceanic flights routine. Ticket prices gradually fell as more people flew and airlines gained efficiency. By the 1970s, the Boeing 747, the first wide-body jumbo jet, was carrying hundreds of passengers on a single flight, further reducing costs. This democratization of flight had profound social implications. Tourism expanded dramatically as middle-class families could now afford to visit distant places. Business became more international as executives could travel between continents for meetings. Families spread across countries or continents could reunite more often. Fresh foods could be transported globally, changing diets and cuisine. Ideas, culture, and fashion spread more rapidly as people moved more freely around the world. Migration patterns shifted as air travel made movement between countries easier. People could maintain connections with their homelands while building lives in new places. Diaspora communities stayed more connected. International students could study abroad without committing to years away from home. A more globally mobile population emerged, with people increasingly identifying as citizens of the world, rather than just of their birth nation. The environmental footprint of aviation grew along with its popularity. Aircraft engines became more efficient, but the sheer volume of flights led to concerns about noise pollution near airports, air quality impacts, and eventually the contribution of aviation to climate change. The industry that had begun with a simple machine built by two brothers in a bicycle shop had grown into a global network with complex environmental, economic, and social effects. Air cargo transformed global trade and manufacturing. Companies could now source components from around the world, knowing they could be delivered quickly by air when needed. Just-in-time manufacturing became possible. High-value, perishable, or urgently needed items could move between continents overnight. The global economy became more integrated and interdependent through these aerial connections. Meanwhile, aviation continued pushing boundaries in speed, distance, and altitude. Military aircraft broke the sound barrier. Supersonic passenger travel became briefly available with the Concorde. Helicopters evolved from experimental oddities to vital tools for rescue, medical transport, construction, and reaching remote locations. Aircraft design became more specialized, with different types optimized for specific roles rather than attempting to serve all purposes. Spaceflight emerged as the next frontier, building directly on aviation technology. Many early astronauts began as test pilots. Rocket engines evolved from jet propulsion principles. The organizations that had developed aircraft now turned their expertise toward vehicles that could leave the atmosphere entirely. The dream of flight had expanded beyond the sky to the stars. For pilots, flight offered a unique perspective on the world. From above, human divisions like borders and property lines faded. The natural geography of mountains, rivers, and coastlines became more apparent. Many pilots described a profound sense of humility and connection when viewing Earth from above, seeing both its beauty and its fragility. This perspective would later influence environmental awareness, as photographs of Earth from space showed the planet as a single interconnected system. aviation created new forms of community. Pilots shared a bond regardless of nationality. Airport workers, flight attendants, and others in the industry developed their own cultures and traditions. Plane spotters and aviation enthusiasts formed clubs and networks to share their passion. A global infrastructure of airports, air traffic control systems, and support services emerged, employing millions of people worldwide. Flight changed how people experienced time and distance. A journey that once would have been measured in weeks became hours. Places that had been effectively unreachable for most people became accessible destinations. The pace of life accelerated as business, communication, and travel all moved faster. Humans had to adapt psychologically to this new relationship with space and time. A world where breakfast could be in one continent and dinner in another. For all its technological sophistication, flight still retained elements of its magical beginnings. The moment of takeoff, when a massive metal machine breaks free from Earth's gravity, continued to inspire awe even infrequent flyers. The view from above, clouds, landscapes, sunrise and sunset from 30,000 feet, offered experiences impossible to replicate on the ground. Flight remained a reminder of human ingenuity and the fulfillment of an ancient dream. By the early 21st century, air travel had become so commonplace that it was easy to forget how recent and revolutionary it truly was. Less than a century separated the Wright brothers' 12-second flight from a world where nearly 40 million flights carried over 4 billion passengers annually. What had once been impossible had become unremarkable. Children born into this world could not imagine a time when humans were bound to the surface of the Earth. Yet even as flight became routine, new aviation frontiers emerged. Unmanned aerial vehicles, drones, created possibilities for delivery services, photography, monitoring, and unfortunately, new forms of warfare. Electric aircraft offered the potential for cleaner, quieter flight. Urban air mobility concepts proposed transforming transportation within cities. Space tourism beckoned the wealthy towards suborbital experiences. The story that began at Kitty Hawk continued evolving. Throughout its development, aviation demonstrated how a single technology could transform not just how humans move, but how they think, work, and relate to each other and the world. The airplane shrank distances, connected cultures, changed warfare, enabled new forms of business, and altered human perception of the planet. Few inventions have had such wide-ranging effects on so many aspects of human experience. As the 20th century progressed, aviation became increasingly intertwined with another revolutionary technology, one that would change not physical movement, but the movement of information. While airplanes were connecting people and places physically, a new kind of network was beginning to emerge that would eventually connect minds and ideas across those same vast distances at the speed of light. The age of flight was about to be joined by the age of information, as the foundations were laid for what would become the internet. In a quiet laboratory at the University of California, Los Angeles on October 29, 1969, a graduate student named Charlie Klein sat before a computer the size of a small car. He was attempting something never done before, sending a message to another computer at the Stanford Research Institute, over 350 miles away. The system crashed after he typed just 2 letters, L and O. He was trying to type L again. An hour later, after adjustments were made, the full message went through. This humble exchange, hardly noticed by the world at large, marked the birth of what we now call the internet. Like Edison's light bulb and the Wright brothers' first flight, this seemingly small technical achievement would grow into something that would transform human civilization in ways its creators could never have imagined. This first connection formed the beginning of ARPANET, a project funded by the Advanced Research Projects Agency, ARPA of the United States Department of Defense. The goal was practical, to allow computers at different research institutions to share resources and information. Few involved in the project could have foreseen that they were laying the groundwork for a global system that would one day connect billions of people, reshape economies, transform cultures, and change how humans interact with each other and the world. The origins of the internet lie in the tensions of the Cold War. After the Soviet Union launched Sputnik in 1957, the United States created ARPA to ensure American technological superiority. By the 1960s, ARPA was funding computer research at universities and think tanks across the country. Computers at this time were enormous, expensive machines, each costing millions of dollars. The idea of networking these computers emerged partly as a way to share these costly resources more efficiently. But there was also a strategic military dimension. Traditional communications networks were vulnerable. If a key node was destroyed, the entire system could fail. In 1962, an ARPA researcher named J.C.R. Licklider envisioned what he called a galactic network of computers that could talk to each other. Another ARPA scientist, Paul Baran, developed the concept of packet switching, breaking data into small chunks that could travel independently through a network and reassemble at their destination. This approach would allow messages to route around damage, creating a communications system that could survive even a nuclear attack. The technical challenge was enormous. Different brands of computers couldn't communicate with each other. They used different programming languages, different data formats, and different operating systems. A team led by Robert Taylor and Larry Roberts at ARPA decided to solve this by creating small computers called interface message processors, IMPs, that would act as translators between different machines. The first 4 nodes of ARPANET at UCLA, Stanford, the University of California, Santa Barbara, and the University of Utah were connected by these AMPs. By 1971, ARPANET had grown to 15 nodes, and users were discovering its potential beyond resource sharing. Email was developed, allowing researchers to send messages to each other through the network. Soon, this became the most popular use of ARPANET. People wanted to communicate with other people, not just share computer resources. The human element was already beginning to shape the technology in unexpected ways. Throughout the 1970s, other computer networks emerged, each using different technical standards. A key breakthrough came with the development of Transmission Control Protocol, Synternet Protocol, TCP/IP, by Vint Cerf and Bob Kahn in 1974. This created a common language that would allow different networks to connect to each other, an Internet of Networks. By 1983, ARPANET had fully switched to TCP/IP, setting the standard that would enable global expansion. As these technical foundations were being laid, something remarkable was happening to the culture around networked computing. While ARPANET had military funding, the engineers and scientists building it were largely academics who valued openness, collaboration, and free exchange of information. They created systems for making decisions through rough consensus rather than top-down control. Technical standards were published openly, so anyone could implement them. This culture of openness became embedded in the Internet structure and would later enable its explosive growth. The 1980s saw the Internet begin to expand beyond military and academic settings, but it remained largely the domain of technical specialists. Using the early Internet required knowledge of complex commands and protocols. Email addresses were complicated strings that needed precise typing. Finding information meant knowing exactly where to look. There were no search engines or easy navigation tools. The Internet was powerful but far from user-friendly. Then came a series of innovations that would open the door to wider adoption. In 1989, a British computer scientist named Tim Berners-Lee, working at CERN in Switzerland, proposed a system for linking documents across the Internet through hypertext, text that could connect directly to other text. He called it the World Wide Web. By 1991, he had created the first web browser and web server, built on principles of simplicity and accessibility. Unlike previous Internet tools, the web was designed to be easy for non-technical people to use and to work across different computer systems. The early 1990s saw a surge in commercial interest in the Internet. The National Science Foundation, which had taken over much of ARPANET's infrastructure, lifted restrictions on commercial use of the network in 1991. The first commercial Internet service providers emerged, allowing ordinary people to connect from their homes using telephone modems. A new generation of user-friendly web browsers like Mosaic 1993 and Netscape Navigator 1994 made the web accessible to anyone who could point and click a mouse. By 1995, the World Wide Web had captured the public imagination. Mainstream media began covering cyberspace and the information superhighway. Companies rushed to create websites and stake their claim in this new frontier. The first major Internet companies, Amazon, eBay, Yahoo, were founded. Internet users could now shop, search for information, and connect with others through forums and early social platforms. What had begun as a military research project had evolved into a public space for commerce, communication, and culture. The late 1990s saw explosive growth in Internet adoption, particularly in developed countries. Schools, libraries, and households connected in growing numbers. Internet cafes opened in cities around the world, providing access to those without home computers. Email became a common form of business and personal communication. Websites proliferated, covering every imaginable topic from serious academic research to the most niche hobbies and interests. This period also saw the first internet boom and bust. Investors poured money into any company with .com in its name, creating a speculative bubble that peaked in early 2000 before collapsing spectacularly. Many early internet companies failed, but the infrastructure and user base continued to grow despite the economic fallout. The internet was becoming too fundamental to daily life to be derailed by market fluctuations. The early 2000s brought significant technical advances that expanded what was possible online. Broadband connections replaced slow dial-up modems in many homes, enabling audio and video streaming. Wi-Fi technology freed internet access from physical cables, allowing people to connect from coffee shops, parks, and airports. Mobile phones began incorporating internet access, though early mobile web experiences were limited by small screens and slow connections. This era also saw the rise of user-generated content. Blogs gave individuals their own publishing platforms. Wikipedia, launched in 2001, showed the power of collaborative creation. YouTube, founded in 2005, allowed anyone to share videos worldwide. Social networks like Friendster, MySpace, and then Facebook created new ways for people to connect and share their lives online. The internet was becoming less something people visited and more something they actively contributed to and participated in. By the 2010s, smartphones had become powerful enough to provide full internet experiences. The iPhone, introduced in 2007, and subsequent Android devices turned the internet into a constant companion for billions. Apps replaced websites as the primary way many people accessed online services. Cloud computing moved storage and processing from individual devices to massive data centers, allowing even simple mobile devices to perform complex tasks by connecting to remote servers. Social media platforms grew into global phenomena, with Facebook reaching billions of users. They became primary news sources, communication channels, and community spaces for many. They also revealed the internet's power to influence human behavior, spread information and misinformation, and shape public discourse. The optimistic view of the internet as an inherently democratizing force began to be tempered by recognition of its potential for amplifying division, enabling surveillance, and concentrating power in new ways. E-commerce transformed retail, with online shopping growing from a novelty to a fundamental part of the economy. Traditional businesses struggled to adapt as internet-native companies changed consumer expectations around convenience, selection, and price. Physical stores closed while massive warehouses and delivery networks expanded. The way products were advertised, sold, and distributed underwent revolutionary change in just a few decades. The internet's impact on information access and education was equally profound. Knowledge that once required access to major libraries or expert consultations became available to anyone with an internet connection. Online courses allowed people to learn from top institutions regardless of location. Scientific journals, historical archives, and cultural collections were digitized and shared globally. Information became more abundant than at any time in human history, though the quality and reliability of that information varied enormously. Communication was transformed at both personal and global scales. Families separated by oceans could video chat in real time for minimal cost. Long-distance relationships became more sustainable. Diaspora communities maintained stronger connections to their homelands. At the same time, movements and ideas could spread across borders at unprecedented speed. Political protests, cultural trends, and social movements developed global dimensions through internet connections. Work patterns shifted as remote collaboration became more feasible. Organizations could coordinate across time zones and continents. Freelance and gig work expanded through online platforms. New job categories emerged around digital creation, online marketing, data analysis, and platform management. Traditional industries incorporated internet technologies into their operations, from agriculture using connected sensors to monitor crops to construction using building information modeling. For all its global reach, the internet did not spread evenly. A digital divide emerged between those with fast, reliable connections and those with limited or no access. This divide existed between countries, between urban and rural areas, and between economic classes. As more essential services moved online, from government benefits to job applications to educational resources. This inequality of access became increasingly problematic for those left behind. The psychological impact of internet connectivity proved complex and far-reaching. People gained unprecedented ability to find others who shared their interests, values, or experiences, no matter how uncommon. This created valuable support communities for those with rare medical conditions, niche hobbies, or marginalized identities. But it also enabled the formation of harmful groups organized around extremism or dangerous behaviors. The constant connectivity could support meaningful relationships, but also create addictive patterns of use and attention fragmentation. Privacy concerns grew as the internet evolved. The early internet had a degree of anonymity that diminished as commercial interests developed sophisticated tracking and data collection systems. Every search, click, and interaction became potential data to harvest. Facial recognition, location tracking, and other surveillance technologies raised questions about the balance between convenience and privacy. The internet was revealing itself to be not just a communication tool, but also a vast system for monitoring and influencing human behavior. Meanwhile, the technology itself continued advancing. Artificial intelligence and machine learning algorithms became more sophisticated, powering everything from search engines to content recommendation systems to voice assistants. The Internet of Things connected everyday objects, thermostats, refrigerators, cars, to the global network. Virtual and augmented reality promised new ways of experiencing digital content. Blockchain technology suggested possibilities for decentralized control of online systems. By the 2020s, the Internet had become so deeply embedded in daily life that its absence was more notable than its presence. When connections failed, work stopped, communication faltered, and many basic services became inaccessible. The COVID-19 pandemic further accelerated this dependence, as remote work, distance learning, telemedicine, and online shopping became essential rather than optional for many. The Internet proved its resilience and importance during this global crisis, enabling continuity in education, business, and social connection when physical proximity became dangerous. Looking back from this vantage point, the transformation brought by the Internet rivaled or exceeded those of electricity and aviation. The light bulb had extended human activity beyond daylight hours. The airplane had connected distant places physically. The Internet did something more profound. It created a global nervous system that transmitted ideas, emotions, knowledge, and culture at the speed of light. It changed not just what humans could do, but how they thought, formed communities, and understood their place in the world. For individuals, the Internet brought both liberation and constraint. It offered access to knowledge, connections, and opportunities once available only to the privileged few. It gave voice to those historically silenced and platforms to creators outside traditional gatekeeping systems. Yet it also created new pressures, the expectation of constant availability, the social performance of online personas, the information overload of trying to keep up with an ever-accelerating flow of content. For societies, the Internet challenged traditional boundaries and authorities. National borders became more permeable to ideas, though governments found ways to reassert control through censorship and surveillance. Institutional authorities faced competition from crowdsourced knowledge and direct communication channels between leaders and public. Cultural traditions both spread more widely and faced faster erosion through global exposure. The pace of social change accelerated as new ideas could propagate more rapidly than ever before. For economies, the Internet created enormous wealth while disrupting established patterns. Tech giants rose to become among the most valuable companies in history, concentrating economic power in new ways. Traditional industries were forced to transform or decline. Labor markets shifted as automation and global competition reshaped what skills were valued. Intellectual property systems struggled to adapt to an environment where perfect digital copies could be created and shared instantly. For governance, the Internet posed novel challenges. Laws written for physical space struggled to address online behavior that crossed jurisdictions effortlessly. New forms of crime emerged in digital realms. Questions of who should control critical Internet infrastructure and who should make rules for online speech became increasingly contentious. The Internet's design had emerged from technical decisions, but these now had profound political implications. The transformative journey from those first two letters, IL and O, transmitted in 1969 to the ubiquitous global network of the 2020 CES, happened with remarkable speed. Many people alive today remember a world without the Internet, yet can barely imagine functioning without it now. The change happened so quickly that social norms, legal systems, and human psychology are still adapting to its implications. What makes the internet distinctive among transformative technologies is its malleability. The light bulb and aeroplane, for all their impact, remained recognizable as they evolved. The internet, in contrast, has continuously reinvented itself, from a research network to the World Wide Web, to social media, to mobile computing, to the emerging realms of artificial intelligence and virtual reality. It is less a single technology than a platform for continuous innovation, each layer building upon and sometimes transforming what came before. Through all these changes, the internet has maintained its core nature as a decentralized network with no single controlling authority. Despite attempts by governments and corporations to assert control over portions of the system, the fundamental architecture remains distributed. Information flows through multiple paths. Innovation can emerge from anywhere. This structural resilience has enabled the internet to survive and thrive through decades of political, economic, and technological change. Looking forward, the internet continues to evolve. Efforts to expand access seek to connect the billions still offline. Quantum computing threatens to revolutionize network security. Brain-computer interfaces suggest possibilities for more direct connection between human consciousness and digital systems. The concept of the metaverse envisions more immersive and persistent online worlds. Artificial intelligence promises to make online systems more responsive to human needs while raising new questions about autonomy and control. What began as a way for distant computers to share resources has become the most powerful tool for human connection ever created. The internet allows us to transcend the limitations of physical space, collaborate across vast distances, access the collective knowledge of humanity, and form communities based on shared interests rather than geographic proximity. It has become a mirror reflecting both the best and worst aspects of human nature, our creativity and cruelty, our wisdom and foolishness, our desire to connect, and our impulse to divide. As we continue to shape this technology and be shaped by it, we are still in the early chapters of the internet age. The full story of its impact on human civilization is still being written with every connection made, every message sent, every innovation developed on its global platform. From 2 letters transmitted between universities to billions of daily interactions spanning the planet, the internet's journey reflects humanity's remarkable ability to create tools that transcend their original purposes and transform the world in ways both intended and unexpected. While the internet was revolutionizing how information moved and people connected, another transformation was unfolding in how physical goods were created and distributed. The technology that had made the automobile affordable to millions and changed manufacturing forever was about to influence nearly every product in the modern world. As bits flowed through the internet's digital pathways, atoms were being assembled with unprecedented efficiency on the assembly lines that were reshaping the global economy and everyday life. On a cold winter morning in 1913, workers arrived at the Highland Park Ford plant near Detroit to find their workplace transformed. Instead of gathering around stationary automobile frames as they had done for years, they discovered a strange new arrangement. A crude conveyor system made of wooden planks had been installed overnight. As they watched in surprise, the first Model T chassis began to move slowly along this track. Rather than walking around a static car, building it piece by piece, each worker would now stay in one spot, performing a single task as the vehicle passed by. What seemed like a simple change in workflow would prove to be one of the most consequential innovations in human history. The modern assembly line was born. Henry Ford had not invented the basic concept of an assembly line. Throughout history, humans had sought more efficient ways to make things. Ancient Romans had created specialized workshops for producing pottery and weapons. Medieval guilds had divided labor among masters, journeymen, and apprentices. Arsenals in Venice had built ships using standardized parts and sequential construction as early as the 1500s. Even in the American system of manufacturing, developed in the early 1800s for producing firearms with interchangeable parts, we can see precursors to Ford's innovation. What made Ford's version revolutionary was its scale, its speed, and its comprehensive reorganization of human labor. By breaking down the complex process of building an automobile into 84 distinct steps, assigning each worker to master just one of these steps, and bringing the work to the worker rather than the worker to the work, Ford achieved stunning results. Before the assembly line, it took about 12.5 hours to build a Model T. After its implementation and refinement, this dropped to just 93 minutes. Production soared from 82,388 Model Ts in 1912 to 585,388 in 1916. The cost of the car dropped from $850 to $360, making automobile ownership possible for millions of ordinary Americans. Ford himself was an unlikely revolutionary. Born on a Michigan farm in 1863, he had been fascinated by machinery from childhood, dismantling watches to understand their mechanisms. After working as an apprentice machinist and later as an engineer at the Edison Illuminating Company, he began experimenting with gasoline engines and automobiles in his spare time. His early automotive ventures failed, but in 1903 he founded the Ford Motor Company, with the vision of creating a car for the common person, not just the wealthy elite who had exclusively enjoyed automobile ownership until then. The path to the assembly line began with Ford's desire for standardization. Early automobiles were essentially handcrafted, with parts made to fit each individual vehicle. Ford insisted on precise specifications so that parts would be interchangeable, allowing for faster assembly. This standardization was the necessary foundation for the assembly line. Without identical parts, the smooth flow of assembly would be impossible. Inspiration for the moving assembly line came from multiple sources. Ford engineers had observed the disassembly lines of Chicago meatpacking plants, where carcasses moved on overhead rails past workers who removed specific parts. Ford himself had seen conveyor systems in flour mills and canning factories. The company experimented first with assembling smaller components like magnetos on primitive assembly lines, before attempting the full automobile. When the complete chassis assembly line debuted in 1913, it was the culmination of years of experimentation and refinement. The impact on workers was immediate and profound. Instead of skilled craftsmen who understood the entire process of building a car, Ford now needed workers who could perform simple, repetitive tasks with precision and speed. Traditional skills became less valuable than the ability to perform the same motion hundreds of times per day without variation. Work became more accessible to the unskilled but also more monotonous and physically taxing. The pace was no longer set by the worker but by the relentless movement of the line. Recognizing both the difficulty of this new form of labor and his need for a stable workforce, Ford made another revolutionary move in 1914. He doubled wages to $5 per day, an unprecedented amount for factory work at the time, and reduced the workday from 9 to 8 hours. This $5 day made headlines around the world and transformed manufacturing labor. Workers could now afford the very products they were building, creating a new model of mass consumption paired with mass production. Thousands lined up outside Ford plants seeking these high-paying jobs, allowing the company to select the most productive workers and demand intense labor in return for the premium wages. The assembly line quickly spread beyond Ford and beyond automobiles. Manufacturers of everything from household appliances to processed food adopted and adapted the technique. The mechanization of production accelerated across industries. Specialized machines replaced human labor for many tasks, with workers increasingly tending to the machines rather than directly manipulating materials. The factory became a finely tuned system where human and mechanical components worked together in carefully choreographed sequences. This transformation went far beyond manufacturing techniques. It represented a fundamental shift in how humans related to the process of creation. For most of history, skilled craftspeople had guided materials from raw state to finished product, making decisions and adjustments throughout. They controlled the pace of work and could take pride in their comprehensive knowledge and skill. The assembly line inverted this relationship. Now the system dictated the pace, and workers became components in a process largely designed and controlled by others. The product was no longer the expression of an individual's skill, but the output of a collective system. For consumers, the results were revolutionary. Products that had once been luxuries for the wealthy became accessible to the middle and working classes. Automobiles transformed patterns of living and working, allowing people to live farther from their workplaces and facilitating the growth of suburbs. Household appliances reduced the physical burden of domestic labor. Radios, phonographs, and eventually televisions brought entertainment and information into homes. the material standard of living rose dramatically for millions of people in industrialized nations. The economic implications were equally profound. Mass production required mass consumption to sustain it. A new consumer economy emerged, fueled by advertising that created desire for an ever-expanding array of goods. Installment buying and consumer credit developed to help people purchase these products. Retail systems evolved to distribute the flood of new goods, with department stores, mail-order catalogs, and eventually shopping centers providing convenient access to an unprecedented variety of products. The assembly line also transformed business organization. As production scaled up, companies grew larger and more complex. Professional managers replaced owner-operators in many firms. Scientific management, pioneered by Frederick Winslow Taylor, applied systematic analysis to workflow, seeking maximum efficiency in every movement and process. Corporations became increasingly hierarchical, with clear divisions between those who planned the work and those who performed it. Financial capital became more important than ever, as the large-scale equipment needed for assembly line production required substantial investment. Not everyone celebrated these changes. Critics like Charlie Chaplin, whose 1936 film Modern Times satirized assembly line work, portrayed the dehumanizing aspects of mechanized production. Labor unions grew in response to harsh working conditions and management control, fighting for better wages, hours, and workplace safety. Intellectuals worried about the loss of craft traditions and the alienation of workers from their labor. Some saw in the assembly line a troubling metaphor for modern society itself, efficient but soulless, productive but unfulfilling. The assembly line continued to evolve throughout the 20th century. During World War II, American factories using assembly line techniques achieved astonishing production feats, turning out a new airplane every 5 minutes and a ship every day at peak capacity. This arsenal of democracy played a crucial role in the Allied victory, demonstrating the strategic importance of mass production capability. After the war, assembly line production spread globally as industrialization accelerated in more countries. The technique was refined with new technologies. Electric motors replaced steam engines, pneumatic tools supplemented manual labor, and eventually early automation began to appear. Toyota in Japan developed innovations like just-in-time inventory and quality circles, creating a more flexible and efficient version of the assembly line that would eventually challenge American manufacturing dominance. By the 1970s and 1980s, further changes were reshaping manufacturing. Robotics began to automate tasks that had required human hands. Computer systems allowed for more precise control of production processes. Global supply chains emerged, with components made in multiple countries coming together in final assembly plants. These developments built upon the fundamental logic of the assembly line, while transcending some of its original limitations. The social impact of assembly line production extended far beyond the factory floor. It contributed to urbanization, as workers concentrated near manufacturing centers. It accelerated the movement from rural agricultural work to industrial employment. It changed family structures as wage labor replaced family-based production. It altered the nature of skills and education, as formal schooling became more important than apprenticeship for many jobs. It even influenced how time itself was experienced, as the clock-governed rhythms of factory work replaced the seasonal patterns of agricultural life. Assembly line thinking spread to sectors far from its manufacturing origins. Fast food restaurants applied its principles to cooking and service. Medical care adopted aspects of assembly line efficiency in hospitals and clinics. Office work became more routinized and specialized. Even education began to show assembly line influences, with students moving through standardized curricula in age-based cohorts. The concept of breaking complex processes into simpler sequential steps performed by specialists became a dominant organizational paradigm. This way of organizing production also had profound environmental consequences. The efficiency of mass production led to greater resource consumption, as more products became affordable to more people. Energy use increased dramatically to power factories and the products they created. Waste from production and discarded products accumulated. The scale of human impact on the natural world grew alongside manufacturing capacity. At the same time, the resource efficiency of making many identical items often surpassed that of individual craft production, creating complex environmental trade-offs. For workers, the legacy of the assembly line has been mixed. The jobs it created lifted millions into middle-class prosperity, particularly in the mid-20th century when manufacturing wages were at their peak. It created employment for people with limited formal education or specialized skills. Yet the nature of the work itself remained challenging, physically demanding, repetitive, and offering limited autonomy. As assembly line jobs increasingly moved to regions with lower wages or were automated entirely, communities built around manufacturing faced painful transitions. The globalization of assembly line production created new patterns of international development and dependency. Countries industrialized in stages, often beginning with labor-intensive assembly work before developing more advanced manufacturing capabilities. Global inequality was reshaped as production moved across borders in search of lower costs and less stringent regulations. Nations competed to attract manufacturing investment, sometimes at the expense of worker protections and environmental standards. By the early 21st century, assembly line production had evolved far beyond Ford's original innovation. Flexible manufacturing systems allowed for greater customization without sacrificing efficiency. Advanced robots worked alongside humans in collaborative environments. Digital technologies enabled precise tracking and coordination of complex supply chains. Yet the core principle, breaking work into standardized sequential steps for maximum efficiency, remained foundational to how most physical goods were produced. The psychological and cultural impact of the assembly line may be its most lasting legacy. It embodied both the promise and the peril of industrial modernity, delivering material abundance through systems that sometimes diminished human agency and creativity. It raised fundamental questions about the purpose of work, the relationship between efficiency and fulfillment, and the proper balance between human needs and economic productivity. These questions continue to resonate as we navigate the transitions of the digital age. The tension between the assembly line's material benefits and its human costs has never been fully resolved. Consumers enjoy the affordable products it makes possible, while workers experience the challenges of its pace and repetition. Societies benefit from its economic productivity, while grappling with its environmental impact. Individuals appreciate the standard of living it enables, while sometimes yearning for more meaningful forms of work and creation. This tension has fueled ongoing efforts to humanize production technologies, to harness their efficiency while mitigating their potential to alienate or exploit. From Henry Ford's wooden track moving Model T chassis to today's global manufacturing networks, the assembly line has evolved into one of humanity's most powerful and pervasive innovations. It fundamentally changed how we make things, but also how we live, work, consume, and think. It stands as a testament to human ingenuity in solving practical problems, while also serving as a cautionary tale about the unintended consequences of prioritizing efficiency above all else. Its legacy lives in every mass-produced item we use daily, from the cars we drive to the appliances in our homes to the devices we hold in our hands. As the assembly line transformed physical production throughout the 20th century, another revolution was taking shape that would bring elements of mass production to the realm of information processing. Building on the principles of standardization and efficiency pioneered in factories but applying them to calculation and data management rather than physical goods, a new technology was emerging in research labs and government offices, from room-sized machines processing census data on punch cards to powerful devices that would eventually fit in a pocket. The personal computer was about to open yet another chapter in humanity's relationship with technology, one that would combine and extend the transformative impacts of electric light, flight, the internet, and the assembly line in ways no one could fully predict. The endless steppes of Central Asia stretched like a sea of grass beneath a vast blue sky. In this harsh landscape where summer heat scorched the earth and winter winds cut like knives, a boy was born in the late 12th century who would grow to command the most feared military force the world had ever seen. His name was Temujin, but history would remember him as Genghis Khan, ruler of the largest contiguous land empire ever created. The story of the Mongol horde begins not with grand armies, but with survival. Life on the Mongolian plateau was brutally difficult. Nomadic tribes moved constantly with their animals, following seasonal patterns, living in round felt tents called jurs that could be assembled and disassembled within an hour. From their earliest days, Mongol children learned to ride horses, shoot bows, and endure extreme conditions. By age 3, they could sit confidently on horseback. By age 8, they could hit targets while riding at full gallop. This was not sport or recreation. It was preparation for a life where skill with bow and horse, often meant the difference between eating and starvation. Temujin's early life embodied these harsh realities. After his father was poisoned by rival tribesmen, his family was abandoned by their clan, forced to survive on roots, wild fruits, and small game. The young boy learned quickly about betrayal, hardship, and the need for absolute loyalty. These formative experiences shaped his worldview and later military philosophy. Trust had to be earned, alliances had to be meaningful, and enemies had to be decisively defeated. What transformed these scattered nomadic tribes into history's most efficient military machine? The answer lay partly in Genghis Khan's revolutionary organization of his forces. Traditional Mongol society organized itself by family and clan loyalties. But Genghis broke this system, reshuffling warriors into units based on the decimal system. 10 warriors formed an arban, 10 arbans formed a jagun of 100, 10 jaguns created a mingun of 1,000, and 10 minguns constituted a tumen of 10,000 riders. This structure meant orders could flow quickly from the highest commander to the lowest soldier without being filtered through tribal politics or family interests. This military organization reflected something deeper about Mongol society under Genghis Khan. It was a meritocracy unlike any other of its time. Men were promoted based on their skills, loyalty, and accomplishments rather than their birth or tribal connections. A shepherd's son could rise to command thousands if he proved himself capable and faithful. This system created fierce loyalty to Genghis himself, as he became the central figure to whom all owed allegiance above clan or tribal identity. The heart of Mongol military dominance was their cavalry. Unlike the heavily armoured knights of Europe or the specialised units of other armies, every Mongol warrior was a lightweight, fast-moving horseman. Each soldier maintained a small herd of 3 to 5 horses, allowing him to switch mounts several times a day during campaigns and movements. While other armies might travel 20 or 30 miles in a day of hard marching, Mongol forces could cover over 100 miles, arriving at battlefields with unexpected speed that confounded their enemies. Mongol horsemanship went beyond simple riding skill. The deep connection between rider and horse allowed Mongol warriors to shoot arrows with deadly accuracy while at full gallop. Their specially designed composite bows, made from layers of wood, horn, and sinew, could pierce armour at distances of over 200 yards. When a Mongol army of thousands released volleys of arrows, the sky would darken, and death would rain down on their opponents before traditional armies could even close to fighting distance. The tactics employed by the Mongol forces showed a sophistication that military historians still study today. One favourite manoeuvre was the feigned retreat, where Mongol units would pretend to flee in disorder, drawing enemy forces into pursuit. As the enemy formation broke down in the excitement of apparent victory, the Mongol forces would suddenly wheel around, surrounding their now disorganized opponents, before destroying them with arrows and close combat. Time and again, larger armies fell victim to this tactic, unable to resist the temptation to chase what appeared to be a beaten foe. Communication on the battlefield represented another Mongol innovation. Using a system of flags during the day and torches at night, commanders could coordinate complex maneuvers across distances that would have required messengers in other armies. Their battle discipline was unmatched. Units moved with precision according to predetermined signals, allowing them to execute complex flanking movements or sudden directional changes that left their enemies confused and vulnerable. Perhaps most terrifying to their opponents was the Mongols' use of psychological warfare. They understood that fear could be as powerful a weapon as any bow or sword. Before attacking major populations, they would often massacre the inhabitants of smaller surrounding settlements, allowing refugees to flood into the target city with tales of Mongol brutality. Cities that surrendered immediately might be spared. Those that resisted faced annihilation. Engineers, artisans, and skilled workers would be identified and sent back to Mongolia, while everyone else might be killed or used as human shields in the next battle. These were not random acts of cruelty, but calculated policies designed to minimize Mongol casualties by encouraging surrender. The empire's expansion began in 1206 when Genghis Khan united the warring Mongol tribes. Rather than resting after this achievement, he immediately turned his attention outward. The first major target was the Jin dynasty controlling northern China. Despite facing cities with massive walls and an enemy that outnumbered them more than 50 to 1, the Mongols prevailed through superior mobility, adaptability, and military intelligence. When confronted with fortified Chinese cities, the Mongols demonstrated another strength: their ability to learn and adapt. Having no tradition of siege warfare themselves, they quickly captured and employed Chinese engineers, learning to build and operate catapults, trebuchets, and other siege engines. They diverted rivers to flood cities or cut off water supplies. They spread diseases by catapulting diseased corpses over walls. No technological advantage remained exclusive to their enemies for long. After subjugating northern China, the Mongol war machine turned westward. The wealthy Muslim kingdoms of Central Asia fell one after another. Cities like Samarkand and Bukhara, jewels of Islamic civilization with their magnificent mosques and madrasas, were given the same choice as all Mongol targets: immediate surrender or complete destruction. Many chose poorly and paid with their blood. The slaughter at these cities was so complete that in some locations, according to reports, a horseman could ride through the ruins without his horse's hooves touching the ground. So covered was it with the bones of the dead. The famous Silk Road trading networks fell under Mongol control, and with them, access to goods, ideas, and technologies from across Eurasia. The Mongols did not merely destroy, they connected. Under their rule, merchants could travel from Korea to Poland in relative safety, protected by the Mongol Peace, or Pax Mongolica, which would eventually cover the largest contiguous land empire in history. The westward expansion continued relentlessly. In 1222, Mongol forces under the generals Jibei and Subutai embarked on a reconnaissance mission that turned into one of history's most remarkable military expeditions. With a force of about 20,000 men, they rode around the Caspian Sea, defeating armies many times their size. They crushed the Georgian kingdom and then annihilated a combined Russian and Cuman force at the Battle of the Kalka River. This was merely a scouting force, testing the military capabilities of these western lands before the main Mongol army would return years later. As they moved westward, the Mongols encountered increasingly different terrains and fighting styles. European knights, with their heavy armour and powerful charges, presented a new challenge. Yet the Mongols maintained their advantage through superior mobility and tactics. They would avoid direct confrontation with heavy cavalry, instead wearing them down with arrow fire, targeting their horses, and drawing them into exhausting pursuits before closing for the kill. The death of Genghis Khan in 1227 did not halt the Mongol expansion. His son Ögedei continued the conquests, sending armies deeper into Russia, Eastern Europe, and the Middle East. Cities like Kiev, Moscow, and Baghdad fell to Mongol forces. The devastation was so complete that some regions took centuries to recover their population levels and economic vitality. In 1241, Mongol forces under Batu Khan and Subutai invaded Eastern Europe, crushing Polish and Hungarian armies that had been considered among the finest in Christendom. The Mongols reached the Adriatic Sea and seemed poised to continue into Western Europe when news arrived of Ögedei Khan's death. The Mongol princes returned to Mongolia for the Kurultai, the council that would select the next great Khan, temporarily saving Western Europe from the fate that had befallen so many other regions. What made the Mongol hordes so effective went beyond their innovative military tactics. Their administration of conquered territories showed remarkable pragmatism and adaptability. While they could be brutally violent during conquest, their actual rule was often characterized by religious tolerance, support for trade, and a meritocratic approach to governance. They adopted practices and technologies from conquered peoples, incorporating Chinese administrative systems, Persian literary traditions, and Arab mathematical knowledge into their empire. The Mongol military machine was supported by an equally impressive intelligence network. Before invading any new territory, they would send merchants and spies to gather detailed information about geography, fortifications, political tensions, and military capabilities. By the time the arrows began to fly, Mongol commanders often knew more about their enemies' weaknesses than the enemies themselves. The Mongols' legendary toughness stemmed from lives spent in one of Earth's harshest environments. Warriors could ride for days with minimal food and sleep. They could drink blood from their horses' veins when water was scarce. They endured extreme temperatures without complaint. This physical and mental fortitude gave them a crucial edge over settled peoples, accustomed to more comfortable lives. Equipment for both horse and rider was designed for maximum efficiency. The Mongol saddle, with its high front and back, provided a stable platform for shooting in any direction, including directly behind while at full gallop. Stirrups allowed warriors to stand while shooting, increasing power and accuracy. Their deel, a traditional kaftan-like garment, was designed to keep them warm at night and cool during the day, with special construction that prevented chafing during long rides. The legacy of fear left by the Mongol conquests cannot be overstated. For generations after their invasions, parents in Russia, Persia, and parts of Europe would quiet misbehaving children with threats that the Mongols would return. Cities would surrender at mere rumors of approaching Mongol forces. This fear was a strategic asset that multiplied the effective strength of Mongol armies. Yet, for all their military brilliance, the Mongol Empire contained the seeds of its own transformation. As they conquered settled urban civilizations, the Mongols themselves began to change. The sons and grandsons of steppe warriors became administrators, traders, and patrons of art and science. They built palaces instead of goals, wrote laws instead of living by unwritten steppe traditions, and gradually adopted many of the customs of the peoples they had conquered. The empire Genghis Khan founded would eventually split into four major khanates: the Yuan dynasty in China, the El Khanate in Persia, the Chagatai Khanate in Central Asia, and the Golden Horde in Russia. Each developed its own character, influenced by local traditions and challenges. The Yuan emperors became Chinese in their governance style. The El Khans eventually converted to Islam. The Golden Horde adopted aspects of Turkic and Slavic culture. What began as a purely Mongol enterprise evolved into something more complex and varied. This evolution demonstrated another Mongol strength: their remarkable ability to adapt. Unlike some conquerors who imposed their ways blindly on subjected peoples, the Mongols were pragmatic, taking what worked from each culture they encountered. This flexibility allowed their influence to endure long after their direct political control had waned. The military innovations of the Mongols had lasting impact on warfare across Eurasia. The emphasis on mobility, the coordination of different types of mounted archers, and the sophisticated command structures influenced military development from China to Europe. Future empires would study and adapt Mongol tactics, though few would match their speed and coordination on the battlefield. As the 13th century progressed, the world continued to feel the effects of the whirlwind that had emerged from the steppes of Mongolia. Kingdoms fell, cities were rebuilt, trade routes flourished under Mongol protection, and technologies and ideas spread along these routes as never before. Populations mixed as Mongol armies and administrators relocated peoples across their vast domains. The genetic legacy of the Mongols remains evident today, with an estimated 16 million men currently carrying genetic markers that likely originated with Genghis Khan and his male relatives. The Mongol conquests reshaped the map and altered the course of civilizations. They connected East and West as never before, facilitating exchanges that would have profound consequences for human history. While the Roman Empire had united the Mediterranean world, the Mongols connected regions that had previously had minimal contact, creating networks that would outlast their political control. This pattern of conquest, connection, and transformation would echo through subsequent centuries. Other empires would rise with their own fearsome military forces, developing new tactics and technologies of war. As the influence of the Mongols began to fade in parts of their conquered territories, a different kind of military machine was perfecting its approach to domination, one based not on lightning mobility, but on discipline, engineering, and the relentless advance of infantry formations that could conquer and hold territory for centuries. On the other side of the Eurasian landmass, the Roman legions were demonstrating that empire could be built in a very different way than that of the steppe nomads, yet with equally world-changing consequences. Long before the thundering hooves of Mongol horses swept across the Asian steppes, another military force had already perfected a different approach to warfare and empire building. While the Mongols conquered with speed and terror, this earlier force expanded through relentless discipline, engineering brilliance, and methodical progress. The Roman legions represented not the wild fury of the steppes, but the ordered power of civilization, creating an empire that would last for centuries rather than decades. The story of the Roman legions begins not with a single great conqueror, but with a small city-state on the Italian peninsula. Around the 8th century BCE, Rome was just one of many settlements competing for survival and influence. What distinguished early Romans was their adaptive approach to warfare and governance. From the Etruscans, they borrowed formation fighting techniques from the Greeks. They learned about phalanx warfare, but it was their willingness to improve upon these borrowed methods that would eventually make Rome exceptional. The early Roman army mirrored the society it protected, a citizen militia where wealth determined your position. The wealthiest citizens who could afford the best equipment stood at the front of the battle line. Those of moderate means formed the middle ranks, while the poorest citizens served as skirmishers. This arrangement reflected the belief that those with the most property had the greatest stake in defending the Republic. A pivotal transformation began around 387 BCE, when Gallic tribes sacked Rome, revealing serious flaws in the city's defenses and military organization. The Romans, ever practical, did not dwell on defeat, but instead learned from it. They began a series of military reforms that would ultimately create the most effective fighting force of the ancient world. The most significant change came with the introduction of the manipular system, where the legion was organized into smaller, more flexible units called maniples, arranged in a checkerboard pattern. This formation allowed for greater tactical flexibility than the rigid Greek phalanx. If enemies broke through the front line, the second line could step forward to fill the gap. The maniples could maneuver independently, adapting to changing battlefield conditions in ways that previous formations could not. By the late Republic, further reforms under Gaius Marius created the professional legions that would conquer the Mediterranean world. Marius abolished property requirements for service, opening the ranks to landless citizens who would look to their general and the army for their livelihood and future. These career soldiers served for 25 years, developing skills and experience that part-time militia could never match. The standard legion now consisted of approximately 5,000 men, divided into 10 cohorts, each containing 6 centuries of about 80 men. This structure created a clear chain of command from the legion commander down to the centurions who led individual centuries. Unlike the Mongol system based purely on decimals, the Roman structure balanced mathematical precision with practical battlefield needs. The training regimen of a Roman legionary would seem brutal by modern standards, but created soldiers of unmatched discipline and endurance. New recruits spent months learning to march in formation, often covering 20 miles in 5 hours, while carrying equipment weighing up to 60 pounds. They practiced with weapons for hours each day, developing skills through endless repetition. The wooden practice sword weighed twice as much as the actual gladius they would use in battle, making the real weapon feel light and nimble when finally wielded against enemies. Physical conditioning was relentless. Soldiers swam across rivers in full equipment, constructed practice camps at the end of exhausting marches, and engaged in mock battles that sometimes resulted in serious injuries or even deaths. The message was clear: training must be harder than actual combat, so that battle would feel familiar when it came. The equipment of a legionary represented the height of military technology for its time. The lorica segmentata, a segmented armor made of iron strips fastened with leather straps, provided excellent protection while allowing greater mobility than chainmail or solid breastplates. The iconic rectangular shield, or scutum, covered much of the soldier's body and, when interlocked with those of his comrades, created an almost impenetrable wall. The primary weapon was the gladius, a short sword designed for stabbing rather than slashing. In the crush of close combat, where there was little room to swing a longer blade, the gladius could thrust between shield edges or into exposed areas with deadly efficiency. Legionaries also carried 2 pila, heavy javelins thrown just before close combat. These weapons were ingeniously designed with a soft iron neck that bent upon impact, preventing enemies from throwing them back and making shields unusable if they became embedded. What truly distinguished the Roman approach to warfare was not just their fighting techniques, but their mastery of logistics and engineering. While other armies might be more fearsome in individual battle prowess, none could match the Romans in sustained campaigns that lasted years or even decades. The secret to this endurance lay in their systematic approach to warfare. Each night on the march, legionaries constructed a fortified camp according to a standardized layout. After a day of marching 20 miles or more, Soldiers would dig ditches, erect ramparts, and set up tents in precise formations. No matter where they were, from the forests of Germania to the deserts of North Africa, the camp layout remained essentially the same. This consistency meant that soldiers could find their assigned positions even in complete darkness, creating efficiency and security. These temporary camps were miniature versions of the permanent forts that anchored Roman control in conquered territories. Built to standard designs with protective walls, headquarters buildings, barracks, and granaries, these forts became seeds of Romanization throughout the empire. Many grew into towns and cities that still exist today, their street plans sometimes still reflecting the original Roman layout. The road network constructed by the legions represented perhaps their greatest engineering achievement. Built to exacting standards with deep foundations, drainage systems, and durable surfaces, Roman roads allowed for rapid movement of troops and supplies. The famous saying that all roads lead to Rome reflected a practical reality. The 250,000 miles of paved roads throughout the empire created a transportation network unequaled until the modern era. Many of these roads remained in use for centuries after the empire's fall, some forming the basis for modern highways. Roman engineers also excelled at siege warfare. When confronting fortified cities, legions would construct massive circumvallation walls, completely encircling the target to prevent escape or reinforcement. They built siege towers to overtop defensive walls, battering rams to break through gates, and ballista, massive crossbow-like weapons to provide covering fire. Perhaps most impressive were their earthworks, where entire hillsides might be reshaped to provide access to otherwise impregnable fortifications. Water management represented another area of Roman engineering excellence. Legionary engineers constructed aqueducts that carried fresh water over vast distances, bridges that spanned previously impassable rivers, and drainage systems that transformed marshy landscapes into productive farmland. These projects not only supported military operations but also demonstrated to conquered peoples the practical benefits of Roman rule. The tactical formations developed by the legions showed sophisticated understanding of battlefield psychology and physics. The most famous was the testudo or tortoise formation, where soldiers created a box-like formation covered on all sides and topped by overlapping shields. This mobile shelter could advance under arrow fire or approach enemy fortifications with minimal casualties. The sight of a testudo advancing implacably forward, despite enemy missiles, had a demoralizing effect on defenders. During pitched battles, legions typically deployed in 3 lines, allowing fresh troops to replace tired fighters at the front. This rotation system meant that Romans could maintain combat intensity for much longer than opponents who committed all their forces at once. Commanding officers positioned themselves on high ground behind the formation, sending signals with trumpets and standards to coordinate movements across the battlefield. The discipline that made these complex maneuvers possible was maintained through a combination of harsh punishment and strong unit pride. Cowardice or desertion might be punished by decimation, the execution of every 10th man in a unit that had failed in its duty, with the survivors forced to carry out the killings themselves. Less severe infractions could result in reduced rations, extra duties, or corporal punishment. This strict discipline was balanced by the intense camaraderie developed through shared hardship and the distinctive identity of each legion. Each legion possessed its own eagle standard, a silver or gold eagle mounted on a pole and carried by a designated standard bearer. This was more than a mere symbol, it represented the soul of the legion, and its loss was considered the greatest disgrace possible. Soldiers would risk death to protect their eagle or recover one that had been captured. These emotional bonds created fighting units willing to hold their ground against seemingly impossible odds. The career of Julius Caesar demonstrated how a brilliant commander could leverage the capabilities of the legions to achieve stunning military success. During his conquest of Gaul from 50 BCE, the Caesar's legions defeated enemies that vastly outnumbered them, constructed engineering marvels like a bridge across the Rhine in just 10 days, and conducted campaigns in all weather conditions. His commentaries on these campaigns reveal the systematic approach that made such achievements possible: detailed reconnaissance, careful supply management, and innovative tactical adaptations to each new challenge. Unlike the Mongols, who conquered with overwhelming speed but often ruled lightly, the Romans conquered methodically and then transformed the lands they held. The legions did not simply defeat enemies, they rebuilt the landscape itself with roads, bridges, aqueducts, and cities. They established colonies of military veterans who spread Roman culture, language, and governance practices throughout the conquered territories. The legions served as the cutting edge of Romanization, the process by which diverse peoples across Europe, North Africa, and the Middle East gradually adopted elements of Roman identity. Many conquered peoples eventually gained Roman citizenship, with some rising to the highest ranks of the army and government. The children of tribal leaders defeated by the legions might later command those same units, having been educated in Roman ways. As the empire expanded to its natural limits, the Atlantic Ocean in the west, the Sahara Desert in the south, the Arabian deserts in the east, and the Rhine and Danube rivers in the north, the role of the legions evolved. From conquest forces, they became border guards, maintaining a network of forts and watchtowers along the imperial frontiers. Their presence deterred small-scale raids and provided early warning of larger threats. The relationship between the legions and Roman society underwent significant changes over the centuries. During the Republic, soldiers were citizens first, temporarily serving the state. Under the empire established by Augustus, the military became a distinct professional class with its own values and interests. Increasingly, emperors rose from the ranks of successful generals, chosen by their troops rather than civilian authorities. Over time, the composition of the legions changed dramatically. In the early empire, legionaries were exclusively Roman citizens, predominantly from Italy. As citizenship expanded throughout the provinces, the legions drew recruits from Spain, Gaul, the Balkans, and beyond. By the later empire, units were often composed of men from the same ethnic background, with distinctive fighting styles and equipment that departed from classic Roman models. The late Roman army faced growing challenges from migrations and invasions along its borders, particularly from Germanic peoples being pushed westward by pressures from the Eurasian steppes. Ironically, some of these pressures came from distant consequences of Mongol expansions centuries later. The empire adapted by incorporating more cavalry units and lighter infantry, moving away from the heavy infantry focus of the classic legions. As the Western Empire weakened in the 4th and 5th centuries CE, the legions increasingly included Germanic federale, allied troops fighting under their own leaders but in Roman service. The line between Roman and barbarian blurred as these units took on more responsibility for defending imperial territories. Many of the kingdoms that emerged after the Western Empire's fall were led by generals who had once served Rome. The Eastern Empire, centered on Constantinople, maintained more traditional Roman military structures for centuries longer. The Byzantine army, as historians would later call it, continued Roman tactical and organizational traditions while adapting to new challenges from Persians, Arabs, and Turkic peoples. Their cataphract heavy cavalry and professional infantry preserved elements of legion discipline and equipment into the medieval period. The military legacy of Rome extended far beyond the direct line of the Byzantine forces. Throughout the Middle Ages, military writers studied Roman manuals and attempted to recreate legion discipline and tactics. During the Renaissance, the recovery of ancient texts on military organization inspired new approaches to drill, fortification, and unit structure. Even into the modern era, military academies have studied Roman campaigns for lessons in strategy, logistics, and leadership. Roman influence on military architecture remained visible for centuries. The star forts of the Gunpowder Age, with their angular bastions and overlapping fields of fire, evolved from principles first developed by Roman engineers. Techniques for constructing temporary camps and field fortifications continued to reference Roman practices into the 18th and 19th centuries. The organizational legacy proved equally enduring. Modern military hierarchies, with their clear chains of command and standardized unit sizes, owe much to Roman models. The emphasis on engineering and logistics as essential components of military power reflects Roman priorities. Even the close relationship between road building and military expansion has parallels in modern approaches to power projection. Perhaps the most significant legacy lies in the Roman concept of military service as a path to citizenship and social advancement. For centuries, provincial recruits could earn Roman citizenship through military service, becoming part of the empire they had previously viewed as foreign. This model of integration through service has influenced many later states, offering a method for incorporating diverse populations into a unified political structure. As new powers rose and fell across Eurasia in the centuries after Rome's zenith, different military systems emerged to address changing challenges. Some, like the Byzantine forces, maintained direct connections to Roman traditions. Others represented radical departures, developing in response to new technologies, cultural values, and strategic necessities. Among these innovative military systems, one would combine elements of strict discipline, reminiscent of the legions with the adaptive mobility of steppe warriors, creating an elite force that would help build one of history's most enduring empires. As the medieval world gave way to a new era of gunpowder and global empires, a remarkable military force emerged that would combine ancient discipline with revolutionary innovation. While the Roman legions had long since faded into history, and the Mongol horsemen no longer thundered across the steppes, their military lessons were not forgotten. In the lands where Europe meets Asia, a new power was rising that would create one of history's most elite fighting forces. The Ottoman Janissaries would help transform a small Turkish principality into a vast empire spanning 3 continents, bringing a new dimension to warfare and state power. The story begins in the aftermath of decline. By the 13th century, the Byzantine Empire, heir to Rome's eastern territories, had weakened significantly. Meanwhile, Mongol expansions had pushed various Turkic tribes westward into Anatolia, the peninsula that forms modern Turkey. Among these tribes were the Ottomans, led by a chief named Osman, who established a small state on the Byzantine frontier around 1299. From these humble beginnings would rise one of history's longest-lasting empires. The early Ottoman military relied primarily on Turkish tribal warriors and Ghazis fighters motivated by religious zeal to expand Islamic territory. These forces were effective for raiding but lacked the discipline and organization needed for siege warfare or holding conquered territory. The Byzantine cities, with their massive walls, descendants of Roman defensive engineering, presented a challenge that required a different type of soldier. The solution came from an unexpected direction, not from military tradition, but from a radical social innovation. In the mid-14th century, the Ottoman rulers implemented a system called devshirme, often translated as the collection or gathering. Under this system, Christian boys from conquered territories in the Balkans were taken from their families, converted to Islam, and raised to serve the Ottoman state. This practice, shocking by modern standards, created a force of warriors with absolute loyalty to the Sultan, having no family ties or local allegiances that might compete with their devotion to the empire. These collected youths underwent a rigorous selection process. Ottoman officials traveled through Balkan villages every few years, choosing the most physically fit and intellectually promising boys, typically between ages 8 and 18. The most exceptional recruits were sent to the palace school to be educated for administrative positions, while the majority entered military training to become janissaries, the new infantry force whose name derived from Yeni Cheri, meaning new troops in Turkish. The transformation of these young Christians into elite Islamic soldiers involved intensive indoctrination and training. Their previous identities were systematically erased as they learned Turkish, converted to Islam, and absorbed Ottoman culture. Unlike the Mongol warriors born to the saddle or Roman citizens who volunteered for legion service, these boys had no choice in their fate, yet many would rise to embrace their new identities with fierce pride. Training for Janissary recruits emphasized absolute discipline and loyalty. The corps was organized as a form of military religious order, with barracks that functioned somewhat like monasteries. The men were initially forbidden to marry or own significant property, keeping them focused entirely on military service. Each order, or regiment, developed distinct traditions and symbols, creating powerful bonds among soldiers who had lost their birth families but gained brothers in arms. The white felt hats worn by janissaries featured a holder for spoons, a symbol with practical and spiritual significance. It represented their shared meals from communal cauldrons, reinforcing unit cohesion, while also connecting to Hasi Bektash Veli, a mystic who blessed the early corps and whose Bektashi order maintained close spiritual ties with the janissaries throughout their history. This mixture of military discipline and mystical devotion created warriors who fought not just for pay or conquest, but for a sense of sacred purpose. The janissaries' military significance came from their unique combination of discipline and innovation. While mounted Sipahi cavalry continued to form an important part of Ottoman armies, the janissaries represented a turning point in warfare as one of the first standing infantry forces to effectively incorporate gunpowder weapons. Initially armed with bows and arrows, by the 15th century they became experts with matchlock muskets, giving Ottoman armies firepower that few opponents could match. Their battlefield formations showed the influence of both Eastern and Western military traditions. They could form tight, disciplined ranks reminiscent of Roman legions when delivering volleyed fire, but also employed skirmishing tactics that would have been familiar to steppe warriors. This flexibility proved decisive in early victories against both European knights and Mamluk cavalry, opponents with very different fighting styles. Training with firearms was systematic and constant. While European armies often employed mercenaries with firearms experience, the Janissaries developed standardized loading and firing drills that maximized their weapons' effectiveness. They practiced maintaining steady rates of fire and coordinating with other units on the battlefield. Their expertise extended to artillery as well, with Janissary corps including specialized bombardiers who operated some of the largest cannons of the era. The conquest of Constantinople in 1453 demonstrated the effectiveness of this new military approach. Sultan Mehmed II employed Janissaries as his elite shock troops, supporting them with massive artillery pieces that finally breached the ancient city's supposedly impregnable walls. The fall of this last remnant of the Roman Empire sent shockwaves through Europe and established the Ottomans as a major power. Following the conquest, the city was renamed Istanbul and became the magnificent capital of the expanding Ottoman realm. Throughout the 15th and 16th centuries, the Janissary corps expanded in both size and influence. Originally numbering just a few thousand men, by the reign of Suleiman the Magnificent 1520 to 1566, their ranks had swelled to nearly 40,000. This growth reflected their battlefield success but also created new challenges for maintaining quality and discipline. As their numbers increased, their elite status became harder to preserve, but their political power grew accordingly. The Janissaries lived in a world of strict hierarchy and symbolic tradition. Their daily life in peacetime centered around their barracks, where they continued training and performed ceremonial duties. Each regiment maintained its own distinctive traditions, symbols, and even cooking styles. The quality of a unit's soup became a point of pride and ritual significance, with soup cauldrons serving as rallying points in battle and symbols of unit identity in peacetime. Pay and privileges set Janissaries apart from other Ottoman subjects. They received regular salaries from the imperial treasury, supplemented by bonuses when a new sultan took power. They were housed in imperial barracks, fed from imperial kitchens, and clothed in distinctive uniforms that marked their special status. Over time, they gained additional economic privileges, including tax exemptions and the right to engage in certain trades during peacetime. The Ottoman expansion through the Balkans, Middle East, and North Africa relied heavily on Janissary infantry, working in coordination with other military elements. In the Balkans, they faced European armies still organized around heavily armored knights and growing numbers of mercenary pikemen. On the eastern frontiers, they battled Safavid Persia, whose Kizilbash cavalry fought in styles somewhat reminiscent of their distant Mongol predecessors. In North Africa, they helped extend Ottoman influence across territories previously held by various Islamic states and remnants of Byzantine provinces. The Battle of Mohacs in 1526 demonstrated the height of Ottoman military effectiveness. Janissary firepower devastated Hungarian heavy cavalry, contributing to a decisive victory that left much of Hungary under Ottoman control for over 150 years. A key element in this success was the Janissaries' ability to maintain disciplined formation even when facing charging cavalry, delivering coordinated volleys of musket fire that broke the momentum of their opponents. Belgrade, Budapest, Baghdad, and parts of Yemen fell to Ottoman armies spearheaded by Janissary infantry. The empire stretched from the Persian Gulf to the gates of Vienna, becoming the dominant power in the eastern Mediterranean and much of the Middle East. The Janissaries' reputation spread fear among enemies and inspired numerous attempts at imitation. European observers studied Ottoman military organization, seeking to understand the secrets of their success. At sea, specialized marine Janissaries served aboard Ottoman naval vessels, providing disciplined fighting forces during boarding actions, the decisive moment in Mediterranean naval warfare. They contributed to Ottoman naval domination under admirals like Barbarossa Hayreddin Pasha, whose fleets controlled much of the Mediterranean during the mid-16th century. The Siege of Vienna in 1529 marked something of a turning point. Though the Janissaries fought with their usual discipline and courage, logistical challenges and early winter weather forced the Ottoman army to withdraw. This setback revealed limits to Ottoman power projection and sparked European innovation in military technology and tactics. Future confrontations would become increasingly challenging as European armies modernized their own infantry forces and artillery. The relationship between the Janissaries and the sultans they served was complex and evolving. Created as slaves of the sultan, The core initially represented the ruler's most loyal instrument. Unlike hereditary nobles or local military leaders who might harbor their own ambitions, Janissaries theoretically existed solely to execute the sultan's will. Their barracks were positioned near the imperial palace, allowing them to serve as both elite soldiers and the sultan's personal guard. However, this proximity to power eventually transformed the core from servants into kingmakers. By the late 16th century, Janissaries began to realize their political potential. Their concentrated presence in Istanbul, combined with their weapons training and unit cohesion, made them a force to be reckoned with in imperial politics. Sultans increasingly found themselves needing to placate the core with larger bonuses and expanded privileges. The first major Janissary revolt occurred in 1589, when the core demanded and received the head of an unpopular Grand Vizier. This established a dangerous precedent. Over the next 2 centuries, Janissary revolts would depose multiple sultans, dictate policy decisions, and generally constrain the power of the throne. The symbol of these revolts was the overturning of their soup cauldrons, a dramatic gesture indicating their refusal to accept their rations or orders. This political role came with significant social changes in the cause itself. The strict barriers that had separated Janissaries from civilian society gradually eroded. The prohibition on marriage was relaxed, allowing Janissaries to form families. The devshirm system became less systematic, with sons of existing Janissaries gaining preferential entry into the core. By the 17th century, being a Janissary had transformed from a lifelong military vocation into something more like a hereditary social class, with military responsibilities and special privileges. These changes coincided with a decline in Ottoman military effectiveness relative to European powers. While the Janissaries had once represented the cutting edge of military technology and training, they increasingly resisted innovations that might threaten their privileges or traditional ways of fighting. European armies, meanwhile, underwent rapid development with new drill systems, bayonet tactics, and more effective artillery. The Ottoman-Habsburg Long War, 1593 to 1606, and the Great Turkish War, 1683 to 1699, revealed growing Ottoman military weaknesses. European armies had not only caught up technologically, but were beginning to surpass Ottoman forces in tactical flexibility and battlefield coordination. The second unsuccessful siege of Vienna in 1683, followed by significant territorial losses in the Treaty of Karlowitz 1699, demonstrated that the empire had entered a new and more challenging phase. Despite these setbacks, the Janissary corps remained a formidable fighting force through the 18th century. Ottoman armies still won victories and defended most of their territory effectively. However, the trend line was concerning to forward-thinking Ottoman officials. Military reformers began to advocate for modernization along European lines, including new training methods, updated weapons, and revised tactics. These reform efforts repeatedly collided with Janissary resistance. Having evolved from slaves of the state into a privileged military caste, the corps fiercely opposed changes that might diminish their status or require painful adaptation. When Sultan Selim III attempted to create a new European-style military unit called the Nizam-i-Sidid in the 1790s, Janissary revolts ultimately forced the abandonment of the project and contributed to the Sultan's deposition and death. The final chapter of the Janissary story came in 1826, when Sultan Mahmud II carefully prepared a decisive confrontation. After intentionally provoking a Janissary revolt, he was ready with loyal artillery units and other forces. When the Janissaries stormed into the Hippodrome of Istanbul, imperial cannons opened fire on their formations. This event, known as the Auspicious Incident, resulted in thousands of Janissary deaths and the official abolition of the corps after nearly 500 years of existence. The shadow of the Janissaries lingered long after their destruction. Their legacy included military innovations that had helped build an empire spanning 3 continents, cultural contributions to Ottoman society, and cautionary lessons about the dangers of allowing military forces to become autonomous political actors. The transition from revolutionary fighting force to conservative obstacle to progress contained important insights for future military organizations. In their rise and fall, the Janissaries illustrated broader patterns of institutional development. Created to solve specific military challenges, they evolved in response to changing conditions, eventually becoming something quite different from their original form. Their initial effectiveness stemmed from their unique combination of total loyalty, rigorous training, and innovative adoption of new technologies. Their later difficulties reflected the challenges of maintaining these qualities across generations, especially as individual interests began to diverge from institutional purposes. The DEV-SHRM system that supplied the Corps with recruits represented one of history's most radical approaches to creating elite military units. By separating young men completely from their previous identities and immersing them in a new culture and value system, the Ottomans created soldiers with undivided loyalty to the state. This approach had parallels in other elite forces throughout history, from Spartan youth training to modern special forces selection programs, though few were as comprehensive or long-lasting. The Janissaries' embrace of gunpowder weapons demonstrated the importance of institutional flexibility in military effectiveness. Unlike some traditional military elites who resisted firearms as dishonorable or beneath their status, the Janissaries recognized and exploited the tactical advantages these weapons offered. This adaptability contributed significantly to Ottoman expansion during the 15th and 16th centuries, though ironically, the Corps later became resistant to further innovations. The transformation of the Janissaries from slaves of the state to a self-interested military caste revealed tensions inherent in professional military organizations. Creating forces with sufficient power to defend the state inevitably raises questions about controlling that power and ensuring it serves its intended purpose. The challenge of maintaining civilian control over military institutions remains relevant in modern contexts, with the Janissary experience offering a compelling historical case study. Throughout their history, the Janissaries embodied dual aspects of standing armies. They were both protectors and potential threats to the states they served. This duality would reappear repeatedly in later military organizations across different cultures and time periods. As professional military forces became the norm rather than the exception, political systems had to develop mechanisms for harnessing their effectiveness while preventing the kind of political interference that characterized the later Janissary Corps. As the 19th century progressed, the Ottoman Empire continued without its once elite infantry, attempting military modernization along European lines with mixed success. New threats and opportunities emerged as industrial technology transformed warfare at an accelerating pace. The age of mass conscript armies, railroad mobilization, and rapid-firing weapons would create military systems of unprecedented scale and destructive power. These developments would culminate in global conflicts that would draw in nations from every continent, including a new power that would demonstrate industrial warfare on a scale previously unimaginable. In the early hours of December 7, 1941, the peaceful Sunday morning at Pearl Harbor was shattered by the sudden appearance of Japanese aircraft. Bombs fell, torpedoes sliced through harbor waters, and within hours, much of the United States Pacific Fleet lay damaged or destroyed. Over 2,400 Americans lost their lives in the surprise attack. The next day, President Franklin D. Roosevelt addressed Congress, calling December 7th a date which will live in infamy, and the United States formally entered the Second World War. What followed would be the most remarkable military mobilization in modern history, transforming a nation still recovering from economic depression into the most powerful fighting force the world had ever seen. The story of the U.S. Army in World War II is not merely a tale of battles won through superior firepower, though that certainly played a role. It is a story of industrial might, logistical wizardry, technological innovation, and the coming together of a diverse society for a common purpose. Unlike the Mongol horde with its lifetime horsemen, the Roman legions with their career soldiers, or the Ottoman Janissaries with their childhood indoctrination, the American military would be built primarily from civilians, ordinary citizens who traded their factory uniforms, business suits, and farmware for olive drab uniforms. When Pearl Harbor thrust America into war, the U.S. Army stood at fewer than 200,000 active duty soldiers, ranked 18th in size among world armies, behind even Portugal. The National Guard added another 300,000 troops, but this force was woefully inadequate for a global conflict. Just 4 years later, over 8.3 million Americans would be serving in the Army alone, with millions more in other branches of service. This transformation represented not just a numerical expansion, but a fundamental reimagining of what an army could be and how quickly it could be created. The draft had actually begun before Pearl Harbor, in September 1940, as war clouds gathered over Europe and Asia. The Selective Training and Service Act, America's first peacetime draft, began the process of building military strength, But it was the shock of direct attack that truly galvanized the nation. Recruitment offices across America saw lines forming around blocks as young men volunteered by the thousands, not waiting to be drafted. From small farming towns to bustling cities, Americans answered the call to service. Training this massive influx of civilians presented talented challenges. New training camps sprung up across the country, often built in weeks rather than months. Fort Benning in Georgia, Fort Bragg in North Carolina, and Camp Pendleton in California expanded dramatically to accommodate the flood of recruits. Basic training was compressed into intense weeks of physical conditioning, weapons familiarization, and tactical instruction. Specialized schools taught everything from radio operation to parachute jumping, tank driving, to military intelligence. Unlike the carefully selected Janissaries or the career legionaries of Rome, these citizen soldiers came from every corner of American society. The son of a banker might serve alongside a coal miner. A Harvard graduate could find himself taking orders from a former factory foreman. While segregation remained a reality, with African-American soldiers typically serving in separate units, the Army nonetheless brought together Americans from vastly different backgrounds and experiences. The training philosophy reflected American pragmatism rather than ancient tradition. Instead of spending years creating perfect soldiers, as the Romans or Ottomans might have done, American military planners focused on teaching essential skills quickly, knowing that experience would complete the transformation from civilian to soldier. The emphasis was on initiative and adaptability, rather than blind obedience. This approach would prove advantageous in a war where frontline units often needed to make quick decisions without waiting for orders from distant headquarters. Equipment for this massive force required an equally massive industrial effort. The United States economy, emerging from the Great Depression, transformed itself into what President Roosevelt called the arsenal of democracy. Automobile factories converted to producing tanks and jeeps, refrigerator manufacturers made aircraft parts, typewriter companies produced rifles. This industrial mobilization created not just weapons but the thousands of support items an army needs, everything from boots and helmets to medical supplies and field rations. The scale of this production defied imagination. By war's end, American factories had produced over 86,000 tanks, 300,000 aircraft, 71,000 naval vessels, 2.6 million machine guns, and 41 billion rounds of ammunition. The industrial output was so enormous that American equipment not only supplied U.S. forces but also supported Allied armies through programs like Lend-Lease. Soviet troops drove American trucks, British pilots flew American planes, and Chinese soldiers carried American rifles, all produced in what had become the greatest manufacturing effort in human history. Logistics, the science of moving and supplying military forces, became the secret weapon of the American war effort. Army created the Services of Supply, later renamed the Army Service Forces, to manage the staggering task of moving millions of troops and mountains of equipment across oceans and continents. Nearly 75% of Army personnel served in support roles rather than combat positions, reflecting the enormous infrastructure needed to keep fighting units in action. The Red Ball Express exemplified this logistical miracle. After the D-Day landings and breakout from Normandy, a fleet of nearly 6,000 trucks, many driven by African-American soldiers, formed a continuous supply line delivering 12,500 tons of supplies daily to advancing Allied forces. Trucks ran day and night, their headlights forming a red ball of light that gave the operation its name. This logistics pipeline allowed combat units to maintain their momentum without pausing for supplies to catch up. Unlike the Mongols who lived off the lands they conquered, or the Roman legions who built permanent infrastructure as they advanced, American forces relied on temporary systems of breathtaking complexity. The Army built temporary ports, erected prefabricated bridges, and laid fuel pipelines across previously impassable terrain. When existing infrastructure proved inadequate, Army engineers created new solutions, often improvising with available materials in ways that would have impressed even Roman military engineers. The technological advantages enjoyed by American forces stemmed not just from industrial capacity, but from scientific innovation. Radar systems improved air defense and bombing accuracy. Proximity fuses made artillery more effective. Amphibious vehicles, like the DUKW, which could transition from water to land operations, revolutionized beach landings. The humble Jeep, officially the Willys MB, provided unprecedented mobility for infantry and officers alike, becoming an icon of American ingenuity. Aircraft represented perhaps the most dramatic technological edge. The P-51 Mustang fighter, especially when equipped with the Rolls-Royce Merlin engine, provided long-range escort capability that allowed bombers to strike deep into enemy territory. The B-17 Flying Fortress and B-24 Liberator heavy bombers carried the war to German industrial centers. In the Pacific, B-29 Super Fortresses operated at altitudes and distances previously unimaginable, eventually delivering the atomic bombs that would end the war with Japan. American tanks, while not always technically superior to German counterparts like the Tiger or Panther, overwhelmed enemies through sheer numbers and reliability. The M4 Sherman, produced in quantities exceeding 50,000, became the workhorse of Allied armored units. Though German tanks might win individual duels, American manufacturing ensured that for every German tank destroyed, many more Shermans were available to take its place. American tankers grimly joked that the Sherman's main advantage was that 5 of theirs could be lost for every German tank, and they would still win through numbers. Communication technologies transformed battlefield coordination. Portable radios allowed units to maintain contact during rapidly evolving situations. Signals intelligence gave commanders insights into enemy movements and intentions. The SCR-300 backpack radio and the famous walkie-talkie SCR-536 enabled coordination at tactical levels impossible in previous conflicts. Every company commander could potentially communicate with supporting artillery, air support, or neighboring units, creating unprecedented battlefield awareness. Medical innovations saved countless lives. Blood plasma, which could be stored without refrigeration, allowed for battlefield transfusions far from hospitals. Penicillin, mass-produced for the first time during the war, dramatically reduced deaths from infected wounds. Mobile surgical hospitals brought advanced care closer to the front lines than ever before. The resulting survival rate, roughly 4 deaths per 100 wounded, compared to 8 per 100 in World War I, meant that more soldiers returned home despite the war's increased destructive power. The campaigns fought by this newly created army spanned the globe in a way no previous conflict had. American forces fought in North Africa, Italy, France, Belgium, Germany, and across the Central and South Pacific. They battled in deserts, mountains, jungles, and on tiny coral atolls. This global reach required not just military prowess but cultural and environmental adaptability on an unprecedented scale. In Europe, the American war effort began in North Africa with Operation Torch in November 1942. American troops, many seeing combat for the first time, struggled initially against experienced German forces at places like Kasserine Pass in Tunisia. These early setbacks provided harsh but valuable lessons that would inform later operations. By the end of the North African campaign in May 1943, American units had gained crucial combat experience and begun to develop the tactical proficiency that would serve them well in later campaigns. The Italian campaign, beginning in July 1943, tested American forces against challenging terrain and determined German resistance. Fighting their way up the mountainous Italian peninsula, American troops encountered defensive positions that would have impressed ancient Roman engineers. The slow, grinding advance through successive German defensive lines taught painful lessons about the challenges of attacking entrenched positions in difficult terrain. D-Day, June 6, 1944, represented the culmination of American military planning, industrial output, and strategic vision. The largest amphibious operation in history landed over 150,000 Allied troops on the beaches of Normandy. American forces landed at Utah and Omaha beaches, with the latter becoming a scene of terrible casualties as troops faced heavy German fortifications. By day's end, despite the losses, the beachheads were secured, and the liberation of Western Europe had begun. The subsequent breakout from Normandy demonstrated American mobile warfare at its best. General George Patton's Third Army advanced at speeds that would have impressed Mongol horsemen, covering as much as 75 miles in a single day at times. The liberation of Paris, the Battle of the Bulge, where American troops withstood Hitler's last major offensive in the West, and the eventual crossing of the Rhine into Germany marked key steps in the defeat of Nazi Germany. In the Pacific, American forces faced different challenges entirely. Island-hopping campaigns required specialized amphibious tactics and equipment. Marines and Army units stormed beaches at Guadalcanal, Tarawa, Saipan, Iwo Jima, and dozens of other islands, often facing fanatical Japanese resistance in dense jungle terrain or heavily fortified positions. Each island represented a stepping stone toward Japan itself, and each victory came at a heavy cost in American lives. The recapture of the Philippines held special significance for the American Army. General Douglas MacArthur, who had been forced to leave the islands in 1942 with his famous promise, "I shall return," led American forces back in October 1944. The subsequent campaign illustrated the combined power of American arms, naval bombardment, air supremacy, and ground forces working in coordination to defeat a determined enemy in challenging terrain. Strategic coordination with allies represented a crucial element of American success. Unlike the independent conquests of the Mongols or the largely self-contained Roman campaigns, American forces operated as part of a grand coalition. Coordination with British, Canadian, Free French, and other allied forces in Europe required diplomatic skill alongside military planning. In the Pacific, Australian, New Zealand, and eventually Soviet forces complemented American operations against Japan. The relationship with the Soviet Union proved particularly important and complex. American equipment supplied through Lend-Lease helped the Red Army recover from devastating early losses and eventually drive toward Berlin from the east. Meanwhile, American and British forces advanced from the west, creating a two-front war that stretched German resources beyond their breaking point. This Allied cooperation, despite political and ideological differences, demonstrated how modern warfare required diplomatic as well as military coordination. The final stages of the Pacific War introduced the most terrible weapon yet developed, the atomic bomb. After years of secret development under the Manhattan Project, these weapons were deployed against the Japanese cities of Hiroshima and Nagasaki in August 1945. The decision to use atomic weapons remains controversial, but it reflected the American approach to warfare, using technological and industrial advantage to achieve military objectives while minimizing American casualties. Japan surrendered shortly thereafter, bringing the global conflict to an end. The human cost of this vast conflict defies easy comprehension. Over 400,000 Americans died in service during World War II, with many more wounded physically and psychologically. Yet compared to other major combatants, American losses remained relatively low. The Soviet Union lost over 20 million people, China perhaps 15 million, and Germany and Japan each several million. The American strategy of using technology, industrial might, and careful planning helped achieve victory while limiting casualties compared to what might have occurred in a more traditional approach to warfare. As peace returned, the American military did not disappear, as had often happened after previous conflicts. The emergence of the Cold War with the Soviet Union, America's former ally, created a new security environment that required sustained military strength. Many of the organizational structures, technological systems, and global presence established during World War II would continue into this new era, forming the foundation for American military power for decades to come. The post-war global American influence rested significantly on the reputation and capabilities demonstrated during the war. The Marshall Plan for European Reconstruction, the occupation and democratic rebuilding of Japan, and the creation of international institutions like the United Nations and NATO, all stemmed from American leadership established during the conflict. Military power had translated into diplomatic and economic influence on a global scale. The legacy of the World War II Army extended far beyond military affairs. The GI Bill provided educational opportunities for returning veterans, transforming American society and the economy. Military technologies found civilian applications, from computers to aviation, plastics to medical treatments. The organizational techniques developed for massive military operations influenced business management practices. In countless ways, the wartime experience shaped America's post-war prosperity and global role. The demographics of American society itself were altered by the wartime experience. Women who had worked in defense industries gained new economic and social roles that would not be entirely reversed after the war. African American veterans who had served their country, often with distinction despite segregation, returned with strength and determination to secure full civil rights. The shared sacrifices and experiences of the war years created bonds across regional, ethnic, and class lines that would influence American identity for generations. Unlike the Mongol Empire that fragmented after Genghis Khan or the Roman Empire that eventually fell to internal and external pressures, the American moment in global affairs was just beginning as World War II ended. The military machine created for the conflict evolved into the foundation for America's Cold War posture and eventual emergence as the world's sole superpower following the Soviet Union's collapse decades later. The US Army of World War II thus represents more than just a successful fighting force. It exemplifies a particular approach to warfare and national power, one based on industrial capacity, technological innovation, mass mobilization of citizen soldiers, and complex logistical systems. Rather than creating warrior elites like the Janissaries or career soldiers like the legionaries, the American system demonstrated that modern democracies could produce effective military power when circumstances required it, then return most of their citizen soldiers to civilian life when peace returned. In this approach, we can see both continuity and change in the long evolution of military organization. Like the Roman legions, American forces excelled at engineering and logistics. Like the Mongols, they valued mobility and striking power. Like the Janissaries, they embraced new technologies that transformed warfare. Yet the American model added distinctive elements: massive industrial production, scientific research, and the temporary conversion of civilians into an effective fighting force, followed by their return to productive civilian lives. As the mid-20th century gave way to new challenges and conflicts, these lessons and capabilities would be tested repeatedly. The American approach to military power would evolve further through the Cold War, Korea, Vietnam, and beyond. New technologies from nuclear weapons to precision munitions, stealth aircraft to cyber capabilities would transform the battlefield yet again. But the foundations laid during World War II, the organizational structures, the industrial base, the global presence, and the relationship between civilian society and military power would continue to shape America's approach to security challenges for generations to come. Tonight on Digging into History, we explore empires that shaped our world, from Rome's eternal roads to Mongol horsemen connecting continents. Let me know in the comments where you're watching from and what time it is. Let's see how far this imperial journey reaches. Now, get comfortable, dim the lights, and prepare to travel through centuries of power, ambition, and cultural exchange that continue to shape our world long after the empires themselves have fallen. The story of Rome begins not with emperors and marble palaces, but with a small settlement along the Tiber River in central Italy. According to ancient tales, Rome was founded in 753 BCE, though archaeologists have found evidence of earlier settlements on the Seven Hills that would become the Eternal City. For centuries, Rome existed as just one of many competing cities in the Italian peninsula, ruled by kings until 509 BCE, when the people overthrew their last monarch and established something new, a republic. The Roman Republic created a system where no single person held absolute power. Instead, elected officials called consuls governed, advised by a senate composed of wealthy citizens. This balanced system allowed Rome to grow from a city-state into the dominant power in Italy. As Rome expanded, it faced a crucial question that would shape its future. How could a government designed for a single city manage territories far beyond its walls? Rome answered this challenge by adapting. It granted different levels of citizenship to people in conquered territories. It allowed local governments to maintain some authority while answering to Roman officials. It built roads connecting new lands to the capital. These innovations allowed the Republic to absorb territory after territory, expanding across Italy and then beyond. By 264 BCE, Rome controlled most of the Italian peninsula and began looking across the Mediterranean. There, it faced its greatest rival, Carthage, a powerful maritime city in North Africa. The clash between these powers led to the Punic Wars, a series of brutal conflicts spanning more than a century. When Rome finally defeated Carthage in 146 BCE, it emerged as the dominant force in the Mediterranean world. Victory brought wealth and power, but also problems. Generals commanding armies far from Rome gained unprecedented influence. Wealth from conquered territories flowed mainly to the already rich, widening the gap between classes. Politicians fought increasingly bitter battles for control. The republic that had functioned well for a small city-state began to crack under the pressure of managing a vast territory. This period of turmoil produced leaders who would forever change Rome's path. Ambitious generals like Marius and Sulla used their military support to seize political power. Julius Caesar, a brilliant military commander and political strategist, eventually gained so much power that many senators feared he would become a king in all but name. On March 15th, 44 BCE, those fears led to his assassination in the Senate chamber. But killing Caesar did not save the Republic. Instead, it plunged Rome into another round of civil wars. From this chaos emerged Caesar's adopted son Octavian, who defeated his rivals and in 27 BCE received the title Augustus from the Senate. Though he maintained the appearance of republican government, Augustus had effectively created something new, the Roman Empire with himself as its first emperor. The transition from republic to empire marked a fundamental shift in how Rome operated. Power now flowed from a single ruler with supreme authority. Augustus and the emperors who followed him commanded the loyalty of the legions, controlled state finances, and made key decisions about war and peace. The Senate continued to exist, but its role became increasingly ceremonial. Yet for most people across the Roman world, this change in government meant stability after decades of civil war. Augustus brought the Pax Romana, the Roman peace, a period of relative stability that would last for nearly 2 centuries. This era saw Rome reach its greatest territorial extent, stretching from Britain to the Persian Gulf, from the Rhine River to the Sahara Desert. The heart of Roman power lay in its legions. These were not simply groups of fighters, but highly organized professional units combining infantry, engineers, and specialists. A typical legion included about 5,400 soldiers, divided into smaller units with clear chains of command. Legionaries were not just warriors, but builders who constructed roads, bridges, and fortifications across the empire. Roman military success came from discipline, engineering, and adaptability. Soldiers trained relentlessly in formation fighting, using the famous testudo or tortoise formation to create shields on all sides. They built standardized forts wherever they went, creating instant Roman outposts in newly conquered territories. When facing new enemies with different fighting styles, Roman commanders studied and adapted their tactics. This combination of military might and practical infrastructure transformed conquered territories. When Roman legions took new lands, they quickly built roads connecting them to the wider empire. These roads served military purposes, allowing troops to move quickly to respond to threats, but they also facilitated trade, communication, and cultural exchange. Roman roads followed standardized designs with solid foundations, drainage systems, and milestones marking distances. They cut straight paths through forests, across valleys, and over hills, creating the most direct routes possible. At the empire's peak, this network extended for more than 250,000 miles, connecting distant provinces to Rome. The saying, "all roads lead to Rome," was literally true. The entire system centered on the capital. Roads were just one example of Roman engineering genius. Aqueducts carried fresh water across vast distances, supporting cities that would otherwise have been too large for local water sources. The Pont de Gard in southern France and the Segovia Aqueduct in Spain still stand today, testament to Roman engineering skill. Public baths, sewage systems, and multi-story apartment buildings made Roman cities the most advanced urban centers of their time. Perhaps most important for Roman power was the system of law that governed this vast territory. Roman law developed from practical experience managing diverse peoples and situations. It distinguished between different types of legal issues, created procedures for resolving disputes, and established principles that judges could apply to new situations. This system grew increasingly sophisticated, eventually becoming a comprehensive code under Emperor Justinian in the 6th century CE. Roman law introduced concepts that still shape modern legal systems. The idea that accused persons are innocent until proven guilty, originated in Roman courts. The distinction between civil and criminal law, the concept of legal precedent, and many basic contract principles all have Roman origins. When European nations developed their own legal codes centuries later, they drew heavily on Roman models. The spread of Roman culture accompanied political control. In new territories, Romans built cities following a standard plan, with a forum at the centre surrounded by temples, government buildings, and public spaces. They constructed theatres, amphitheatres, and circuses for entertainment. They established bath complexes as centres for socialising and hygiene. These architectural elements remade the landscape in Roman image. Latin, the language of Rome, became the dominant tongue across much of the empire. Local elites learned Latin to participate in government and business. Over time, Latin mixed with local languages, eventually evolving into today's Romance languages: Spanish, Portuguese, French, Italian, and Romanian. Even languages not directly descended from Latin adopted many words from it, including English, which gets about 60% of its vocabulary from Latin roots. The Romans were practical about religion and culture. Rather than simply imposing their gods on conquered peoples, they often identified local deities with Roman equivalents. Zeus became Jupiter, Isis became alongside Diana. This flexibility allowed Roman culture to absorb elements from Greek, Egyptian, Persian, and Celtic traditions, creating a diverse imperial culture. This cultural exchange worked both ways. As Rome conquered the eastern Mediterranean, it fell under the spell of Greek culture. Romans adopted Greek architectural styles, literary forms, and philosophical ideas. Wealthy Romans hired Greek tutors for their children and collected Greek art. This Hellenization of Roman culture created a Greco-Roman synthesis that would form the foundation of Western civilization. The empire reached its peak under Emperor Trajan, who ruled from 98 to 117 CE. Under his leadership, Rome conquered Dacia, modern Romania, and expanded into Mesopotamia, reaching its greatest territorial extent. Trajan also embellished Rome with magnificent building projects, including a forum, market complex, and the famous column that bears his name, depicting his military campaigns in intricate relief carvings. After Trajan came a series of capable rulers, including Hadrian, who consolidated the empire's borders, Antoninus Pius, who governed peacefully, and Marcus Aurelius, the philosopher-emperor. This period, known as the Time of the Five Good Emperors, represented the height of Roman stability and prosperity. Cities flourished, trade networks spanned the Mediterranean, and people from diverse backgrounds could rise to high positions through military service, business success, or intellectual achievement. Yet even at its peak, the empire faced challenges. Maintaining control over such vast territories required enormous resources. Defending thousands of miles of borders against persistent threats strained military capabilities. Administering diverse populations with different languages, traditions, and expectations created constant tensions between local desires and imperial demands. These challenges grew more serious in the late 2nd and 3rd centuries CE. A series of weak or short-lived emperors followed Marcus Aurelius. Military commanders in distant provinces sometimes declared themselves emperors, leading to civil wars. Germanic tribes increased pressure on the northern borders. A new Persian empire emerged as a powerful eastern rival. Plague swept through densely populated areas, reducing population and disrupting economic activity. The crisis of the 3rd century brought the empire to the brink of collapse. Between 235 and 284 CE, at least 26 men claimed the title of emperor, most ruling briefly before being overthrown or killed. The empire nearly fragmented into 3 separate states before Emperor Aurelian managed to reunite it in the 270s. This period of instability weakened Rome's grip on its provinces and drained resources needed for defense and development. Emperor Diocletian, who took power in 284 CE, responded to these challenges with sweeping reforms. He divided the empire into eastern and western halves, each with its own emperor. He reorganized provinces into smaller units grouped into larger administrative divisions. He reformed the tax system, the military, and the imperial court. These changes created a more centralized bureaucratic state with greater control over everyday life. Constantine, who became emperor in 306 CE, continued these transformations. His most significant decision was to establish a new capital at Byzantium, an ancient Greek city on the Bosporus Strait. He renamed it Constantinople, modern Istanbul, and lavished resources on making it a worthy imperial center. This shift eastward reflected changing reality. The eastern provinces were wealthier and faced fewer threats than the western ones. Constantine also took a step that would have profound consequences for European history. He legalized Christianity and eventually converted to the faith himself. Christianity had spread gradually throughout the empire despite periodic persecutions. By making it first legal and then favored, Constantine set in motion the transformation of the Roman world from pagan to Christian. Within a century, Christianity would become the official state religion. These changes created what historians sometimes call the late Roman Empire, a state different in many ways from the early empire of Augustus. Power became more centralized and absolute. The emperor now wore elaborate robes and crowns, surrounded by strict court ceremonial. The economy became more regulated, with occupations becoming hereditary and taxes collected more systematically. Military forces shifted from legions to smaller, more mobile units with greater reliance on cavalry. Despite these adaptations, pressures on the western half of the empire continued to grow. Germanic peoples, themselves under pressure from nomadic groups from the east, increasingly crossed Roman borders. Some came as invaders, others as settlers or mercenaries serving in Roman armies. Many Germanic leaders had grown up within the empire and adopted aspects of Roman culture, creating complex relationships between Romans and so-called barbarians. In the late 4th century, the empire formally split into Western and Eastern administrations. The Western Roman Empire, based in Rome and later Ravenna, faced the greatest challenges. Its tax base was smaller, its borders longer, and its military resources stretched thinner than the eastern half. A series of young or weak emperors relied increasingly on Germanic generals to maintain power. The symbolic end of the Western Roman Empire came in 476 CE, when the Germanic military commander Odoacer deposed the last Western emperor Romulus Augustulus. Odoacer ruled Italy as a king, nominally acknowledging the authority of the Eastern emperor but effectively ending direct imperial rule in the West. This event, once seen as the fall of Rome, is now understood as part of a longer transformation rather than a sudden collapse. In the East, the Roman Empire continued as what historians call the Byzantine Empire, though its people still called themselves Romans. Based in Constantinople, this eastern realm would survive for nearly 1,000 years more, preserving Roman law, administration and culture, while adapting to changing conditions. Under Emperor Justinian in the 6th century, it briefly reconquered parts of the western Mediterranean, including Italy, North Africa, and southern Spain. Even in the West, where political structures changed most dramatically, Roman influence persisted. Germanic kings who replaced Roman governors often tried to maintain Roman administrative systems. They issued coins imitating imperial models, built palaces inspired by Roman architecture, and sometimes married into Roman noble families. The Catholic Church preserved Roman organizational structures, using Latin as its language and basing its diocese on Roman provincial boundaries. The legacy of Rome extended far beyond these immediate adaptations. In the centuries that followed, rulers from Charlemagne to Napoleon looked to Rome as a model of imperial power. The Holy Roman Empire, which existed from the 10th to the 19th centuries, claimed to continue Roman authority in Central Europe. Even today, government buildings around the world imitate Roman architectural styles, and legal systems in many countries build on Roman foundations. Roman influence appears in countless aspects of modern life. Our calendar, with its months named after Roman gods and emperors, comes from Julius Caesar's reforms. Many European languages derive directly from Latin or contain numerous Latin-based words. Scientific, legal, and medical terminology relies heavily on Latin vocabulary. Educational systems emphasizing rhetoric and literature follow patterns established in Roman schools. Perhaps most importantly, Rome provided a lasting model of what civilization could look like. The idea of a world united by common laws, shared culture, and efficient infrastructure, a world where diverse peoples could become part of a greater whole while maintaining local identities, has inspired political thinkers throughout history. When modern nations build road networks, establish legal codes, or create administrative systems, they often unconsciously follow Roman examples. This enduring influence reveals something profound about imperial power. Rome's legions eventually retreated from Britain, its officials no longer governed Gaul, and its emperors ceased to rule from the Palatine Hill. Yet in a deeper sense, Rome never truly fell. It lives on in languages spoken by nearly 1 billion people, in legal principles that govern much of the world, and in concepts of political organization that continue to shape how societies function. As centralized Roman power faded in Western Europe, new forms of organization emerged. Local leaders, often of Germanic origin but educated in Roman traditions, filled the vacuum left by retreating imperial authority. The Catholic Church preserved Roman administrative structures while spreading Christianity. A feudal system developed where personal relationships of loyalty and obligation replaced the bureaucratic state. This transformation created the medieval world, a Europe divided into smaller kingdoms and territories, united by Christian faith but lacking the political unity Rome had provided. Yet even as this new order took shape, people looked back to Rome as a golden age of unity, stability, and advancement. The very concept of the Middle Ages, the time between ancient Rome and the Renaissance, defined an era by its relationship to Roman glory. While the western half of the Roman world underwent these dramatic changes, a different story unfolded in the East. The Byzantine Empire maintained Roman traditions while adapting to new challenges. Under Emperor Justinian, it codified Roman law into the Corpus Juris Civilis, a comprehensive legal code that would later help revive legal studies in Western Europe. Byzantine architects created magnificent structures like the Hagia Sophia, blending Roman engineering with new artistic inspirations. For centuries, Constantinople stood as the greatest city in the Christian world, its walls protecting Roman civilization as the western provinces transformed into medieval kingdoms. Byzantine scholars preserved ancient Greek and Latin texts that might otherwise have been lost. Byzantine diplomats maintained connections between Europe and the Islamic world that emerged in former Roman provinces in the Middle East and North Africa. The Byzantine Empire faced its own challenges, losing territory to Arab conquests in the 7th century and then to Turkish advances in the 11th. Yet it endured until 1453, when Ottoman forces finally captured Constantinople. Even then, Russian rulers claimed to be the heirs of Byzantium, calling Moscow the Third Rome and adopting the Byzantine double-headed eagle as their symbol. As the medieval period gave way to the Renaissance, interest in Roman achievements intensified. Scholars rediscovered ancient texts and studied Roman ruins with new enthusiasm. Artists and architects imitated Roman styles. Political thinkers from Machiavelli to Montesquieu analyzed Roman history for lessons about power and governance. This renewed engagement with Rome helped spark the cultural flowering that brought Europe out of the Middle Ages. The story of Rome reveals important truths about how imperial power works and what makes it last. Rome succeeded not just through military conquest, but by creating systems that integrated new territories into a functioning whole. Roads, laws, language, and cultural exchange turned conquered peoples into Romans. This process wasn't always peaceful or just, but it created connections that outlasted political control. Roman power also demonstrates the challenges all empires face. Expansion brings wealth and prestige, but also stretches resources and creates new vulnerabilities. Centralized control works well for core territories but becomes difficult to maintain in distant provinces. Military forces needed for defense can become political players who undermine civilian authority. Success itself brings changes that can transform an empire's original character. As Roman influence gradually faded in Europe, new powers began to emerge. In the Eastern Mediterranean, the Byzantine Empire maintained Roman traditions while developing in new directions. In the West, the Frankish kingdom under Charlemagne briefly recreated something resembling imperial unity before fragmenting into feudal territories. In the Middle East and North Africa, Islamic caliphates established new forms of imperial organization drawing on Persian and Byzantine models. Eventually, European nations would develop their own imperial ambitions, looking beyond the continent to establish global connections. None would match Rome's longevity or its profound cultural impact on the territories it ruled. Yet all would be influenced by Roman examples of how to organize, govern, and maintain control over vast and diverse territories. On a small island off the northwestern edge of Europe, a nation that had once been a distant Roman province would develop its own approach to imperial power. Britain's path to global influence would look very different from Rome's. Instead of land armies and contiguous territories, it would build power through naval supremacy and far-flung colonies. Instead of directly ruling subject peoples, it would often govern through local elites and commercial partnerships. Water shaped Britain's destiny. Surrounded by seas on all sides, the British Isles developed in relative isolation from the European mainland. This island position protected Britain from many continental wars, but also created a people who looked to the water as both barrier and bridge. The sea became their highway, their defense, and eventually the foundation of their power. For centuries, Britain existed on the edge of the known world. The Romans conquered it, but never fully integrated it into their empire. After Rome retreated, waves of invaders came: Angles, Saxons, Vikings, and finally the Normans in 1066. Each group added to the cultural mix, but the island remained divided into competing kingdoms. Britain was a conquered land, not a conquering power. This changed gradually. By the 1500s, England had united much of the island under one crown. Under Queen Elizabeth I, English sailors began challenging Spanish dominance of the seas. Explorers like Francis Drake circumnavigated the globe. The defeat of the Spanish Armada in 1588 marked a turning point. England had proven it could defend its waters against the greatest naval power of the time. Early English overseas ventures were modest compared to what would follow. The first permanent English settlement in North America was established at Jamestown in 1607. The East India Company received its charter in 1600, beginning as a trading organization with limited outposts in Asia. These small beginnings contained the seeds of a global empire, but few could have predicted how vast it would become. Unlike Rome, which expanded through land conquest of adjacent territories, Britain built its empire through sea power and trading networks. The Royal Navy became the key to British imperial ambitions. As naval technology advanced, Britain invested heavily in ships, training, and bases around the world. Control of strategic locations like Gibraltar, Malta, and Singapore allowed British ships to dominate key shipping routes. Naval supremacy served multiple purposes. It protected Britain itself from invasion. It secured trade routes for British merchants. It allowed troops and supplies to be moved to distant colonies. It prevented rival European powers from threatening British interests. Without this command of the seas, a small island nation could never have controlled territories on every continent. Britain's approach to empire evolved over time. In North America, the British established settler colonies where British immigrants became the majority population. In the Caribbean, they created plantation colonies dependent on enslaved labor to produce sugar and other valuable crops. In India, they began with trading posts but gradually took direct control of vast territories. This flexibility allowed Britain to adapt its imperial strategy to different regions and circumstances. The 7 Years' War, 1756 to 1763, marked a crucial turning point. This global conflict pitted Britain against France for dominance in North America, the Caribbean, and India. Britain's victory dramatically expanded its overseas holdings. It gained control of Canada from France and consolidated its position in India. British power now extended across multiple continents, laying the groundwork for what would become the largest empire in world history. Despite this expansion, Britain soon faced a major setback. The American Revolution, beginning in 1775, resulted in the loss of 13 colonies that would become the United States. This defeat might have marked the beginning of imperial decline, but instead, Britain redirected its attention to other regions. It expanded in India, began colonizing Australia, and sought new opportunities in Africa and Asia. The pivotal moment in Britain's imperial story came with the Industrial Revolution. Beginning in the late 1700s, new technologies transformed manufacturing. Steam engines powered factories that could produce goods in unprecedented quantities. Mechanical looms revolutionized textile production. Iron and later steel could be produced more cheaply and in greater volumes than ever before. Britain led this industrial transformation, gaining a tremendous advantage over other nations. British factories could produce cloth, tools, and other goods more cheaply than traditional craftsmen anywhere in the world. This manufacturing superiority became a form of power itself. The ability to flood global markets with low-cost products that undermined local industries in other regions. The connection between industrialization and empire worked in both directions. Colonial possessions provided raw materials for British factories, cotton from India, and later the American South, timber from Canada, sugar from the Caribbean. These same colonies then offered markets for British manufactured goods. The empire became an integrated economic system with Britain at its center. This economic integration was supported by revolutionary changes in transportation and communication. Steam-powered ships reduced travel times and made voyages more predictable. Railways, first developed in Britain, were built throughout the empire, connecting ports to inland regions. The telegraph allowed messages to travel almost instantly across vast distances. These technologies helped Britain manage territories separated by thousands of miles of ocean. The Victorian era, named for Queen Victoria, who reigned from 1837 to 1901, saw the British Empire reach its height. During this period, Britain added vast territories in Africa and Asia to its holdings. The phrase "the empire on which the sun never sets" became literally true. British territories spanned so many time zones that when night fell in one colony, morning had already broken somewhere else in the empire. At its peak around 1920, the British Empire covered about 24% of Earth's total land area and ruled over 23% of the world's population. It included Canada, Australia, New Zealand, India, parts of Africa, islands in the Caribbean and Pacific, outposts in South America, and numerous strategically located ports and bases. No empire in history had ever been so geographically diverse or dispersed. Unlike Rome, which created a relatively unified culture across its territories, the British Empire encompassed extraordinary diversity. It included ancient civilizations like India, settler societies like Australia, and regions where European presence was minimal. It contained hundreds of languages, dozens of major religions, and countless cultural traditions. This diversity presented both challenges and opportunities for imperial governance. British approaches to ruling this vast empire varied widely. In some places, Britain established direct rule through colonial governors and officials. In others, it relied on indirect rule through local leaders who maintained their positions while answering to British authorities. In the White Dominions of Canada, Australia, New Zealand, and eventually South Africa, Britain granted significant self-government while maintaining ties through shared allegiance to the British Crown. India represented the crown jewel of the British Empire. The subcontinent had once been ruled by the Mughal Empire, but as that power declined, the British East India Company gradually expanded its control. After the Indian Rebellion of 1857, the British government took direct control, ruling through a complex system that maintained many local princes and traditions while centralizing ultimate authority in British hands. British rule in India transformed both the colony and the imperial power. Britain extracted tremendous wealth from India while investing in railways, irrigation systems, and government buildings. English became the language of administration and education for the Indian elite. British concepts of law and governance shaped Indian institutions. At the same time, Indian culture, religion, and products influenced British society, creating complex cultural exchanges. The British Empire was built partly on ideals, spreading Christianity, introducing British concepts of law and liberty, and bringing what the British saw as the benefits of their civilization to other peoples. These ideals coexisted uneasily with the realities of conquest, economic exploitation, and racial hierarchy. The tension between imperial rhetoric and imperial practice created persistent contradictions throughout the empire's history. One of the darkest aspects of British imperial expansion was its role in the transatlantic slave trade and the plantation system it supported. British ships transported millions of enslaved Africans to colonies in the Caribbean and North America. The wealth generated from slave labor contributed significantly to British economic development. Though Britain eventually led efforts to abolish the slave trade in 1807, and slavery itself in its colonies in 1833, the human suffering caused by this system represents an inescapable part of the imperial legacy. Economic exploitation took other forms as well. In many colonies, British authorities redirected agricultural production toward export crops rather than local food needs. They imposed taxes and labor requirements that disrupted traditional ways of life. They created economic systems that channeled profits to British investors and companies rather than supporting local development. These economic relationships often persisted even after formal colonial rule ended. Yet the empire also created new connections and opportunities. Railways, ports, and telegraph lines linked previously isolated regions. English became a common language across diverse territories. British educational institutions trained colonial subjects, who would later lead independence movements. People, ideas, and cultural practices moved around the empire in complex patterns, creating new hybrid identities and traditions. The spread of the English language represents one of the most profound and lasting impacts of British imperialism. Today, English serves as the primary global language for international business, science, aviation, and diplomacy. Approximately 1.5 billion people speak English, either as a first or second language. This linguistic legacy gives English-speaking countries, particularly the United States, as the successor to British power, significant advantages in global communication. British legal and political systems spread similarly. Common law traditions, parliamentary government, and independent judiciaries became models adopted in many former colonies. The Westminster system of parliamentary democracy, with its specific procedures and traditions, now operates in countries across the globe. Even when modified to fit local conditions, these institutions often retain recognizably British features. Cultural influences flowed in multiple directions. Sports developed in Britain, including soccer, cricket, rugby, and tennis, spread throughout the empire and beyond. British architectural styles appeared in government buildings from Ottawa to New Delhi. British literature, from Shakespeare to Dickens, became required reading in colonial schools. At the same time, foods, music, art, and ideas from the colonies gradually transformed British culture itself. The costs of empire fell unevenly on different populations. Indigenous peoples often faced displacement, resource loss, and cultural disruption. Local elites might benefit from new economic opportunities, while ordinary people bore heavy burdens. Women experienced imperial rule differently from men, sometimes finding new possibilities, and sometimes facing additional restrictions. These varied experiences make simple judgments about imperial impact impossible. World War I marked the beginning of a transformation in the British Empire. The conflict demonstrated both the empire's strength, as colonial troops fought alongside British forces, and its vulnerabilities. The war strained British resources and undermined confidence in European superiority. In its aftermath, nationalist movements gained strength in many colonies, beginning the long process of imperial dissolution. India led the way in challenging British rule. Under leaders like Mohandas Gandhi and Jawaharlal Nehru, the Indian independence movement developed new tactics of non-violent resistance. The British responded with a mix of concessions and repression, gradually granting more self-government while trying to maintain ultimate control. The struggle would continue for decades, culminating in independence and partition in 1947. World War II accelerated the process of imperial decline. Britain emerged from the conflict financially exhausted and dependent on American support. Colonial peoples who had fought against fascism returned home with new expectations for freedom and self-determination. Global opinion, including from the new superpowers the United States and Soviet Union, increasingly opposed traditional colonialism. These pressures made the empire increasingly difficult to maintain. The decades following World War II saw rapid decolonization across the British Empire. India and Pakistan gained independence in 1947, followed by other Asian colonies. African territories achieved independence throughout the 1950s and 1960s. By the mid-1970s, most of Britain's colonial possessions had become independent nations, though some small territories remained under British control. As the empire dissolved, Britain sought to maintain connections through the Commonwealth of Nations, an association of former colonies that recognized the British monarch as its symbolic head. The Commonwealth provided a forum for cooperation, trade, and cultural exchange, while acknowledging the independent status of its members. Though lacking the hard power of empire, this organization represented an attempt to preserve some of the networks and relationships imperialism had created. The legacy of British imperialism remains deeply contested. For some, the empire represented a civilizing force that spread beneficial institutions, technologies, and values around the world. For others, it embodied exploitation, racism, and cultural destruction that created lasting inequalities and conflicts. Most scholars now recognize that imperial impact included both constructive and destructive elements, with effects that varied widely across different regions and populations. This complex legacy appears in countless aspects of the modern world. Borders drawn by British officials, often with limited understanding of local conditions, still define nations and generate conflicts in regions from South Asia to the Middle East to Africa. Languages, legal systems, and political institutions, shaped by British influence, continue to function in former colonies. Economic relationships established during imperial rule often persisted after independence, creating ongoing dependencies. The British Empire also left psychological and cultural legacies that continue to shape identities and relationships. Former colonies struggle with questions about which aspects of imperial heritage to reject, modify, or embrace. Britain itself has grappled with its imperial past, alternately celebrating, ignoring, or critically examining this central aspect of its history. These conversations reflect the empire's enduring influence on how people understand themselves and their place in the world. As a model of imperial power, the British Empire differed significantly from Rome. Where Rome created a relatively unified culture across adjacent territories, Britain established a global network of diverse possessions. Where Rome integrated conquered peoples into a common identity, Britain maintained clearer distinctions between rulers and ruled. Where Rome built physical infrastructure like roads and aqueducts, Britain focused on commercial networks and financial systems. Yet both empires demonstrated how imperial power extends beyond military control. Both created lasting linguistic and cultural legacies that outlived their political structures. Both established legal and administrative systems that continued to function after imperial retreat. Both transformed the societies they ruled while being transformed themselves through contact with diverse peoples and traditions. As British power gradually declined in the 20th century, another empire was rising to global prominence. The United States, itself a former British colony, developed its own approach to international influence. American power would rely less on formal colonial control and more on economic, cultural, and military dominance. This shift represented not the end of imperial dynamics but their evolution into new forms appropriate to a changing world. In other parts of the world, different imperial traditions continued or emerged. The Soviet Union maintained control over Eastern Europe and Central Asia, creating what some called an empire by invitation through communist ideology and military power. China reclaimed its historical position as the dominant power in East Asia. Regional powers like Brazil, India, and South Africa exercised influence in their respective spheres. These developments suggest that imperial patterns, the concentration of power, the domination of weaker regions by stronger ones, the spread of cultural and economic influence beyond political borders, remain relevant even as their specific forms change. The British Empire may have disbanded, but the world it helped create continues to reflect imperial legacies. Looking back across centuries of British imperial history reveals important insights about how power operates on a global scale. Naval supremacy, technological advantage, control of trade routes, and cultural confidence all contributed to Britain's ability to govern territories far beyond its shores. These same factors in different forms continue to shape international relationships today. The British Empire also demonstrates both the possibilities and limitations of remote control. At its height, Britain managed to maintain authority over territories separated by thousands of miles of ocean. Yet this control was never complete or unchallenged. Local resistance, competing imperial powers, economic constraints, and changing values all limited what even the most powerful empire could achieve. Perhaps most significantly, the British imperial experience shows how power can outlast its formal political expressions. Long after the empire officially disbanded, British influence continued through language, law, education, sports, and countless other cultural forms. This persistence suggests that imperial power works most effectively not through force alone, but through reshaping how people understand themselves and their world. As British imperial power reached its zenith in the late 19th century, a very different kind of empire was emerging in Central Asia. The Mongol Empire had risen centuries earlier, creating the largest contiguous land empire in history through revolutionary military tactics and organizational genius. Though shorter lived than the Roman or British empires, the Mongol achievement represents one of history's most remarkable imperial stories. The wind swept across endless grasslands, bending the tall grass like waves on an ocean. This was the sea that shaped the Mongols, not water but open steppe stretching from horizon to horizon. Here, in one of the harshest environments on Earth, a people emerged who would create the largest contiguous land empire in human history. Life on the Mongolian steppe was defined by constant movement. Mongol nomads followed their herds of horses, sheep, goats, and yaks across seasonal pastures. They lived in portable homes called gurs, dome-shaped tents covered in felt that could be assembled or disassembled in an hour. Everything they owned needed to be carried on horseback. This nomadic existence created people who were tough, adaptable, and intimately connected to their environment. The horse stood at the center of Mongol life. Children learned to ride almost as soon as they could walk. Mongol riders became so skilled they could shoot arrows accurately while galloping at full speed. They developed a special saddle that allowed them to stand up while riding, giving them greater stability for shooting. The unique Mongol bow, a compact weapon with tremendous power, could pierce armor at distances that amazed their enemies. Before the 1200s, the Mongols existed as scattered tribes that frequently fought each other. They were just one of many nomadic peoples living on the vast Eurasian steppe, seen by settled civilizations in China, Central Asia, and the Middle East as barbarians beyond the borders of the civilized world. Few would have predicted that these scattered herders would soon build an empire reaching from Korea to Eastern Europe. The transformation began with one extraordinary leader. Born around 1162 CE, the boy who would later be known as Genghis Khan was originally named Temujin. His early life was marked by hardship and struggle. After his father was poisoned by rival tribesmen, his family was abandoned by their clan. Young Temujin, his mother, and his siblings survived by hunting, gathering wild plants, and fishing, living on the edge of survival in a harsh environment. This difficult childhood forged a leader of remarkable determination and vision. As Temujin grew to adulthood, he gradually built alliances, demonstrated military skill, and gathered followers. He understood something that no previous steppe leader had fully grasped: the Mongol tribes could become invincible if they stopped fighting each other and united against outside powers. Through a combination of strategic marriages, military victories, and personal charisma, Temujin eventually united the Mongol tribes. In 1206, a great assembly of Mongol chiefs declared him Genghis Khan, which means universal ruler. This moment marked the birth of the Mongol Empire and the beginning of one of history's most remarkable military expansions. Genghis Khan completely reorganized Mongol society. He replaced the old tribal structure with a decimal system based on military units. Warriors were organized into groups of 10 Arban, 100 Jagan, 1,000 Mingan, and 10,000 Tumen. This system cut across old tribal loyalties, creating a new structure directly loyal to the Khan. It served as both a military organization and an administrative framework for the entire society. Perhaps most revolutionary was Genghis Khan's approach to talent and loyalty. Unlike most medieval rulers who relied on family and nobility, he promoted people based on their abilities regardless of their background. A former enemy who proved loyal might receive greater honors than a mediocre relative. A shepherd who showed military genius could rise to command thousands. This meritocratic system gave the Mongols access to the best minds and talents available. With this reorganized society, Genghis Khan began campaigns of conquest that would astound the world. The Mongol military machine represented something entirely new. Their light cavalry could cover vast distances quickly, appearing where enemies least expected them. They mastered the tactics of feigned retreat, luring opponents into traps. They developed sophisticated siege technologies for attacking walled cities. Their intelligence networks gathered detailed information about enemies before attacks began. The first major campaign targeted the Jin dynasty, which ruled northern China. Between 1211 and 1215, Mongol armies overcame Chinese forces that outnumbered them and were far more technologically advanced. They captured Beijing in 1215, giving them control of northern China. This victory demonstrated that the Mongols could defeat not just other nomadic peoples, but the greatest settled civilizations of their time. Genghis Khan then turned westward towards Central Asia. The wealthy cities of Transoxiana and Khwarezm in modern Uzbekistan, Tajikistan, and Turkmenistan represented tempting targets. When the ruler of Khwarezm executed Mongol ambassadors, Genghis Khan responded with a campaign of unprecedented destruction. City after city fell to Mongol forces. Centers of Islamic learning and culture that had flourished for centuries were reduced to ruins. By the time of Genghis Khan's death in 1227, the Mongol Empire stretched from the Pacific Ocean to the Caspian Sea. In just 2 decades, a previously obscure nomadic people had conquered more territory than the Roman Empire accumulated in centuries, and the expansion was far from finished. Genghis Khan's sons and grandsons continued his work of conquest. Ugaday Khan, his third son and chosen successor, launched new campaigns into Eastern Europe, the Middle East, and southern China. Möngke Khan, a grandson, organized simultaneous invasions of southern Song China, Vietnam, Syria, and Iraq. Kublai Khan, another grandson, completed the conquest of China and established the Yuan dynasty, ruling as a Chinese emperor while maintaining his Mongol identity. At its height in the late 13th century, the Mongol Empire stretched from Korea to Hungary, from Siberia to Tibet. It encompassed approximately 22% of Earth's total land area and ruled over an estimated 100 million people. Never before or since has a single political entity controlled such a vast contiguous territory. Within this immense realm, dozens of former kingdoms, sultanates, and khanates now answered to Mongol rulers. What made this expansion possible was the Mongols' revolutionary approach to warfare. Their armies moved with a speed that seemed supernatural to their enemies. A Mongol force could travel up to 100 miles per day, when moving at full speed several times what other medieval armies could manage. Each warrior had several horses, switching between them to prevent any single mount from becoming exhausted. Mongol military intelligence gathered detailed information about the lands they planned to invade. They sent merchants and spies ahead to learn about terrain, resources, political divisions, and military capabilities. Before attacking a new region, Mongol commanders often knew more about it than many of its own rulers did. This information allowed them to plan campaigns with remarkable precision. Psychological warfare played a crucial role in Mongol conquests. They deliberately cultivated a reputation for unstoppable ferocity, ensuring that stories of cities that resisted and were destroyed spread widely. At the same time, they offered generous terms to those who surrendered without fighting. This combination of terror and mercy presented their enemies with a clear choice: submit and live under Mongol rule, or resist and face annihilation. The most famous Mongol tactic was the feigned retreat. Mongol forces would attack, then apparently break and flee in disorder. When enemy forces pursued, believing they had won, the Mongols would lead them into a prepared ambush where hidden forces would attack from multiple directions. This tactic worked repeatedly even against enemies who had heard about it, because the Mongol retreat appeared so convincing. Against walled cities, the Mongols showed remarkable adaptability. Initially lacking siege technology, they quickly learned from engineers and artisans captured in China and the Middle East. They employed catapults, trebuchets, and other machines to break down city walls. They diverted rivers to flood cities or deprive them of water. They used prisoners as human shields and forced labor. These techniques made even the strongest fortifications vulnerable. The conquests brought suffering on an enormous scale. Cities that resisted were often destroyed completely, their populations killed or enslaved. Some estimates suggest that Mongol campaigns may have reduced the global human population by as much as 11%. The destruction of irrigation systems in parts of Central Asia and the Middle East led to agricultural decline that took centuries to reverse. Ancient centers of learning and culture vanished forever, yet conquest was only the beginning of the Mongol imperial story. Once territories were under their control, the Mongols faced a new challenge. How could a small population of nomadic herders govern vast regions with diverse populations and sophisticated civilizations? Their answer revealed the same adaptability that had made their military campaigns so successful. Rather than imposing nomadic customs on settled populations, the Mongols adopted many local governance practices while maintaining ultimate authority. They used existing administrative structures and personnel, particularly in China and Persia. They recruited talented individuals from conquered peoples to serve as officials, tax collectors, and administrators. They learned from the civilizations they conquered, adapting successful practices for their own purposes. Religious tolerance became a hallmark of Mongol rule. While the Mongols themselves followed shamanic traditions, they allowed all religions to practice freely within their territories. Genghis Khan exempted religious leaders from taxes. Mongol rulers consulted not just shamans but Buddhist monks, Muslim imams, Christian priests, and Taoist masters. This tolerance created possibilities for religious exchange across Eurasia and prevented the religious conflicts that plagued many medieval societies. The most significant achievement of the Mongol Empire was the Pax Mongolica, the Mongol peace. Once their conquests were complete, the Mongols used their military power to create unprecedented security across Eurasia. Caravans could travel safely along the Silk Road from China to the Mediterranean without the constant threat of bandit attacks. Merchants moved goods across thousands of miles without having to pay countless local tolls and bribes. A merchant could travel from Venice to China and expect the same laws and protection throughout the journey. This security transformed trade across Eurasia. Goods that had previously been rare luxuries became more widely available. Chinese silks and ceramics appeared in European markets. Middle Eastern glass and textiles traveled to East Asia. Indian spices reached new customers across the continent. Gold, silver, and precious gems moved along with everyday goods like cotton, furs, and leather. Even more significant was the movement of ideas and technologies. Paper money, first developed in China, spread westward under Mongol rule. Printing technology traveled similar paths. Gunpowder, another Chinese invention, eventually transformed warfare in Europe and the Middle East. Medical knowledge from the Islamic world reached China, while Chinese medical practices spread westward. Astronomical instruments and mathematical concepts moved from culture to culture along Mongol-protected routes. The Mongols created an early form of international postal system called the Yam. Stone relay stations were established approximately 25 miles apart across the empire. Each station maintained fresh horses, supplies, and accommodations for official messengers. Using this system, information could travel at unprecedented speeds across the empire. A message could go from the Mongol capital at Karakoram to the edges of the empire in just weeks rather than months. This communication network served both practical and strategic purposes. It allowed rulers to receive information quickly from distant provinces and send commands to far-flung armies. It facilitated the movement of officials, merchants, and travelers throughout the empire. Perhaps most significantly, it connected distant cultures that had previously had only minimal contact with each other. The Mongol Empire also facilitated unprecedented cultural exchange. The Yuan court in China employed people from across Eurasia, Persian astronomers, European adventurers, Tibetan monks, Arab physicians, artists, craftspeople, and scholars traveled throughout the empire, spreading techniques and ideas. Architectural styles, musical instruments, culinary practices, and artistic motifs moved along the same routes as goods and technologies. Marco Polo's famous journey to China, where he reportedly served at Kublai Khan's court for nearly 2 decades, represents just one example of these new connections. Though some details of his account may be exaggerated, his experience reflects the new possibilities for travel and cultural exchange that the Mongol Empire created. Similar journeys by less famous travelers contributed to a growing awareness of the wider world in both East and West. Despite these achievements, the Mongol Empire faced significant challenges. The vast territory proved difficult to manage, especially as the original unity of purpose weakened among Genghis Khan's descendants. By the mid-13th century, the empire had divided into 4 main khanates: the Great Khanate in Mongolia and China, the Chagatai Khanate in Central Asia, the Ilkhanate in Persia and the Middle East, and the Golden Horde in Russia and Eastern Europe. These divisions initially maintained cooperation, but gradually the khanates became increasingly independent and sometimes fought each other. Succession disputes became common, with different branches of Genghis Khan's family competing for power. The original Mongol identity began to blur as rulers adopted local customs, married into local elites, and converted to local religions, particularly Islam in the Western khanates. Environmental and biological factors also challenged Mongol rule. The Black Death, which may have originated in China or Central Asia, spread along the trade routes the Mongols had made more active. This devastating pandemic killed millions across Eurasia in the mid-14th century, disrupting economies and undermining political stability. Climate changes, including cooling in some regions, affected agricultural production and nomadic herding patterns. By the late 14th century, the Mongol Empire had largely dissolved. The Yuan dynasty in China fell to the native Ming dynasty in 1368. The Ilkhanate in Persia had already disintegrated into smaller states. The Golden Horde fragmented into competing khanate in Russia. Only in Central Asia did Mongol rule persist longer, though even there it was increasingly shaped by Islamic rather than traditional Mongol culture. The relatively short lifespan of the Mongol Empire, lasting less than 2 centuries, as a unified entity, raises important questions about imperial power. The Mongols excelled at conquest but struggled with long-term governance. They created amazing connections across Eurasia, but could not sustain the unified authority needed to maintain them. They adapted to settled civilizations, but in doing so often lost their distinct Mongol identity. Yet the impact of the Mongol Empire extended far beyond its political lifetime. The connections it established between East and West continued long after Mongol rule ended. Technologies and ideas that spread during the Pax Mongolica transformed societies across Eurasia. Political boundaries and ethnic distributions, reshaped by Mongol conquests, persist in many regions today. The very concept of Asian identity was partly shaped by the experience of Mongol rule. Perhaps most significantly, The Mongol Empire helped end the isolation between Eastern and Western civilizations. Before the Mongols, China, the Islamic world, and Europe existed as largely separate spheres with limited contact. After the Mongols, these civilizations remained connected, even as the political structures that had united them dissolved. The age of global interaction that eventually produced our modern interconnected world began, in many ways, with the unprecedented connections the Mongols created. The story of the Mongol Empire reveals something profound about imperial power. Military might can conquer vast territories with astounding speed, but sustaining control requires different skills, administrative systems, cultural adaptability, and institutional structures that can survive beyond the charismatic founders. The Mongols mastered the first challenge but struggled with the second, creating an empire that blazed across history with unprecedented brightness but relatively brief duration. This pattern contrasts with other imperial models. Rome built power slowly but created institutions that lasted for centuries. The British Empire expanded gradually through commercial networks before establishing political control. These approaches lacked the dramatic speed of Mongol conquest but proved more durable over time. Each imperial system faced the same fundamental challenge: how to maintain control over diverse peoples and territories, but solved it in different ways. The Mongol impact on world history can be seen in countless areas. Their conquests reshaped the political geography of Eurasia, destroying some ancient states and creating conditions for new ones to emerge. Russia's development was profoundly shaped by centuries of Mongol rule. Central Asian societies still reflect Mongol influence in their languages, customs, and self-understanding. China's boundaries, ethnic composition, and historical consciousness all bear the marks of the Yuan dynasty. Less visible but equally important was the Mongol role in creating a more connected world. The transportation and communication networks they established, the technologies they helped spread, and the cross-cultural awareness they fostered represented a critical step toward global interconnection. When European maritime empires later created their own global networks, they built upon foundations the Mongols had established. The Mongol Empire also demonstrates how imperial systems can transform their creators as much as the peoples they conquer. As Mongol rulers governed settled populations, they gradually adopted many of the customs, religions, and governmental practices of those they ruled. Kublai Khan became a Chinese emperor. Ilkhanate rulers converted to Islam. Golden Horde leaders incorporated Russian and Turkic elements into their culture. This transformation reflects a pattern seen in many imperial projects. The conquerors themselves are changed through contact with the conquered. As Mongol power gradually faded in the 14th and 15th centuries, new imperial models emerged to replace it. In the East, the Ming dynasty reasserted Chinese control while maintaining many connections the Mongols had established. In Central Asia, Timur Tamerlane briefly recreated something resembling the Mongol Empire through similar tactics of conquest. In Russia, the growing power of Moscow built upon administrative structures established during Mongol rule. In the regions where the Ilkhanate had ruled, roughly modern Iran, Iraq, and parts of Turkey, a new power was rising that would establish the next great Eurasian empire. The Ottoman Turks, originally a small tribe from Central Asia, began building a state that would eventually control much of the Middle East, North Africa, and southeastern Europe. The Ottoman Empire would become one of history's most enduring imperial systems, lasting from the late 13th century until the early 20th century. Unlike the Mongols, who emerged suddenly on the world stage as conquerors, the Ottomans built their empire gradually over centuries. Their approach to imperial power combined elements from Byzantine, Persian, and Islamic traditions with their own innovations. Where the Mongol Empire represented a brilliant but brief flash of conquest, the Ottoman Empire demonstrated how imperial structures could adapt and endure across many generations. The smell of spices filled the air, voices called out in a dozen languages, haggling over silks from China, coffee from Yemen, furs from Russia. Sunlight filtered through the domed ceiling, illuminating the endless rows of shops stretching in all directions. This was the Grand Bazaar of Istanbul, heart of the Ottoman Empire, where East met West, and cultures blended into something entirely new. Unlike the Mongol Empire that exploded across Asia in a single generation, the Ottoman Empire grew slowly from humble beginnings. Its story starts with a small Turkish tribe, led by a man named Osman, who established a tiny state in northwestern Anatolia around 1299. From this modest origin would emerge one of the most enduring empires in history, lasting more than 600 years until its final dissolution in 1922. The Ottoman Turks originally came from Central Asia, part of the larger Turkic migrations that had been reshaping the Middle East for centuries. They were Muslims who settled in Anatolia, modern Turkey, as the Byzantine Empire, the eastern continuation of the Roman Empire, gradually lost control of the region. The frontier between Byzantine Christianity and the advancing Muslim world became a place of both conflict and exchange, where warriors and merchants, farmers and craftsmen created new cultural forms. Osman and his followers began as Ghazis, frontier warriors motivated by a mixture of religious zeal and opportunities for conquest. They raided Byzantine territories, gradually expanding their control and attracting more followers. As they captured Byzantine towns and fortresses, they incorporated both Turkish migrants and local populations into their growing state. From the beginning, the Ottomans showed remarkable flexibility in adapting Byzantine administrative practices while maintaining their Turkish and Islamic identity. The early Ottoman state grew through a combination of strategic marriages, alliances with other Turkish groups, and military victories. Osman's son Orhan captured the important Byzantine city of Bursa in 1326, making it the first Ottoman capital. By controlling key routes between the Black Sea and Mediterranean, the Ottomans positioned themselves to benefit from trade while expanding their territory. A critical moment came in 1354 when the Ottomans established their first permanent settlement in Europe at Gallipoli. This foothold on the European continent marked the beginning of Ottoman expansion into the Balkans. Over the next decades, Ottoman forces advanced into what are now Greece, Bulgaria, and Serbia, exploiting divisions among Christian states and building alliances with local populations. The Ottoman advance seemed unstoppable until it met a powerful resistance in the form of Timur Tamerlane, a Central Asian conqueror who sought to rebuild the Mongol Empire. At the Battle of Ankara in 1402, Timur's forces defeated the Ottomans and captured Sultan Bayezid Imward. This defeat temporarily shattered Ottoman power and might have ended their imperial story. Instead, it became a momentary setback in a much longer journey. After a period known as the Ottoman Interregnum, when Bayezid's sons fought for control, Mehmed reunited the empire and began rebuilding. His son Murad II continued the expansion, defeating Christian coalitions and strengthening the central government. By the mid-15th century, the Ottomans had not only recovered from their defeat, but were stronger than before, poised for their greatest conquest. Constantinople, the magnificent capital of the Byzantine Empire, had stood as a symbol of Christian civilization for more than 1,000 years. Though its power had faded, its massive walls had repelled numerous sieges throughout history. In 1453, the young Sultan Mehmed II, known as the Conqueror, was determined to make the city his own. Mehmed assembled an army of around 80,000 men and a fleet to blockade the city by sea. Most importantly, he employed massive cannons designed by a Hungarian engineer named Urban, some of the largest artillery pieces ever created at that time. For 53 days, Ottoman forces bombarded Constantinople's legendary walls. On May 29, 1453, they finally broke through, and the last Byzantine emperor, Constantine XI, died fighting as his city fell. The conquest of Constantinople, which the Ottomans would rename Istanbul, transformed the Ottoman state into a true empire straddling Europe and Asia. Mehmed II carefully preserved much of the city, repopulating it with people from across his territories and restoring its position as one of the world's great urban centers. The great church of Hagia Sophia was converted into a mosque, symbolizing the Islamic character of the new regime while preserving the Byzantine architectural wonder. Under Mehmed II and his successors, Bayezid II and Selim III, the Ottoman Empire continued to expand in both Europe and Asia. The Ottomans defeated Venice, the leading maritime power in the Mediterranean, in a series of wars. They conquered Syria, Egypt, and the holy cities of Mecca and Medina, making the Ottoman Sultan the protector of Islam's holiest sites and the successor to the Caliphate, the spiritual leadership of Sunni Islam. The Ottoman Empire reached its zenith under Suleiman I, known as the Magnificent or the Lawgiver, who ruled from 1520 to 1566. His reign marked the high point of Ottoman military power, cultural achievement, and international prestige. Ottoman forces advanced deep into Central Europe, laying siege to Vienna in 1529. They dominated the Mediterranean, challenging Spanish and Portuguese naval power. They controlled trade routes connecting Europe, Asia, and Africa. Suleiman was more than a conqueror. He reformed the Ottoman legal system, patronized artists and architects, and transformed Istanbul with magnificent buildings designed by his chief architect, Sinan. The Süleymaniye Mosque complex, with its schools, hospitals, and public kitchens, represents the pinnacle of Ottoman architecture. Under Suleiman's rule, Ottoman culture reached its most sophisticated expression, blending Turkish, Persian, Arabic, and European influences. At its height in the 16th and 17th centuries, the Ottoman Empire controlled a vast territory, including most of southeastern Europe, parts of Central Europe, the Middle East, and North Africa. From Hungary to Yemen, from Algeria to the borders of Iran, diverse peoples lived under Ottoman rule. Unlike many empires that expanded and collapsed rapidly, the Ottomans maintained control over their core territories for centuries, creating one of history's most durable imperial systems. What made this longevity possible? The Ottoman military system certainly played a crucial role. The empire's armies combined different types of forces: cavalry from the Turkish aristocracy, infantry recruited from the provinces, and most famously, the Janissary Corps, an elite infantry force composed of Christian children taken from their families and raised as Muslim soldiers loyal to the Sultan. The Janissary system, known as Devshirme, represented a unique approach to creating military and administrative elites. Young Christian boys from the Balkans were selected, converted to Islam, and given extensive training. Some became soldiers in the Janissary Corps, while others received education for government service. This system allowed the Ottomans to identify talent regardless of background and create officials whose primary loyalty was to the Sultan rather than to family or local interests. Ottoman military strength also came from technological innovation. They were among the first states to fully embrace gunpowder weapons, developing effective artillery and firearms. Ottoman cannon founders created some of the largest guns in the world at the time. By the mid-16th century, the Janissaries had become one of the first infantry forces to use firearms as their primary weapons, giving them advantages over opponents still relying on traditional weapons. Beyond military force, the Ottoman administrative system contributed significantly to imperial stability. The empire was divided into provinces called sanjaks, grouped into larger units called eyaletts, each governed by officials appointed by the central government. Local administration often incorporated existing elites and practices, allowing for regional variation while maintaining ultimate control from Istanbul. The millet system represented another innovative approach to governing a diverse population. Rather than forcing uniformity, the Ottomans organized non-Muslim subjects into semi-autonomous communities based on religious identity. Greeks, Armenians, Jews, and other groups managed their own religious affairs, family law, and education under their own religious leaders. This arrangement provided non-Muslims with protection and limited autonomy while maintaining the Islamic character of the state. Religious tolerance, at least by the standards of the time, became a hallmark of Ottoman governance. Though non-Muslims paid a special tax called the jizya and faced certain restrictions, they generally practiced their faiths freely. Jews expelled from Spain and Portugal in the late 15th century found refuge in Ottoman territories, establishing thriving communities in cities like Thessaloniki and Istanbul. Christian communities maintained their churches, monasteries, and religious practices throughout the empire. This relatively tolerant approach created what some historians have called Ottoman cosmopolitanism, urban cultures where different religious and ethnic groups lived side by side, engaged in trade and cultural exchange, and developed hybrid artistic and architectural forms. Cities like Istanbul, Aleppo, and Cairo featured neighborhoods where Muslims, Christians, and Jews lived in close proximity, each maintaining distinct identities while participating in shared urban life. Ottoman economic power rested on control of key trade routes between Europe, Asia, and Africa. Istanbul sat astride the Bosporus, the narrow strait connecting the Black Sea and Mediterranean. Ottoman territories included major ports like Alexandria, Beirut, and Tunis. Merchants from Venice, Genoa, France, England, and other European powers established commercial presences in Ottoman cities, paying taxes that filled imperial treasuries. Agricultural production formed the foundation of Ottoman wealth. The empire controlled some of the most fertile lands in the Middle East, North Africa, and southeastern Europe. From Egyptian cotton to Anatolian wheat, from Balkan livestock to Syrian olive oil, the diversity of Ottoman territories created a rich internal market and generated products for export. Tax revenue from agriculture provided the financial resources needed to maintain the military and bureaucracy. Cultural production flourished under Ottoman patronage. Calligraphers developed distinctive styles for writing the Quran and official documents. Miniature painters created detailed illustrations for manuscripts. Ceramic artists produced the famous Iznik tiles that decorated mosques and palaces. Musicians developed complex compositions performed at court. Poets wrote in Turkish, Persian, and Arabic, creating a multilingual literary culture. Architecture perhaps best expressed Ottoman imperial identity. The great architect Sinan and his successors created a distinctive Ottoman style, characterized by massive central domes, slender minarets, and harmonious proportions. The skyline of Istanbul, dominated by the domes and minarets of imperial mosques, visually proclaimed Ottoman power and Islamic faith. Beyond religious buildings, the Ottomans constructed palaces, caravanserai, traveler hostels, bridges, fountains, and bathhouses throughout their territories. The Ottoman imperial household itself represented a unique institution. The Sultan ruled from the Topkapi Palace in Istanbul, where the imperial harem, the women's quarters, played a crucial role in politics and succession. The Sultan's mother, known as the Valide Sultan, often wielded enormous influence. Wives and concubines competed to advance their sons' interests. This system created complex court politics, but also provided avenues for women to exercise power behind the scenes. For centuries, the Ottoman Empire stood as a major world power, rivaling and sometimes surpassing the European states that would later establish global colonial empires. Yet by the late 17th century, signs of relative decline began to appear. The empire stopped expanding and began losing territory in wars with European powers. Internal reforms did not keep pace with European military, economic, and technological developments. The turning point came with the failed siege of Vienna in 1683. Ottoman forces attempted to capture the Habsburg capital but were defeated by a coalition of European armies. This defeat marked the beginning of a long, slow Ottoman retreat from Central Europe. Over the next 2 centuries, the empire would lose territory in peace treaties following unsuccessful wars, gradually shrinking from its maximum extent. This period of retreat and reform revealed both the weaknesses and remarkable adaptability of the Ottoman system. As European powers developed new military technologies and tactics, the Ottomans struggled to keep pace. The Janissaries, once the world's most effective infantry, became a conservative force resistant to change. The traditional land grant system that had supported the cavalry declined as the empire stopped expanding. Yet the Ottoman Empire survived challenges that destroyed many other states. When Napoleon invaded Egypt in 1798, the Ottomans eventually regained control. When Greece fought for independence in the 1820s, the empire lost territory but did not collapse. When nationalist movements spread across the Balkans in the 19th century, the Ottomans maintained their core territories in Anatolia and the Arab provinces. This resilience came partly from a series of reform efforts attempting to modernize the empire while maintaining its essential character. The Tanzimat reforms of the mid-19th century reorganized the military, education system, and legal codes along European lines. New schools trained doctors, engineers, and administrators. Telegraph lines connected distant provinces. Railroads began to replace camel caravans for transportation. These changes transformed Ottoman society and created new tensions. Traditional religious scholars often resisted reforms they saw as threatening Islamic identity. Ethnic minorities developed nationalist aspirations influenced by European ideas. Different visions of the empire's future competed. Should it become more like European nation-states, maintain its Islamic character, or develop some new synthesis? The Young Turk Revolution of 1908 brought to power reformers determined to save the empire through modernization and constitutional government. However, they faced immense challenges from external threats and internal divisions. The Balkan Wars of 1912 to 1913 cost the empire nearly all its remaining European territories. When World War I began in 1914, the Ottoman leadership allied with Germany, hoping a victory would allow them to regain lost territories and resist European imperialism. Instead, the war brought final dissolution. Ottoman forces fought effectively on multiple fronts against Russia, Britain, and France, but the empire lacked the resources for a prolonged global conflict. Arab provinces saw revolts encouraged by the British. Allied forces advanced from Egypt and Mesopotamia. After 4 years of fighting, the Ottoman Empire surrendered in October 1918. The peace settlement attempted to divide former Ottoman territories among the victorious powers. Greek forces occupied western Anatolia. French and British mandates were established in Syria, Lebanon, Palestine, and Mesopotamia. Italian troops landed on Turkey's Mediterranean coast. The Sultan's government in Istanbul, under Allied occupation, accepted these harsh terms. From these desperate circumstances emerged a nationalist resistance led by Mustafa Kemal, later known as Ataturk, an Ottoman military officer who refused to accept the empire's dismemberment. Between 1919 and 1922, nationalist forces fought the Greek army and resisted Allied plans for partition. Their victory led to the abolition of the Sultanate and the establishment of the Republic of Turkey as a nation-state in Anatolia and eastern Thrace. The Ottoman imperial story thus ended with transformation rather than simple collapse. Turkey inherited the central lands and many institutions of the empire, but reimagined itself as a secular nation-state rather than a multi-ethnic, multi-religious realm. Former provinces became separate states, some achieving independence, others falling under European colonial control before gaining freedom later in the 20th century. The legacy of the Ottoman Empire continues to shape the modern Middle East, North Africa, and southeastern Europe. National borders largely reflect Ottoman administrative divisions and subsequent European interventions. Legal systems combine Ottoman, European, and local traditions. Urban layouts, architectural monuments, and cultural practices across the region bear Ottoman influences. Even national cuisines reflect the movement of foods and cooking techniques during the Ottoman period. More subtly, the Ottoman experience continues to influence how people in the region understand politics, identity, and international relations. For some, the empire represents a lost golden age of Islamic power and relative harmony among religious groups. For others, it symbolizes alien rule that delayed national development. For many, it offers historical examples of how diverse populations can coexist within shared political frameworks. As an imperial model, the Ottoman Empire presents interesting contrast with other great empires. Unlike the Mongols, who conquered rapidly but ruled briefly, the Ottomans built power gradually and maintained it for centuries. Unlike the Romans, who spread a relatively uniform cultural model across their territories, the Ottomans preserved local diversity while providing an overarching imperial framework. Unlike the British, who governed many possessions remotely across oceans, the Ottomans created a contiguous realm where influence spread outward from the imperial center. The Ottoman approach to imperial rule demonstrated remarkable durability. By adapting institutions and practices from Byzantine, Persian, Arab, and Turkish traditions, they created a flexible system that could evolve over time. By balancing central control with local autonomy, they managed diverse populations without requiring complete cultural assimilation. By positioning themselves as both Islamic rulers and pragmatic governors of mixed populations, they legitimized their authority to different constituencies. Perhaps most significantly, the Ottoman Empire functioned as a bridge between worlds. Located at the crossroads of Europe, Asia, and Africa, it facilitated exchange of goods, ideas, and people across these regions. Istanbul served simultaneously as the last great city of the medieval Mediterranean world and the first modern city connecting Europe and the Middle East. Ottoman diplomatic relations spanned from Morocco to India, from Russia to East Africa. This bridging function became particularly important as European powers began their global expansion. The Ottomans were neither fully colonized like much of Asia and Africa, nor fully independent like the major European powers. They existed as a third possibility, a non-Western empire that adopted elements of European modernity while maintaining its distinct identity. This example influenced anti-colonial thinkers and movements throughout the Islamic world and beyond. As European empires expanded in the 19th century, the Ottoman Empire remained the most significant independent Muslim state, claiming religious leadership of the Islamic world while engaging with European diplomatic systems. Ottoman sultans attempted to rally Muslims globally against European colonialism, while simultaneously participating in European international conferences and treaties. This dual position created both opportunities and contradictions. The final years of the Ottoman Empire coincided with the height of European imperialism, creating a world dominated by imperial systems with different origins, structures, and legitimizing principles. The British Empire expanded through naval power and commercial networks. The Russian Empire pushed across Asia through military conquest and settlement. The Ottoman Empire maintained its position through a combination of Islamic legitimacy administrative flexibility, and strategic alliances. These different imperial models offered alternative visions of how diverse populations could be organized into larger political units. The Ottoman millet system, with its recognition of religious community autonomy, differed fundamentally from both Russian attempts at cultural assimilation and British approaches to indirect rule. Each empire developed its own solutions to the basic challenge of governing diverse peoples across large territories. In many ways, the world created by these competing empires still shapes our present. International borders, legal systems, educational institutions, architectural styles, and cultural identities across much of the globe reflect imperial legacies. The challenges of managing diversity within political units, balancing central authority with local autonomy, and creating legitimate governance across cultural differences remain relevant, even as empires have given way to nation-states and international organizations. The Ottoman case particularly highlights the complexity of imperial legacies. In regions once ruled by the Ottomans, people continue to debate whether the empire represented an imposing foreign power whose dissolution allowed authentic national development, or a relatively benign system whose tolerance and flexibility offered advantages over what followed. These debates reflect broader questions about how we evaluate imperial power and its lasting impacts. As the Ottoman Empire declined in the late 19th and early 20th centuries, the global balance of power shifted decisively toward industrialized European states and their overseas possessions. The British Empire reached its maximum extent, incorporating territories on every continent. New imperial powers like Germany, Japan, and the United States established their own colonial possessions. The age of European global dominance reached its peak. Tonight on Digging into History, we journey through the minds of revolutionary giants who changed the world forever. From Washington's moral courage to Lenin's ruthless vision, from Bolivar's dream of a unified continent to Gandhi's revolutionary nonviolence, discover how different paths to power shaped our modern world. Let me know in the comments where you're watching from and what time it is in your corner of the world. Now, dim the lights, find your most comfortable spot, and prepare to be transported across centuries of struggle, sacrifice, and transformation. The revolutionary journey begins now. The mist hung low over the Potomac River on that winter morning, just as it had done countless times before. But on this day, something was different. The air itself seemed to carry the weight of history, for a man was about to change the course of a nation. A tall figure stood at the edge of his estate, gazing across the waters of his beloved Virginia. This was George Washington, a man who never sought power, but whose destiny was intertwined with the birth of a new nation. Long before he became the father of a country, young George learned the value of duty and honor in the wilderness of colonial America. Born to a moderately wealthy family of planters in 1732, he did not have the formal education many of his peers enjoyed. Instead, his classroom was the expansive Virginia frontier, where he learned to survey land, negotiate with frontier settlers, and navigate the complex relationships between colonists and Native American tribes. These early experiences shaped a practical mind, one that valued action over endless debate. The wilderness taught Washington patience and resilience. As a young surveyor, he would spend weeks in untamed territories, mapping the land that would one day form parts of a new nation. Under the open sky, with only the stars as his ceiling, he developed the calm determination that would later serve him when facing impossible odds. The natural world was his first teacher, and its lessons of endurance would echo throughout his life. When war broke out between the British and French over control of North American territories, Washington eagerly joined the colonial militia. Though only 22 years old, he was given the rank of lieutenant colonel and sent into the dangerous frontier to confront French forces. It was here, in what became known as the French and Indian War, that Washington first tasted both the bitter defeat of military failure and the weight of leadership. During one particularly disastrous campaign, Washington and his men were forced to surrender to French forces at Fort Necessity. This humbling experience taught the young officer a crucial lesson about the realities of warfare and the high cost of poor preparation. Rather than breaking his spirit, These early setbacks forged a more cautious, thoughtful leader who understood that victory required more than just courage. It demanded strategy, foresight, and careful planning. The years that followed saw Washington transform from an ambitious young colonial officer to a respected planter and member of Virginia society. He married Martha Custis, a wealthy widow, and settled into what he hoped would be a peaceful life managing their combined estates at Mount Vernon. His days were filled with the challenges of agriculture and commerce, overseeing the plantation's operations and experimenting with new farming techniques. In these quiet years, Washington might have remained simply a prosperous colonial gentleman, had history not called him to a different path. As tensions grew between Great Britain and her American colonies, Washington found himself increasingly troubled by British policies. The taxes imposed after the costly French and Indian War struck him as unfair, especially since colonists had no representation in the British Parliament that enacted these laws. Washington was no firebrand revolutionary. His concerns grew slowly, rooted in his practical sense of fairness rather than abstract political philosophy. When delegates from the 13 colonies gathered in Philadelphia for the First Continental Congress in 1774, Washington attended as a representative from Virginia. Dressed in his militia uniform, he made a powerful silent statement about his readiness to defend colonial rights with force if necessary. Though he spoke rarely during the proceedings, his presence carried immense weight. Here was a man who embodied the quiet dignity and resolve of the American cause. Events moved quickly after that first gathering. Battles erupted at Lexington and Concord, turning political disagreement into armed conflict. When the Second Continental Congress met in May 1775, the delegates faced an urgent question. Who would lead their hastily assembled army against the might of the British Empire? Many eyes turned toward the tall Virginian who once again wore his military uniform to the proceedings. Washington's appointment as Commander-in-Chief of the Continental Army came not just because of his military experience, which was limited compared to some other candidates. Rather, it reflected the deep trust others placed in his character. His fellow Virginian delegate Patrick Henry captured the sentiment of many when he described Washington as a man who combined sound judgment with unwavering integrity. Perhaps most importantly, delegates from all colonies could agree on Washington, making him a unifying figure for their fragile alliance. When Washington arrived to take command of the American forces camped around Boston in July 1775, he found not a professional army but a collection of local militias, farmers, shopkeepers, and tradesmen who had left their homes to fight for their rights. They lacked training, discipline, and essential supplies. Some didn't even have muskets. The British forces they faced were the most professional military in the world, backed by the resources of a global empire. Any reasonable assessment would have concluded that the American cause was hopeless. Yet Washington set about transforming this ragtag assembly into something resembling an army. He established chains of command, enforced discipline, and began the long process of creating military units that could stand against British regulars. His personal dignity and unwavering commitment inspired confidence in officers and ordinary soldiers alike. The war that followed tested Washington's resolve in ways few leaders have ever experienced. After initial successes forcing the British to evacuate Boston, the Continental Army suffered a string of devastating defeats. New York fell to British forces, and Washington's army barely escaped destruction through a desperate nighttime evacuation across the East River. Pushed through New Jersey in a fighting retreat, the American cause seemed on the verge of collapse by December 1776. It was in this darkest hour that Washington revealed the depth of his character. With his army shrinking as enlistments expired and morale collapsing, he planned a daring Christmas night crossing of the ice-filled Delaware River to strike Hessian forces at Trenton. The surprise attack succeeded brilliantly, capturing nearly 1,000 enemy soldiers and revitalizing the revolutionary cause. Washington followed this victory with another at Princeton, demonstrating that the Continental Army could defeat professional European troops in open battle. These victories saved the revolution from early defeat, but the war dragged on for years. Washington rarely won spectacular victories after Trenton and Princeton. Instead, his greatest achievement was keeping the Continental Army in existence against overwhelming odds. Through freezing winters at Valley Forge and Morristown, where his soldiers lacked adequate food, clothing, and shelter, Washington held his force together through the power of his example and his unwavering commitment to their cause. The general shared the hardships of his men, refusing comfortable quarters in favour of staying with his troops. When food was scarce, he ate the same meagre rations. When some officers plotted to replace him with a more aggressive commander, he diffused the conspiracy not through punishment, but by appealing to their better nature and reminding them of their shared purpose. Perhaps Washington's most remarkable quality was his ability to learn and adapt. Rather than rigidly clinging to European battle tactics that didn't work against superior British forces, he developed an approach that preserved his army while exhausting the enemy. He recognized that as long as the Continental Army continued to exist, the British could never truly win. Time and persistence were his greatest allies. The arrival of French assistance in 1778 changed the complexion of the war, providing Washington with naval support and additional professional troops. Even then, victory was not assured. The war continued to swing between American successes and setbacks. Through it all, Washington remained steady, neither overly elated by victories nor despondent after defeats. The decisive moment finally came in 1781 at Yorktown, Virginia. Coordinating brilliantly with French naval and land forces, Washington trapped a major British army under General Cornwallis. The surrender of these forces effectively ended major fighting, though peace negotiations would drag on for 2 more years before the Treaty of Paris officially recognized American independence in 1783. With the war won, Washington faced perhaps his greatest test. Many expected, some even urged, him to use his position as military leader to take political control of the new nation. History offered plenty of examples of revolutionary generals who had seized power after successful rebellions. Washington had the opportunity to become king, dictator, or military ruler of the new United States. Instead, in a moment that astonished the world, he surrendered his military commission to Congress in December 1783. When informed of Washington's intention to return to private life, King George III reportedly remarked that if true, it made Washington the greatest man in the world. By voluntarily relinquishing power, Washington demonstrated that the American Revolution truly represented something new, a republic where power flowed from the people, not from the barrel of a gun. Washington's retirement to Mount Vernon was sincere. He truly wished to spend his remaining years as a gentleman farmer, improving his estates, and enjoying the company of family and friends. He believed his public service was complete. Yet the weak government established under the Articles of Confederation was failing to unite the states or address mounting economic problems. Once again, Washington's country would call him from retirement. When delegates gathered in Philadelphia in 1787 to revise the Articles of Confederation, Washington was persuaded to attend as Virginia's representative. His presence lent crucial legitimacy to what became a complete rewriting of the national framework, the creation of the Constitution. Though he spoke rarely during the Constitutional Convention, he was unanimously elected its president, and his approval of the final document helped convince skeptical citizens to support its ratification. The new Constitution created a stronger central government with a powerful executive branch. When the time came to select the first president, all eyes turned again to Washington. Many feared the presidency might evolve into a monarchy, but with Washington as the first occupant of the office, those fears diminished. No one doubted his commitment to Republican principles or his willingness to surrender power when his term ended. Washington accepted the presidency reluctantly, writing to a friend that he felt like a condemned man going to his execution. He understood the enormous weight of establishing precedents for all future presidents. Every decision he made would shape the office for generations to come. His journey from Mount Vernon to New York, the temporary capital, became a triumphal procession as citizens lined roads to glimpse the hero who would now be their president. As president, Washington brought the same careful judgment and sense of duty that had characterized his military leadership. He established the cabinet system, bringing together talented individuals like Alexander Hamilton, Thomas Jefferson, and James Madison, even though they often disagreed sharply on policy matters. Washington valued hearing diverse perspectives before making decisions, a practice that served the young nation well. During his presidency, Washington navigated treacherous international waters as revolutionary France and Great Britain engaged in a global conflict that threatened to drag America into another war. His proclamation of neutrality in 1793 established the important principle that the United States would make foreign policy decisions based on its own interests, not emotional attachments to other nations. When domestic protests against government policies erupted in the Whiskey Rebellion, Washington demonstrated that the new federal government could enforce its laws, personally leading troops to quell the uprising. After serving 2 terms, Washington once again shocked the world by stepping down from power. His decision established the 2-term tradition that would guide presidents until Franklin Roosevelt broke it in the 1940s. His farewell address, published in newspapers across the nation, warned Americans about the dangers of permanent foreign alliances and bitter partisan divisions, advice that resonates even today. Washington's final retirement was brief. He spent less than 3 years at his beloved Mount Vernon before dying in December 1799 after a brief illness. The nation mourned deeply, recognizing that they had lost not just their first president but the indispensable leader who had guided America from colonial subjection to independent nationhood. What made Washington truly exceptional was not military genius or political brilliance, though he possessed considerable abilities in both areas, but his character. In an age of revolution when power was there for the taking, he consistently placed the common good above personal ambition. He wielded power not for its own sake, but as a sacred trust to be exercised for the benefit of others, and then willingly surrendered. The young nation that mourned Washington's passing faced an uncertain future. The experiment in Republican government he had led remained fragile, threatened by internal divisions and external pressures. Yet Washington had given Americans something precious, a model of leadership based on moral authority rather than force, on service rather than privilege. In the challenges that lay ahead, the memory of his example would serve as both inspiration and guide. As a new century dawned, the torch was passing to a new generation of leaders shaped by different experiences and driven by different visions. The revolutionary spirit that Washington embodied would find new expression in distant lands, carried by men who, like him, would choose to stand against established power and forge new paths for their people. Far to the south, across an ocean and a continent away, another revolutionary was beginning a journey that would transform a different part of the Americas, inspired in part by the example of the reluctant general who became the father of a nation. Snow fell gently over the streets of St. Petersburg as a new century dawned. The year was 1900, and Russia stood at a crossroads of history, though few could see it then. In the shadows of imperial grandeur, in the quiet corners of university halls, and in the hidden rooms where revolutionaries gathered, a storm was brewing. At the center of this gathering tempest was a man whose name would soon echo across continents. Vladimir Ilyich. The world would come to know him as Lenin. Unlike Washington, who was born into relative comfort and respect, Lenin entered a world already marked by political struggle. Born in 1870 in Simbirsk, a provincial town on the Volga River, young Vladimir was the son of a school inspector who had risen from humble origins to gain noble status through his work in education. The Ulyanov household valued learning above all else, and the children were raised in an atmosphere of intellectual curiosity and achievement. But tragedy struck early in Lenin's life. When he was 16, his older brother Alexander was arrested for plotting to assassinate Tsar Alexander III. The young revolutionary was hanged for his crime, a devastating blow to the Ulyanov family. This personal tragedy transformed the teenage Vladimir. The execution of his beloved brother planted seeds of rage against the Tsarist system, seeds that would grow into a lifelong commitment to revolutionary change. With his family now marked as politically suspect, Lenin faced discrimination but excelled in his studies nonetheless. He entered Kazan University to study law, but was quickly expelled for participating in student protests. This setback did not dim his intellectual fire. Through independent study, he eventually earned his law degree and briefly practiced as an attorney. But his true passion lay not in legal codes but in revolutionary texts. The Russia of Lenin's youth was a land of stark contrasts. The Tsar ruled as an absolute monarch over a vast empire spanning 1/6 of the Earth's landmass. In the glittering palaces of St. Petersburg and Moscow, aristocrats danced at lavish balls while discussing the latest ideas from Paris and London. Yet just beyond this world of privilege lay another Russia, a land of impoverished peasants bound to the soil, of workers toiling in rapidly industrializing cities under brutal conditions, and of minority populations struggling under Russian domination. Reform seemed impossible under the rigid autocracy. The Tsar's secret police, the Okhrana, hunted down dissenters with ruthless efficiency. Exile to the frozen wastes of Siberia awaited those who dared question the established order. It was in this environment that revolutionary movements took root, offering visions of a transformed society built on different principles. As a young man, Lenin immersed himself in revolutionary literature. He devoured the writings of Karl Marx, finding in them a framework that explained the injustices he saw around him. Marx's analysis of capitalism as an exploitative system that inevitably produced inequality resonated deeply with Lenin, but where Marx had theorized about the inevitable collapse of capitalism, Lenin would focus on how to actively bring that collapse about. In 1893, Lenin moved to St. Petersburg, the imperial capital, where he connected with underground Marxist circles. His brilliance quickly made him a central figure in these revolutionary discussions. Unlike many intellectuals who merely debated theory, Lenin possessed a ruthless practical streak. He was interested not just in understanding the world, but in changing it, and this required organization, discipline, and strategic thinking. The police eventually caught up with Lenin, arresting him in 1895 for his revolutionary activities. He was sentenced to 3 years of exile in Siberia. Like many revolutionaries before and after him, Lenin used his time in exile productively. He read voraciously, refined his political ideas, and wrote extensively. It was also during this period that he married Nadezhda Krupskaya, a fellow revolutionary who would remain his devoted companion and political partner for the rest of his life. After his Siberian exile ended in 1900, Lenin left Russia for Western Europe. From Switzerland, Germany, England, and France, he continued to guide the Russian revolutionary movement. Distance from his homeland gave him perspective and protection from arrest, allowing him to develop his ideas more fully. It was during these years that Lenin refined what would become his most significant contribution to revolutionary theory, the concept of a vanguard party. Lenin disagreed with traditional Marxists who believed that workers would spontaneously develop revolutionary consciousness. Instead, he argued that revolution required a highly disciplined party of professional revolutionaries who would guide the working class. This vanguard party would need strict centralization and iron discipline to overthrow the existing order. These ideas, published in his 1902 pamphlet, What is to be Done, marked a significant departure from orthodox Marxism and would later become known as Leninism. In 1903, a crucial split occurred in the Russian Social Democratic Labour Party, the main Marxist revolutionary organization. At a party congress in London, Lenin's faction, demanding strict party discipline and centralized control, found themselves in the majority on a key vote and began calling themselves Bolsheviks, from the Russian word for majority. Their opponents, favoring a more democratic approach, became known as Mensheviks, or minority. Though these names stuck, the Bolsheviks were not always the larger faction, but Lenin's forceful personality and clear vision attracted dedicated followers. Lenin's life in exile was not easy. He and Krupskaya lived modestly, moving frequently between European cities. Financial struggles were constant, and the emotional toll of separation from his homeland weighed heavily. Yet Lenin remained focused on the revolutionary cause with remarkable intensity. Every article he wrote, every debate he engaged in, every organizational decision he made was guided by a single purpose: preparing for the moment when revolution would become possible in Russia. That moment seemed to arrive in 1905, when Russia's disastrous defeat in the Russo-Japanese War triggered the First Russian Revolution. Workers, peasants, and even members of the middle class rose up against the Tsar's government. Strikes paralyzed cities, and in St. Petersburg, workers formed the first Soviet or council to coordinate their actions. Lenin returned briefly to Russia, but found that the revolution was not yet ripe for a Bolshevik takeover. The 1905 revolution ultimately failed. Tsar Nicholas II made limited concessions, including the creation of an elected parliament called the Duma, but maintained most of his autocratic powers. The revolutionary tide receded, but but not before providing Lenin with valuable lessons about revolutionary tactics and the potential of the Soviets as organs of working-class power. Back in exile, Lenin continued to build the Bolshevik organization and refine his theories. He engaged in fierce polemics against political opponents, whether they were defenders of the Tsarist system or rival revolutionaries. His writing style was direct and often cutting, designed not just to persuade but to create clear dividing lines between his position and all others. For Lenin, compromise on matters of revolutionary principle was not just wrong but dangerous to the cause. When World War I erupted in 1914, Lenin was living in Austrian Poland. As a Russian citizen in enemy territory, he faced arrest but managed to move to neutral Switzerland. The war created a profound crisis in the international socialist movement. Despite previous pledges to oppose nationalistic wars, most socialist parties in Europe supported their country's war efforts. Lenin was outraged by this betrayal of internationalist principles. While other socialists rallied to their national flags, Lenin took a radically different position. He argued that revolutionaries should work to transform the imperialist war into a civil war, that workers should turn their weapons against their own ruling classes, rather than fighting other workers across national boundaries. This position was deeply unpopular at first, even among many revolutionaries, but it would prove prophetic as the war dragged on and populations grew increasingly weary of the bloodshed. Lenin also developed his analysis of imperialism during the war years, arguing that capitalism had evolved into a new stage where powerful nations exploited weaker ones through financial control and colonial domination. This theory helped explain why revolution had not yet occurred in the most advanced industrial countries, as Marx had predicted, and suggested that the chain of capitalism might break at its weakest link, a less developed country like Russia. For most of the war, Lenin's views remained those of a marginal figure. The Bolsheviks were just one of many small revolutionary groups, and Lenin himself was in exile far from the centers of power. Few would have predicted that this obscure intellectual would soon reshape the world. But history sometimes moves in unexpected ways, and in early 1917, events in Russia created an opening for Lenin's return to the stage of history. In February 1917, bread riots in Petrograd, formerly St. Petersburg, escalated into a full-scale revolution. After days of mass demonstrations and the defection of military units to the protesters' side, Tsar Nicholas II abdicated. Power passed to a provisional government composed mainly of liberal politicians while workers and soldiers formed Soviets across the country. Russia now had a system of dual power, a situation Lenin would soon exploit. When news of the February Revolution reached Lenin in Switzerland, he was desperate to return to Russia. But wartime travel restrictions made this nearly impossible. In a remarkable turn of events, the German government, hoping that Lenin would undermine Russia's war effort, arranged for him and other Russian revolutionaries to travel through Germany in a sealed train. This sealed train journey would later be used by Lenin's enemies to paint him as a German agent, but Lenin cared only about reaching the revolutionary situation unfolding in his homeland. On April 16, 1917, Lenin arrived at Petrograd's Finland station to a hero's welcome from local Bolsheviks and supportive workers. The very next day, he shocked even his own followers by announcing what became known as the April Theses. While most revolutionaries, including many Bolsheviks, supported the provisional government as a necessary stage toward democracy, Lenin called for all power to be transferred to the Soviets. He also demanded an immediate end to the war, redistribution of land to the peasants, and workers' control of industry. These radical positions initially isolated Lenin even within the Bolshevik leadership. Many thought he had lost touch with Russian realities during his long exile, but Lenin persisted, and gradually his arguments gained traction as the provisional government failed to end Russian participation in the war or address the economic crisis gripping the country. Throughout the summer and fall of 1917, Lenin worked tirelessly to build Bolshevik influence in the Soviets and among the general population. The party's simple, powerful slogans, peace, land, and bread, and all power to the Soviets, resonated with war-weary soldiers, land-hungry peasants, and starving urban workers. As economic conditions worsened and the provisional government lost authority, Bolshevik membership and influence grew dramatically. In July, premature street demonstrations led to a government crackdown on the Bolsheviks. Lenin was forced into hiding, first in a worker's apartment in Petrograd, and later in a peasant hut in Finland. Even from hiding, he continued to guide the party, writing articles and letters that shaped Bolshevik strategy. By September, the political situation had shifted again. When a right-wing general attempted to seize power, the provisional government had to rely on armed workers, many of them Bolshevik supporters, to defend the capital. From his hiding place, Lenin began to press the Bolshevik Central Committee to prepare for an armed uprising. Many of his comrades hesitated, fearing the consequences of failure. But Lenin insisted that the moment was ripe, that history offered only brief windows for revolutionary action, and that hesitation would lead to defeat. In letter after letter, he urged immediate action, growing increasingly frustrated with what he saw as the timidity of the Bolshevik leadership in Petrograd. Finally, in October, Lenin secretly returned to Petrograd and attended a crucial meeting of the Bolshevik Central Committee. For 10 hours, he argued passionately for an immediate insurrection. When the vote finally came, the Central Committee approved plans for an armed uprising, though several prominent Bolsheviks remained opposed. The date chosen was to coincide with the All-Russian Congress of Soviets, scheduled for early November, which would provide a veneer of legitimacy to the seizure of power. The actual insurrection, when it came on November 7th, October 25th, by the old Russian calendar, giving the event its name, the October Revolution, was remarkably bloodless in Petrograd. Under the leadership of Leon Trotsky, Bolshevik Red Guards and sympathetic military units occupied key points in the capital, while the provisional government cowered in the Winter Palace. By the time the Congress of Soviets convened that evening, most of the city was in Bolshevik hands. When Lenin appeared at the Congress of Soviets, he was greeted with thunderous applause. He announced that the provisional government had been overthrown and that power had passed to the Soviets. His first decree was a call for immediate peace negotiations to end Russia's participation in World War I. His second transferred all land to peasant committees for redistribution. Within hours, the Congress approved the formation of a new government, the Council of People's Commissars, with Lenin as its chairman. The Bolshevik seizure of power in Petrograd was just the beginning of a much longer struggle. In the months and years that followed, Lenin's government faced enormous challenges: civil war, foreign intervention, economic collapse, and peasant uprisings. The revolution that had begun with promises of peace and prosperity would descend into violence and hardship on an unimaginable scale. From the start, Lenin showed that he would be ruthless in defending the revolution. When elections to a constituent assembly resulted in a victory for another party, the Socialist Revolutionaries, Lenin simply ordered the assembly dissolved by armed guards after it had met for only one day. When former allies criticized this action, Lenin argued that revolutionary necessity transcended formal democracy. The dictatorship of the proletariat, he insisted, could not be bound by bourgeois legalities. As opposition to Bolshevik rule grew, Lenin authorized the creation of the Cheka, a secret police force tasked with identifying and eliminating counter-revolutionary threats. The Cheka instituted what became known as the Red Terror, arresting and executing thousands of suspected opponents of the new regime. Lenin explicitly authorized these harsh measures, arguing that revolution was impossible without revolutionary violence. The outbreak of full-scale civil war in mid-1918 further radicalized the Bolshevik regime. The Red Army, organized by Trotsky, fought against a loose coalition of anti-Bolshevik forces known as the Whites. The civil war was fought with remarkable brutality on all sides, devastating a country already exhausted by World War. To maintain control of the economy during this crisis, Lenin instituted what was called war communism, a system of forced grain requisitions from peasants, nationalization of industry, and the abolition of private trade. In the midst of these struggles, on August 30th, 1918, Lenin was shot twice by Fanya Kaplan, a member of the Socialist Revolutionary Party. Though seriously wounded, he survived the assassination attempt. The attack intensified the Red Terror, as thousands were executed in reprisal. Lenin's brush with death may also have hardened his resolve to crush all opposition to Bolshevik rule. By 1920, the Red Army had defeated the main white forces, but Russia lay in ruins. Industrial production had collapsed to a fraction of pre-war levels. Famine stalked the countryside. Urban populations had fled to rural areas in search of food. Workers, theoretically the base of Bolshevik support, engaged in strikes against deteriorating conditions. Even sailors at the Kronstadt naval base, once staunch Bolshevik supporters, rebelled against what they saw as the betrayal of the revolution. Faced with this crisis, Lenin made a strategic retreat. In 1921, he announced the New Economic Policy (NAP), which reintroduced elements of capitalism into the Soviet economy. Peasants could now sell surplus grain on the open market after paying a tax in kind. Small-scale private enterprise was permitted. Foreign companies were invited to invest in the Soviet Union through joint ventures. These pragmatic concessions to economic reality outraged many Bolshevik purists, but Lenin insisted that they were temporary measures necessary for survival. While making economic concessions, Lenin intensified political centralization. All non-Bolshevik parties were banned. Factions within the Bolshevik Party itself were prohibited. The Soviets, once centers of democratic participation, became rubber stamps for decisions made by the party leadership. Lenin argued that this centralization was necessary given the hostile international environment and the country's desperate condition, but the effect was to create the foundation for the totalitarian state that would emerge under his successor. Lenin's health began to deteriorate in 1921. A series of strokes gradually robbed him of his ability to speak and move. During periods of lucidity in his final years, he grew concerned about the bureaucratization of the Soviet regime and the growing power of his likely successor, Joseph Stalin. In what became known as his testament, Lenin warned about Stalin's excessive power and suggested he be removed from his position as General Secretary of the Communist Party. But this document was suppressed after Lenin's death, and Stalin outmaneuvered his rivals to consolidate control. When Lenin died on January 21, 1924, the Soviet leadership transformed his burial into a founding ritual for the new state. Against the wishes of his widow, Lenin's body was embalmed and placed in a mausoleum in Red Square, where it became the object of what amounted to secular pilgrimage. His image appeared on posters, statues, and banners across the Soviet Union. His writings were treated as sacred texts. In death, Lenin became more than a man. He became the symbol of the revolution itself. The revolution Lenin led transformed Russia from a backward empire into the world's first socialist state. The Union of Soviet Socialist Republics, officially formed in 1922, would emerge from the devastation of civil war to become a global superpower that challenged the capitalist world order for 7 decades. Lenin's theories about imperialism and revolution inspired anti-colonial movements across Asia, Africa, and Latin America. His model of the vanguard party was adopted by revolutionaries from China to Cuba, fundamentally reshaping the political landscape of the 20th century. Yet Lenin's legacy remains deeply contested. To his admirers, he was a brilliant theorist and strategist who adapted Marxism to the conditions of his time and led a revolution that liberated millions from Tsarist oppression. To his critics, he was a ruthless ideologue whose willingness to use any means to achieve his ends laid the groundwork for the totalitarian state that would fully emerge under Stalin. What cannot be disputed is Lenin's historical importance. The revolution he led divided the world into competing capitalist and communist camps, shaping global politics for most of the 20th century. The Cold War, with its nuclear arms race and proxy conflicts across the developing world, grew directly from the challenge that Lenin's revolution posed to the established international order. As Lenin's life ebbed away in the early 1920s, revolutionary ferment was spreading far beyond Russia's borders. The Bolshevik example inspired revolutionaries worldwide, though each would adapt Lenin's ideas to their own national contexts. In particular, a young revolutionary in South America was beginning a journey that would earn him the title the Liberator and transform a continent. Like Washington and Lenin before him, this man would challenge an empire and envision a new political order built on different principles. His name was Simón Bolívar, and his revolutionary fire was already beginning to burn. The sun beat down on the cobblestone streets of Caracas, illuminating a world in transition. It was the late 18th century, and while revolution had transformed North America and would soon engulf France, the Spanish colonies of South America remained under the strict control of a distant European monarchy. In this colonial capital, a child of privilege was born who would one day shatter these imperial chains. His name was Simón José Antonio de la Santísima Trinidad Bolívar y Palacios, but history would remember him simply as Bolívar, the Liberator. Born on July 24, 1783, to one of the wealthiest Creole families in Venezuela, young Simón entered a world of stark contradictions. Though born in the Americas, his family belonged to the Mantuanos, the highest social class of Spanish-descended aristocrats, who controlled vast plantations and dominated colonial society. Below them in the rigid social hierarchy were mestizos of mixed European and indigenous ancestry, free blacks and mulattoes, indigenous peoples, and at the bottom, enslaved Africans who worked the cacao plantations that generated the colony's wealth. This world of privilege might have insulated Bolívar from the harsh realities of colonial rule, but fate had other plans. By age 9, he had lost both parents. His father Juan Vicente died when Simón was only 3, and his mother Maria died 6 years later. The orphaned boy was raised by various relatives and tutors, including his uncle Carlos Palacios and a slave nurse named Hipólita, whom Bolívar would later credit with being like a mother to him. Perhaps the most influential figure in young Bolívar's education was Simón Rodríguez, an unconventional teacher with revolutionary ideas inspired by Jean-Jacques Rousseau. Rodríguez instilled in his student not just knowledge of mathematics, history, and literature, but also a deep appreciation for liberal Enlightenment principles of liberty, equality, and reason. These early lessons planted seeds that would later flower into revolutionary action. When Bolívar was 14, his uncle sent him to Spain to complete his education, as was common for young men of his class. The journey across the Atlantic opened new horizons for the teenager. In Madrid, he continued his studies and gained entry to the court of King Carlos IV through family connections. It was here that he first witnessed the workings of the Spanish monarchy that ruled his homeland, a system that increasingly struck him as outdated and unjust. During his time in Europe, Bolívar traveled extensively, absorbing the political currents that were transforming the continent. He visited France shortly after Napoleon Bonaparte had crowned himself emperor, observing firsthand how the French Revolution's republican ideals had given way to a new form of autocracy. This lesson in the fragility of republican government would remain with him throughout his life. Bolívar's personal life also took a significant turn during these years. In 1802, at age 19, he married Maria Teresa Rodríguez del Toro y Eleza, a young Spanish noblewoman, and returned with her to Venezuela, planning to settle into life as a wealthy plantation owner. But happiness proved fleeting. Only 8 months after their wedding, Maria Teresa died of yellow fever, leaving Bolívar devastated. He vowed never to marry again, a promise he kept, though his life would later include many passionate relationships. Grief-stricken, Bolívar returned to Europe in 1804, where a chance reunion with his former teacher Simón Rodríguez in Paris reignited his intellectual passions. Together they continued traveling, discussing politics and philosophy against the backdrop of a Europe transformed by the Napoleonic Wars. During a visit to Rome in 1805, standing on Monte Sacro, Bolívar made a dramatic vow in the presence of Rodríguez. He would not rest until he had freed his homeland from Spanish rule. This moment, whether embellished by later accounts or not, marked a turning point. The young aristocrat was becoming a revolutionary. When Bolívar returned to Venezuela in 1807, he found a colony ripe for change. News of the American and French revolutions had spread despite Spanish censorship. More immediately, Napoleon's invasion of Spain in 1808 and the forced abdication of King Ferdinand VII created a crisis of legitimacy throughout Spanish America. If the king no longer ruled in Spain, to whom did the colonies owe allegiance? This question sparked the first movements toward independence. In Caracas on April 19, 1810, colonial authorities were overthrown and replaced by a junta that still claimed loyalty to the deposed Spanish king, but effectively began exercising self-rule. Similar movements erupted across Spanish America, from Mexico to Argentina. The junta in Caracas sent diplomatic missions to seek international support, and Bolívar was chosen to travel to London to request British assistance. Though his diplomatic mission achieved limited concrete results, Britain, allied with Spanish resistance against Napoleon, was reluctant to openly support Spanish-American independence. Bolívar made important connections with other revolutionary exiles in London, including the Venezuelan Francisco de Miranda, who had fought in both the American and French revolutions. These discussions further radicalized Bolívar, who became convinced that nothing short of complete independence would secure the rights of his people. Upon his return to Venezuela, Bolívar found that events had accelerated. On July 5, 1811, a Venezuelan Congress declared complete independence from Spain, creating the first Venezuelan Republic. Bolívar joined the Republican Army and received his first command. However, this initial experiment with independence proved short-lived. Royalist forces, many led by fellow Venezuelans loyal to Spain, mounted a fierce counterattack. Devastating earthquakes struck in March 1812, which royalist priests portrayed as divine punishment for rebelling against the king. The superstitious population, already wavering in their support for the untested republic, began to turn against the independence movement. As the military situation deteriorated, Bolívar experienced his first major setback. Assigned to defend the important fort of Puerto Cabello, he was forced to flee when his own troops mutinied and joined the royalist side. The First Republic collapsed entirely when Francisco de Miranda, now commanding Republican forces, surrendered to the Royalists in July 1812. Bolívar and other revolutionary officers considered Miranda's surrender an act of treason. In a controversial episode that would haunt his legacy, Bolívar helped arrest Miranda before he could escape the country. Miranda was turned over to Spanish authorities and died in a Spanish prison in 1816. With the Republican cause in ruins, Bolívar himself fled to Cartagena in present-day Colombia. There, he penned his first major political document, the Cartagena Manifesto, analyzing the reasons for Venezuela's failure and arguing for a more centralized government and stronger military to achieve independence. The manifesto revealed Bolívar's emerging political philosophy. While inspired by liberal Enlightenment ideals, he was becoming convinced that South American realities required stronger authority than the loose federalism that had characterized the failed First Republic. From Cartagena, Bolívar began his long military campaign for independence, commanding troops in what is now Colombia before returning to Venezuela. His early efforts met with both successes and failures, but he was gradually developing the strategic thinking and leadership skills that would eventually lead to victory. He was also forming his vision for a liberated South America, not as a collection of separate nations, but as a unified republic that could stand equal to the United States and European powers. The turning point in Bolívar's revolutionary career came in 1813, when he led what became known as the Admirable Campaign, a lightning military advance from western Venezuela to Caracas that temporarily drove out the royalist forces and established the Second Venezuelan Republic. Upon entering Caracas, Bolívar was given the title the Liberator, which would remain with him for the rest of his life. However, the social and racial divisions within Venezuelan society soon undermined this second attempt at independence. José Tomás Bóvez, a Spanish commoner who had risen through the royalist ranks, mobilized the Llaneros, mixed-race cowboys from Venezuela's vast plains, against the predominantly white and wealthy Republican leadership. Bóvez offered his followers the chance to plunder the estates of the Creole elites, framing the conflict as a race and class war rather than simply a question of independence. His brutal but effective tactics forced Bolívar to once again flee Venezuela in 1814 as the Second Republic collapsed. After a brief and contentious stay in Jamaica, where he wrote his famous Jamaica letter outlining his political vision for an independent South America, Bolívar found refuge in Haiti. There, President Alexandre Pétion, leader of the world's first black republic born from a successful slave revolt, provided crucial support for Bolívar's cause. In exchange, Bolívar promised to abolish slavery in the territories he liberated, a commitment that reflected his evolving views on race and freedom, though one he would implement gradually and incompletely in the years to come. With Haitian support, Bolívar launched a new expedition to Venezuela in 1816, but initial failures forced him to rethink his strategy. He decided to first liberate New Granada, present-day Colombia, and use it as a base for attacking royalist forces in Venezuela. This bold plan required crossing the Andes Mountains, a feat considered nearly impossible with an army. In May 1819, Bolívar led his forces from the lowland plains of Venezuela up into the high Andes. The crossing was treacherous, freezing temperatures, thin air, and treacherous mountain paths took a heavy toll on his troops, many of whom wore little more than rags and marched barefoot. Yet Bolívar's leadership held the army together through this ordeal. Upon descending into the Colombian highlands, they faced royalist forces at the Battle of Boyacá on August 7, 1819. Despite being outnumbered, Bolívar's forces achieved a decisive victory that secured the independence of New Granada. With this triumph, Bolívar's vision expanded further. In December 1819, he announced the creation of Gran Colombia, a republic uniting Venezuela, New Granada, and eventually Ecuador under one government. This achievement, the first step toward his dream of a unified South America, marked the peak of Bolívar's revolutionary career. He became president of this new nation, though he continued to lead armies in the field to secure and expand the territory of the young republic. The final major campaigns for independence came in rapid succession. In June 1821, Bolívar's forces decisively defeated the Spanish at the Battle of Carabobo, effectively securing Venezuelan independence. Meanwhile, further south, the Argentine general José de San Martín had been leading independence movements in the southern regions of South America. In 1822, Bolívar and San Martín met in Guayaquil, Ecuador, for a private conference. What exactly transpired between these two liberators remains one of history's mysteries, but the outcome was clear. San Martín retired from the campaign, leaving Bolívar as the primary leader of South American independence. With San Martín's departure, Bolívar extended his campaigns into Peru, the center of Spanish power in South America. At the battles of Junín and Ayacucho in 1824, forces under Bolívar and his brilliant lieutenant Antonio José de Sucre achieved the final military victories that ended Spanish rule on the South American mainland. By 1825, Bolívar stood at the height of his power, having liberated or helped to liberate what would become 6 modern nations: Venezuela, Colombia, Ecuador, Peru, Panama, and Bolivia, the latter named in his honor. Yet even as military victory was secured, the political challenges of building stable nations from the wreckage of colonial rule proved daunting. The vast territory Bolívar had liberated contained diverse populations with different regional interests. The colonial social structure had bred deep inequalities and resentments. Economic devastation from years of warfare made governance all the more difficult, and Bolívar's own political vision, a strong central government led by a president for life with the power to name his successor, conflicted with more federalist and democratic ideals held by many of his former allies. The cracks in Bolívar's Gran Colombia began to show almost immediately after the fighting ended. Venezuela, under the leadership of José Antonio Páez, one of Bolívar's former generals, began moving towards separation. In Peru and Bolivia, Bolívar's constitutions, which concentrated power in the executive, were rejected once he departed. Regional and personal rivalries among the revolutionary leaders further undermined unity. As his dream of a unified South America began to crumble, Bolívar grew increasingly authoritarian. In 1828, facing growing opposition and an attempt on his life, he declared himself dictator of Gran Colombia, suspending the constitution he had helped create. This move, which he justified as necessary to prevent anarchy, alienated many liberals who had once supported him. His former ally and vice president, Francisco de Paula Santander, became his bitter enemy and was implicated in the assassination plot against him. Bolívar's health, undermined by years of grueling campaigns and possibly tuberculosis, began to fail as his political position weakened. Venezuela formally seceded from Gran Colombia in 1829, and Ecuador soon followed. Disillusioned and ill, Bolívar resigned the presidency in early 1830 and prepared to go into exile in Europe. In his final political statement, he lamented, "America is ungovernable. Those who served the revolution have plowed the sea." Before he could leave South America, Bolívar died of tuberculosis on December 17, 1830, at a villa near Santa Marta, Colombia. He was just 47 years old. His final years had been marked by the painful unraveling of his great political project, yet his military achievements had permanently changed the face of South America. Spanish colonialism, which had endured for 3 centuries, was gone, replaced by independent republics, even if these nations fell short of the unified, stable democracy Bolívar had envisioned. Bolívar's legacy, like that of many revolutionary leaders, remains complex and contested. To some, he stands as the unquestioned liberator, the man who freed half a continent from colonial rule and envisioned a unified South America that might have rivaled the United States in power and prosperity. To others, he represents the caudillo tradition in Latin American politics, the strong man who, despite democratic rhetoric, resorts to authoritarian methods to impose his vision. What cannot be disputed is Bolívar's central role in shaping modern Latin America. His military campaigns ended 3 centuries of Spanish rule across northern South America. His political vision, while never fully realized, established republicanism rather than monarchy as the legitimizing principle for the new nations. And his early recognition of the need for Latin American unity, expressed in his 1826 Panama Congress, which attempted to create a League of American Republics, anticipated later movements for regional integration. Bolivar's words and example continue to inspire and provoke debate throughout the Americas. His vision of a united, independent, and strong Latin America remains a powerful ideal, even as the nations he liberated continue to struggle with many of the same challenges of governance, inequality, and development that he confronted 2 centuries ago. Unlike Washington, who helped build a nation that would grow into a superpower, or Lenin, whose revolution created a regime that survived for 7 decades, Bolivar died believing he had plowed the sea that his greatest work had dissolved before his eyes. Yet from the perspective of history, it is clear that his revolutionary leadership permanently transformed a continent, ending the age of European colonialism in mainland South America, and creating the space for new nations to emerge and evolve. As the 19th century progressed, the forces of revolution continued to reshape the world. While Bolivar had fought against an old colonial order, new struggles for freedom would emerge within established nations, challenging not just foreign rule but also deeply entrenched social systems. The next great revolutionary would not lead armies into battle or establish new governments. Instead, he would pioneer a different kind of revolution, one waged not with weapons but with the transformative power of non-violence. Far from the battlefields of South America, in the crowded streets of South Africa and India, another figure was developing a revolutionary approach that would challenge not just an empire but the very nature of resistance itself. The sun cast long shadows across the dusty streets of Porbandar, a coastal town in western India, as the 19th century drew toward its close. Within the walls of a modest home in this busy port, a child was born who would challenge the mightiest empire on earth, not with weapons or armies, but with truth and non-violence. His journey would inspire generations of freedom fighters around the world and redefine the very concept of revolution. This child, born on October 2, 1869, was Mohandas Karamchand Gandhi, though the world would one day know him as Mahatma, the Great Soul. Unlike Washington, Lenin, and Bolivar, Gandhi was not born to wealth or aristocratic lineage. His family belonged to the merchant caste, and his father served as a high official in a small princely state. Young Mohandas grew up in a devout Hindu household, where his mother's deep religious practices made a lasting impression. Even as a child, Gandhi absorbed the principle of ahimsa, or non-violence toward all living beings, from his family's adherence to Jainism, along with Hindu traditions. This early spiritual foundation would later blossom into his revolutionary philosophy. Gandhi was an unremarkable student, shy and deeply afraid of the dark. At 13, following the customs of his community, he was married to Kasturba Mukherjee, a girl the same age. This arranged marriage, which began as most did in that time and place, would evolve into a partnership that lasted until Kasturba's death 62 years later. She would stand beside him through personal transformations and world-changing campaigns, becoming not just his wife but a revolutionary in her own right. After completing high school, Gandhi pursued legal studies, first unsuccessfully in India, and then, beginning in 1888, in London. The voyage across the ocean was itself a radical step for a young man from his orthodox Hindu community, as traveling over water was considered polluting. Before leaving, Gandhi promised his mother he would maintain his vegetarian diet and avoid meat, alcohol, and women. These vows helped shape his time in England, leading him to seek out vegetarian societies, where he first encountered Western intellectuals interested in religious and social reform. In London, the shy young Indian studied not only law but also began seriously engaging with religious and philosophical texts from various traditions. He read the Bhagavad Gita, a Hindu sacred text, for the first time in English translation, discovering depths in his own tradition he had never appreciated before. He also explored Christianity, particularly the Sermon on the Mount with its emphasis on turning the other cheek, which deeply resonated with him. These spiritual explorations laid the groundwork for his later synthesis of religious ideals into practical action. After being admitted to the bar in 1891, Gandhi returned to India only to face disappointment. His legal practice in Bombay failed to flourish, and he struggled to find his footing. When an opportunity arose to work for an Indian firm in South Africa on a 1-year contract, he seized it, hoping to improve his prospects. This decision, made for purely practical reasons, would transform not only his life but the course of history. Gandhi arrived in South Africa in 1893, a young man of 24 still finding his way in the world. He encountered a society rigidly structured by racial hierarchy, where Indians, brought as indentured laborers to work on sugar plantations or arriving as merchants, faced severe discrimination. Though not subjected to the same brutality as the native black population, Indians were denied basic rights, restricted in where they could live, work, and travel, and commonly referred to by the racial slur coolie. The pivotal moment in Gandhi's transformation came just a week after his arrival. Traveling by train to Pretoria, he was thrown off at Pietermaritzburg station despite holding a first-class ticket, simply because a white passenger objected to sharing a compartment with him. Spending the night in the cold waiting room, the humiliated young lawyer had a realization that would alter the course of his life. He could either accept such treatment as the natural order of things, or he could resist it. He chose resistance. During his time in South Africa, Gandhi's approach to resistance evolved through practical experience. When the Natal government proposed a law to deny Indians the right to vote, Gandhi organized the community to petition against it. Though this early effort failed, it marked his first step into political activism. As his initial one-year contract extended into a 21-year stay, he developed both the philosophy and methods that would later characterize his revolutionary approach. In 1894, Gandhi founded the Natal Indian Congress to give political voice to the Indian community. He began publishing a newspaper, Indian Opinion, to raise awareness of their struggles. When the Transvaal government required all Indians to register and carry identification passes, Gandhi led the community in non-violent resistance, publicly burning registration cards and accepting arrest rather than comply with an unjust law. This campaign, while not immediately successful, demonstrated the power of organized, disciplined, non-violent action. The spiritual dimension of Gandhi's approach deepened during these years. He established Phoenix Settlement near Durban in 1904, an intentional community where he and his followers could live simply, publishing his newspaper and experimenting with communal living, vegetarianism, and natural health practices. Later, he founded Tolstoy Farm, inspired by the Russian writer Leo Tolstoy, whose advocacy of non-violence and simple living deeply influenced Gandhi. It was during this period that Gandhi developed his concept of satyagraha, often translated as truth force or soul force. More than just a tactic, satyagraha represented a way of life and struggle based on the power of truth and non-violence. The satyagraha, a practitioner of satyagraha, would resist injustice without hatred for the opponent, willingly accept suffering rather than inflict it, and maintain faith that truth ultimately prevails over force. Gandhi put these principles into practice in 1913 with a massive campaign against discriminatory laws, including a tax imposed only on Indians and restrictions on movement between provinces. The campaign culminated in a protest march of thousands of Indian miners and workers. When Gandhi was arrested, his followers continued the struggle. Women joined the movement in large numbers, with Kasturba Gandhi herself being arrested for participating. The South African government, faced with unprecedented non-violent resistance and growing international criticism, finally negotiated with Gandhi, agreeing to major concessions. While not achieving full equality, this campaign demonstrated the potential of non-violent mass action to challenge entrenched power. Gandhi had transformed from an insecure young lawyer into a formidable political leader with a unique approach to revolutionary change. When he returned to India in 1915, he brought with him not only experience in organizing, but a fully developed philosophy of resistance that would soon shake the foundations of the British Empire. The India to which Gandhi returned was beginning to stir with nationalist sentiment. The Indian National Congress, founded in 1885, had been advocating for greater Indian participation in government, though still working within the colonial system. World War I was underway, with Indian soldiers fighting and dying for the British Empire, even as their homeland remained subjugated. Economic hardship, famine, and a devastating influenza epidemic further stoked discontent with colonial rule. Gandhi spent his first year back in India, observing and traveling, reconnecting with his homeland after his long absence. On the advice of his political mentor Gopal Krishna Gokhale, he refrained from immediately plunging into political activity. Instead, he established another ashram, or spiritual community, near Ahmedabad, where he and his followers lived simply, spun their own cloth, and continued their experiments in communal living. His first significant campaign in India came in 1917, when he supported indigo farmers in Champaran, who were being forced to grow the crop under exploitative conditions. Gandhi's approach was revolutionary in its simplicity. He came to listen, to document the farmers' grievances, and to negotiate peacefully on their behalf. When ordered by British authorities to leave the area, he respectfully refused and accepted arrest, bringing unwanted attention to the situation. The authorities, unprepared for this tactic, eventually released him and appointed a committee to address the farmers' concerns, with Gandhi as a member. The success at Champaran demonstrated the effectiveness of Gandhi's methods in the Indian context and established his reputation as a leader who stood with the common people. Similar campaigns followed in Kedah, where he supported peasants seeking tax relief during a famine, and in Ahmedabad, where he joined mill workers in their struggle for fair wages. Rather than simply leading protests, Gandhi involved himself in the detailed work of negotiation and compromise, showing a practical side that complemented his spiritual vision. The defining moment in Gandhi's emergence as a national leader came in 1919. The British government, concerned about revolutionary activity, passed the Rowlatt Acts, which extended wartime restrictions on civil liberties. In response, Gandhi called for a nationwide hartal, a day of fasting, prayer, and work stoppage. This marked his first attempt to mobilize the entire nation in non-violent protest. The British response turned tragic in Amritsar, Punjab, where General Reginald Dyer ordered troops to fire on a peaceful gathering in Jallianwala Bagh, killing hundreds of unarmed civilians. The massacre shocked the nation and transformed the independence movement. Many Indians who had maintained faith in British justice now embraced the cause of complete independence. For Gandhi, the event reinforced his conviction that India must achieve Swaraj, or self-rule, not just in political terms, but in rebuilding Indian society from the ground up. In the years that followed, Gandhi revolutionized the Indian independence movement, broadening its base beyond the educated elite to include peasants, workers, women, and even the untouchables, those considered outside the Hindu caste system, whom Gandhi renamed Harijans, or Children of God. His simple appearance, wearing only a homespun dhoti and shawl, and his deliberate choice to travel third class on trains, symbolized his identification with the poorest Indians. Gandhi's method was to identify specific issues around which to organize campaigns of satyagraha, gradually building the movement's strength and unity. He linked India's economic exploitation to British colonialism, advocating Swadeshi, the use of Indian-made goods, and boycotting British textiles in favor of homespun chaddi cloth. The spinning wheel became both a practical tool for self-reliance and a powerful symbol of the independence movement. The non-cooperation movement of 1920 to 1922 marked Gandhi's first nationwide satyagraha campaign. He called on Indians to withdraw from British institutions, boycott foreign goods, and develop parallel systems of education and dispute resolution. The movement gained massive support, with thousands of students leaving government schools, lawyers abandoning British courts, and workers striking across the country. However, the movement's momentum was abruptly halted in February 1922, when protesters in Chari Chara attacked and burned a police station, killing 22 policemen. Though Gandhi was nowhere near the incident, he took responsibility for not adequately preparing participants in the principles of non-violence. In a decision that shocked many of his followers, he called off the entire non-cooperation movement and undertook a 5-day fast as penance. This decision revealed Gandhi's uncompromising commitment to non-violence, not just as a tactic, but as a moral principle. While some nationalists criticized him for abandoning a movement at its height, his action demonstrated the discipline and self-control that gave moral authority to his leadership. The British arrested him shortly after, charging him with sedition. At his trial, Gandhi pleaded guilty, stating that he had no choice but to oppose an evil system. He was sentenced to 6 years in prison but served only 2 before being released due to illness. The mid-1920s saw Gandhi focus more on constructive programs promoting hand-spinning, village industries, basic education, Hindu-Muslim unity, and the eradication of untouchability. Rather than directly confronting the British, he worked to build Indian society from within, believing that true independence required social and spiritual transformation alongside political change. Gandhi returned to mass political action in 1930 with one of history's most brilliantly conceived protests. The British monopoly on salt production included a tax that particularly burdened the poor. Gandhi chose this issue, affecting everyone across religious and caste lines, as the focus for a new satyagraha campaign. On March 12th, he began a 240-mile march to the coastal village of Dandi, where he would defy the law by making salt from seawater. The Salt March captured global attention. Journalists followed the 61-year-old Gandhi as he walked approximately 10 miles each day, stopping in villages to speak about independence and non-violence. When he reached Dandi after 24 days and picked up a handful of salt, it triggered nationwide civil disobedience. Thousands were arrested, including Gandhi himself, but the campaign had awakened India's masses and embarrassed the British government internationally. Released from prison in 1931, Gandhi represented Congress in negotiations with the British government. He travelled to London for the Round Table Conference on India's constitutional future, insisting that he represented all Indians regardless of caste or religion. Though these talks yielded little immediate progress, Gandhi's presence in London, visiting textile workers in Lancashire, and meeting with ordinary British citizens helped humanise the Indian independence movement for the British public. The years leading up to World War II brought new challenges to Gandhi's leadership. Within India, tensions between Hindus and Muslims were growing, threatening his vision of a united, independent India. Muhammad Ali Jinnah, leader of the Muslim League, increasingly argued that Muslims needed a separate nation to protect their interests. Meanwhile, more radical nationalists criticised Gandhi's methods as too slow and conciliatory. The British government's efforts to divide Indians along religious and caste lines further complicated the struggle. When World War II began in 1939, Britain automatically included India in its declaration of war without consulting Indian leaders. Gandhi and Congress faced a moral dilemma. While opposing fascism, they could not support a war effort by a colonial power that denied India its freedom. In 1942, with Japanese forces threatening India's eastern borders, Gandhi launched the Quit India movement, calling for immediate British withdrawal. His famous instruction to the Indian people was do or die, either win freedom or die trying. The British response was swift and severe. Gandhi, his wife Kasturba, and nearly the entire Congress leadership were arrested. With the movement's leaders imprisoned, protests across the country turned violent in many places. For the next 2 years, Gandhi remained in detention, suffering both politically as his movement faced repression and personally with the death of Kasturba in prison in 1944. By the time Gandhi was released in 1944, the political landscape had shifted dramatically. World War II was drawing to a close, Britain was exhausted by the conflict, and it was clear that India's independence could no longer be delayed. The question was no longer whether India would become free, but whether it would remain united. The Muslim League's demand for Pakistan had gained strength, and communal violence between Hindus and Muslims was escalating. Gandhi devoted his final years to preventing the partition of India and healing religious divisions. He walked through riot-torn areas, fasting to stop violence between communities. When independence finally came on August 15, 1947, it was accompanied by the partition of the subcontinent into India and Pakistan, a development Gandhi viewed as a personal and national tragedy. While others celebrated independence, he was in Calcutta, working to stop religious violence. In the months following partition, as millions of refugees fled across the new borders and communal violence claimed hundreds of thousands of lives, Gandhi continued his efforts for peace, often at great personal risk. His final fast in January 1948, undertaken at the age of 78, was aimed at stopping violence in Delhi and protecting the Muslim minority in India. The fast succeeded in its immediate aim, with leaders of different communities publicly pledging to maintain peace. On January 30, 1948, while walking to an evening prayer meeting in Delhi, Gandhi was shot and killed by Nathuram Godse, a Hindu extremist who viewed his efforts for religious reconciliation as a betrayal of Hindu interests. Gandhi's last words, according to some accounts, were "Hey Ram, O God," an invocation of the divine, as he faced his end with the same spiritual conviction that had guided his life. Gandhi's assassination shocked the world and brought a profound sense of loss to India. Prime Minister Jawaharlal Nehru captured the nation's grief in his famous radio address. "The light has gone out of our lives, and there is darkness everywhere." Yet Gandhi's light continued to shine through his revolutionary legacy, a legacy that extended far beyond India's borders. Unlike the other revolutionary leaders we have examined, Gandhi never held formal political power. He never commanded armies like Washington and Bolivar, or established a new government like Lenin. Yet his impact on the 20th century was perhaps more profound than any of them. He developed a method of revolutionary change that challenged the very foundations of traditional power dynamics. By demonstrating that organized nonviolent resistance could overcome even the most entrenched systems of domination, he offered hope to oppressed peoples everywhere. Gandhi's approach to revolution differed fundamentally from that of Washington, Lenin, and Bolivar. Where they relied ultimately on military force to achieve their aims, Gandhi rejected violence even against oppressors. Where they focused primarily on changing political structures, Gandhi insisted that true revolution required personal and social transformation alongside political change. Where they sought to defeat their enemies, Gandhi aimed to convert them through the power of love and truth. This revolutionary vision inspired movements for justice and liberation across the globe. In the United States, Martin Luther King Jr. applied Gandhian principles to the civil rights movement, leading boycotts, marches, and campaigns of nonviolent resistance against racial segregation. In South Africa, Nelson Mandela and the African National Congress incorporated elements of nonviolent resistance alongside other tactics in their struggle against apartheid. From the Philippines to Poland, from Burma to the Berlin Wall, Gandhi's methods of nonviolent action helped topple dictatorships and transform societies. Yet Gandhi's legacy, like that of all revolutionary leaders, contains complexities and contradictions. His approach to caste, while progressive for his time in opposing untouchability, stopped short of calling for the complete abolition of the caste system. His views on race evolved significantly from his early days in South Africa, but retained problematic elements. His approach to gender equality, though supporting women's participation in public life, coexisted with controversial personal practices regarding his own celibacy. What remains undeniable is Gandhi's revolutionary impact on how we understand power and resistance. He demonstrated that power ultimately depends on the consent of the governed, and that even the mightiest empire becomes vulnerable when people withdraw their cooperation en masse. He showed that moral force can sometimes overcome physical force, particularly in an age of mass communication and global interconnection. And he insisted that means and ends are inseparable, that just societies cannot be built through unjust methods. In an era dominated by world wars, totalitarian regimes, and weapons of unprecedented destructiveness, Gandhi offered a different vision of revolutionary change, one based not on outmatching the opponent's capacity for violence, but on converting hearts through suffering love. His experiments with truth, as he called them, opened new possibilities for human liberation that continue to inspire and challenge us today. As the sun set on the colonial era that Gandhi helped bring to a close, the world entered a period of Cold War between competing ideological systems. The great revolutionary movements of the 20th century had transformed the global landscape, ending imperial domination and creating new centers of power. Washington's Republican Revolution had produced a superpower dedicated to ideals of democracy and individual liberty, however imperfectly realized. Lenin's Communist Revolution had created an alternative model based on collective ownership and party control. Bolivar's anti-colonial struggle had established independent nations still searching for stable democratic systems, and Gandhi's nonviolent revolution had demonstrated the power of moral resistance against overwhelming force. Each of these revolutionary leaders shaped not just the politics but the moral imagination of their time. Each responded to historical circumstances with a vision of transformation that inspired followers to risk everything for a new social order. Each left a complex legacy that continues to influence our world today. Together, they demonstrate both the possibility of fundamental change in human affairs and the diverse paths such change can take. History unfolds not as a straight line but as a series of waves, each cresting and breaking upon the shores of human experience. As we have seen through the lives of Washington, Lenin, Bolivar, and Gandhi, revolutionary moments emerge when existing systems can no longer contain the forces pushing against them. At such times, extraordinary individuals step forward, articulating visions of change that capture the hopes of millions and guide them toward new horizons. Though separated by time, geography, and circumstance, these four revolutionary leaders left marks on the world that continue to shape our lives today. The dawning light of a Virginia morning feels worlds apart from the harsh winter of revolutionary Russia, the tropical heat of South American mountains, or the dusty roads of colonial India. Yet across these diverse landscapes, our four revolutionaries shared a remarkable ability to transform discontent into action, vision into reality. Each became the embodiment of historical forces larger than themselves, channeling collective yearnings into movements that altered the course of nations and continents. Washington, the reluctant general who became a nation's father, showed that revolution need not end in dictatorship or chaos. His revolution created something new in world history, a republic based on popular sovereignty rather than divine right or ancient tradition. By voluntarily surrendering power not once but twice, Washington established a precedent that has guided American democracy for over 2 centuries. Every peaceful transfer of power, not just in the United States but in democratic systems worldwide, owes something to his example. The revolution Washington led was essentially political in nature. It sought to transfer sovereignty from a distant monarch to the people themselves, represented through carefully designed institutions. While radical in its time, it was conservative in preserving much of the existing social order. Slavery continued, women remained disenfranchised, and property requirements limited who could vote. Yet the principles established, government deriving its just powers from the consent of the governed, contained seeds that would eventually grow to challenge these very limitations. The American Revolution inspired others across the globe, establishing a pattern that would be followed, modified, and sometimes rejected by later revolutionaries. Its language of natural rights and liberty became part of the universal vocabulary of freedom movements. Its success demonstrated that colonial powers could be defeated and new nations established, and its republican institutions offered a model of governance that stood in stark contrast to the monarchies that dominated the world. More than a century after Washington's triumph, across an ocean in Eastern Europe, Lenin showed how a different kind of revolution could transform society more fundamentally. Where Washington sought to establish a new government while preserving much of the existing social order, Lenin aimed to overturn not just political structures but economic and social hierarchies as well. His revolution was not about transferring power within an existing system, but about creating an entirely new system based on different principles. The Bolshevik Revolution that Lenin led introduced the world to the first large-scale experiment in building a socialist society. By nationalizing industry, collectivizing agriculture, and placing economic planning in the hands of the state, it challenged the fundamental assumptions of capitalism and private property. While Washington's revolution had been led largely by property owners seeking political rights, Lenin mobilized workers and peasants with promises of economic transformation and social equality. Lenin's impact extends far beyond Russia's borders. The Soviet system he established became one of 2 dominant models competing for global influence throughout much of the 20th century. Communist parties formed in countries around the world, inspired by the Bolshevik example. Revolutionary movements from China to Cuba adapted Lenin's theories of the vanguard party and imperialism to their own circumstances. Even non-communist countries responded to the Soviet challenge by developing welfare states and other measures to address economic inequality. Yet Lenin's legacy also includes the darker aspects of the Soviet experiment: political repression, the Gulag system, and the prioritization of ideological conformity over individual rights. His willingness to use terror as a revolutionary tool and his dismissal of liberal democratic procedures as bourgeois set precedents that would be amplified under his successors. The tension between liberation and authoritarianism that marked Lenin's revolution would play out repeatedly in communist movements worldwide. Between these 2 revolutionary poles, Washington's liberal democracy and Lenin's communist state, stood Bolívar, whose struggle against Spanish colonialism charted a third path. Leading independence movements across South America, Bolívar fought not against monarchy in general, but against a specific imperial power that had dominated his continent for 3 centuries. His revolution was neither as conservative as Washington's nor as radically transformative as Lenin's, but it fundamentally altered the map of the Americas. Bolívar dreamed of a unified Spanish America that could stand as an equal to the United States and European powers. Though this vision never fully materialized, the nations he helped liberate, Venezuela, Colombia, Ecuador, Peru, Panama, and Bolivia, emerged as independent republics rather than monarchies or dictatorships. Like Washington, Bolívar believed in republican government, but his experiences led him to favor stronger executive power to maintain order in societies divided by race, class, and regional interests. The complex legacy of Bolívar's revolution continues to shape Latin American politics. His example inspired 19th-century liberal reformers and 20th-century revolutionaries alike. The tension in his thought between democratic ideals and practical governance, between continental unity and national sovereignty, reflects ongoing dilemmas in the region. When modern Latin American leaders invoke Bolívar, they tap into a powerful symbol of independence and dignity in the face of foreign dominance. While Washington, Lenin, and Bolívar all ultimately relied on military force to achieve their revolutionary aims, Gandhi pioneered a different approach, one based not on defeating opponents through superior violence, but on transforming them through moral persuasion. His revolution was fought not with guns and cannons, but with marches and fasts, boycotts and civil disobedience. By demonstrating that organized nonviolent resistance could overcome even the British Empire, Gandhi offered a new model of revolutionary change that would inspire movements for justice worldwide. Gandhi's revolution was multidimensional in ways the others were not. He sought not just political independence from Britain but a comprehensive transformation of Indian society, challenging caste discrimination, promoting economic self-reliance through cottage industries, advancing women's participation in public life, and fostering Hindu-Muslim unity. For Gandhi, Swaraj, self-rule, meant not just a change in who governed, but in how people lived, worked, and related to one another. The Gandhian approach to revolution spread far beyond India's borders. In the United States, Martin Luther King Jr. explicitly adopted Gandhi's principles of nonviolent resistance in the civil rights movement. In South Africa, elements of Gandhian thought influenced the anti-apartheid struggle. From the Philippines to Poland, from Burma to the Berlin Wall, nonviolent movements have successfully challenged dictatorships and brought about democratic transitions. Gandhi showed that moral force could sometimes be more effective than physical force in bringing about revolutionary change. As we compare the impact of these four revolutionary leaders, certain patterns emerge. Each responded to the specific historical circumstances of their time and place. Washington's revolution addressed the problems of colonial dependence in a society of farmers and merchants connected to global trade networks. Lenin confronted the inequalities of early industrial capitalism in an empire still ruled by an absolute monarch. Bolívar fought against a declining colonial power across a continent divided by geography and social hierarchies. Gandhi challenged an advanced industrial empire that ruled through both military force and administrative efficiency. The ideologies that guided these revolutionaries reflected both their historical context and personal convictions. Washington's thinking combined Enlightenment liberalism with classical Republican concerns about virtue and corruption. Lenin developed Marxist theory into a practical program for seizing and maintaining power in a predominantly peasant society. Bolívar drew on Enlightenment ideas, classical Republican models, and practical observations of South American realities. Gandhi synthesized elements of Hindu spirituality, Western liberal thought, and Tolstoyan anarchism into his philosophy of nonviolence. How these leaders are remembered today varies greatly across different communities and political perspectives. For many Americans, Washington remains an almost mythical founding father, though recent scholarship has brought more attention to his role as a slaveholder. In Russia, attitudes toward Lenin have fluctuated with political changes, revered during the Soviet era, criticized after its collapse, and now viewed more ambiguously under Putin. Bolívar's image adorns currency and government buildings throughout South America, claimed by political leaders across the spectrum. Gandhi is officially honored as the father of the nation in India, though his legacy has been contested by both Hindu nationalists and those who consider his approach too accommodating to existing power structures. The revolutions these figures led transformed not just political systems but cultural identities, social relationships, and moral imaginations. Washington helped create a political identity based on citizenship rather than subjection to a monarch. Lenin's revolution attempted to forge a new Soviet man dedicated to collective rather than individual advancement. Bolívar's independence movement strengthened Latin American identity distinct from both Spain and the United States. Gandhi's nonviolent campaigns demonstrated the power of moral force against superior physical force, challenging conventional understandings of strength and weakness. The personal qualities these leaders brought to their revolutionary roles differed markedly, yet each possessed remarkable determination in the face of seemingly insurmountable obstacles. Washington's steadfastness held together a fragile continental army through years of defeats and hardships. Lenin's single-minded focus enabled him to seize the revolutionary moment when it finally arrived after years of exile. Bolívar's resilience allowed him to rebound from multiple defeats to eventually liberate half a continent. Gandhi's moral courage sustained him through imprisonments, fasts, and violent resistance to his non-violent methods. Each revolutionary also faced the challenge of translating victory into stable governance with varying degrees of success. Washington helped establish institutions that have endured for more than 2 centuries, though they have been tested and transformed over time. Lenin created a one-party state that survived for 7 decades before collapsing under its own contradictions. Bolivar saw his dream of a unified Gran Colombia dissolve before his death, replaced by separate nations that continue to struggle with issues of governance and development. Gandhi was assassinated just months after India achieved independence, leaving others to build the new nation amid the trauma of partition. From our vantage point in the early 21st century, we can see that revolutionary change often follows patterns not anticipated by its leaders. Washington could not have foreseen how the republic he helped found would expand across a continent and eventually become a global superpower. Lenin would likely be surprised that his revolution ultimately failed to spread to advanced industrial countries as he had expected. Bolivar might be disappointed that Latin America remains divided into separate nations, often dominated by external economic powers. Gandhi would surely be troubled by the nuclear arsenals, communal tensions, and environmental challenges facing modern India. Yet the impact of these revolutionary figures extends beyond the specific outcomes they achieved or failed to achieve. Each expanded the realm of what seemed possible in their time. Washington showed that colonies could successfully break from imperial powers and establish stable republics. Lenin demonstrated that workers and peasants could overthrow centuries-old monarchies and create alternative economic systems. Bolivar proved that even the most entrenched colonial powers could be defeated by determined independence movements. Gandhi revealed that nonviolent resistance could overcome seemingly invincible imperial might. The stories of these revolutionaries remind us that history is not predetermined, but shaped by human agency acting within historical constraints. At crucial moments, individuals and movements make choices that set societies on new paths, opening some possibilities while closing others. Revolutionary leaders matter not because they single-handedly create change, all relied on broader movements and historical forces, but because they articulate visions that mobilize collective action and guide it in particular directions. As we face contemporary challenges requiring fundamental change, from climate crisis to growing inequality, from technological disruption to democratic backsliding, these revolutionary examples offer both inspiration and caution. They remind us that transformative change is possible when people organize around compelling visions of a different future, but they also highlight the complexities, contradictions, and unintended consequences that accompany revolutionary moments. Washington, Lenin, Bolivar, and Gandhi each changed the world, but not always in the ways they intended. Their revolutionary visions were both fulfilled and betrayed, their achievements both lasting and fragile. Perhaps this is the nature of all human endeavors. We plant seeds whose full flowering we cannot predict or control. The revolutions these leaders sparked continue to evolve, shaped by new generations facing new challenges, yet still grappling with fundamental questions about freedom, equality, justice, and power. As twilight falls on the revolutionary era these 4 figures helped define, we find ourselves in a world they made but could not have imagined. The nations they fought to liberate or create now face challenges requiring different kinds of transformation: ecological, technological, cultural. Yet the courage they showed in challenging seemingly immovable systems, the vision they offered of more just societies, and the methods they developed for mobilizing collective action remain relevant as humanity continues its unfinished journey toward fuller freedom and dignity for all. The waves these revolutionaries set in motion continue to ripple across time, reminding us that history is never finished, that the work of creating more just and humane societies continues with each generation. Their stories belong not just to the past, but to an ongoing human conversation about how we might live together in ways that honor our shared humanity while respecting our differences. In this sense, the revolutionary spirit they embodied, the belief that a better world is possible and worth fighting for, may be their most enduring legacy. Tonight on Digging into History, we embark on a journey through world-shaking revolutions that forever changed the course of humanity. Dim the lights and imagine a world where freedom was just a whisper, a dangerous idea passed between brave souls in taverns and meeting houses across 13 colonies. It was the late 1700s, and the seeds of something unprecedented were taking root along the eastern shores of North America. This was not simply a dispute over taxes or representation. This was the beginning of an idea that would change the world forever. The story begins in a time when kings ruled by divine right, and common people rarely questioned the natural order of things. The American colonies had been established by the British Empire for over a century, with settlers who came seeking new opportunities, religious freedom, or simply a fresh start. These colonists built towns and cities, established farms and businesses, and created a unique society that blended European traditions with frontier practicality. For many years, the relationship between Britain and its American colonies was one of mutual benefit. Britain provided military protection and access to markets, while the colonies supplied valuable raw materials. The colonists considered themselves loyal British subjects, proud of their heritage and connection to the crown. Yet as the years passed, something began to change in the hearts and minds of these colonial Americans. The shift began after the French and Indian War ended in 1763. Britain had fought this costly war partly to protect its American colonies from French expansion. To recover some of these costs, the British Parliament began imposing new taxes on the colonies. First came the Sugar Act of 1764, followed by the Stamp Act in 1765, which required colonists to pay for an official stamp on all legal documents and printed materials. These taxes might seem small to modern ears, but they sparked something profound in colonial America. The colonists had grown accustomed to managing their own affairs through local assemblies. Now taxes were being imposed by a parliament across the ocean, one in which they had no representatives. The rallying cry became "No taxation without representation," a simple phrase that captured a complex grievance about power, authority, and the rights of citizens. In Boston, New York, and Philadelphia, people began to gather and protest. Groups like the Sons of Liberty formed to resist British policies. When British soldiers were stationed in Boston to maintain order, tensions grew even higher. On a cold March evening in 1770, those tensions erupted into violence when British soldiers fired into a crowd of protesters, killing 5 colonists in what became known as the Boston Massacre. This event, though small in scale, loomed large in the colonial imagination, fueled by powerful images created by artists like Paul Revere, that showed British soldiers firing on innocent civilians. The British Parliament continued to assert its authority, while colonial resistance grew stronger. When Parliament passed the Tea Act in 1773, which gave the British East India Company a monopoly on tea sales in the colonies, the response was dramatic. In Boston, a group of colonists disguised as Native Americans boarded British ships and dumped 342 chests of tea into the harbour. This Boston Tea Party became a symbol of colonial defiance. Britain responded with what colonists called the Intolerable Acts, closing Boston Harbour and stripping Massachusetts of self-government. Rather than cowing the colonists into submission, these measures united them in opposition. In September 1774, delegates from 12 colonies gathered in Philadelphia for the First Continental Congress to coordinate their response to British actions. By this time, both sides were preparing for the possibility of armed conflict. The British sent more troops to control the increasingly rebellious colonies. The colonists began stockpiling weapons and ammunition and forming militia units known as Minutemen who could be ready to fight on short notice. The spark came on April 19th, 1775, when British troops marched from Boston to the nearby towns of Lexington and Concord to seize colonial weapons caches. Paul Revere and other riders raced ahead to warn the colonists. When the British reached Lexington, they found a small group of militiamen waiting on the town green. No one knows who fired the first shot, but when the smoke cleared, 8 colonists lay dead. The British continued to Concord, where they faced stronger resistance and began a bloody retreat back to Boston, as thousands of militiamen attacked from behind trees, walls, and buildings. The American Revolution had begun, not with a declaration or a grand battle, but with scattered skirmishes along a country road. What followed would test the courage, determination, and vision of the colonial Americans in ways they could scarcely have imagined. In May 1775, the Second Continental Congress gathered in Philadelphia as fighting continued around Boston. The Congress took the momentous step of creating the Continental Army and appointed George Washington as its commander. Washington was a Virginia planter and veteran of the French and Indian War, who brought military experience and a dignified presence that inspired confidence. The decision to create an army marked a crucial step toward independence, though many colonists still hoped for reconciliation with Britain. That hope began to fade in January 1776, when a pamphlet titled Common Sense appeared in colonial bookshops. Its author, Thomas Paine, argued in clear, forceful language that independence from Britain was not just desirable but inevitable. Common Sense sold thousands of copies and transformed the debate, making independence seem not just possible but necessary. Through the spring of 1776, support for independence grew. The Continental Congress appointed a committee to draft a declaration, with Thomas Jefferson, a young Virginia lawyer known for his writing skills, as its principal author. On July 2, 1776, the Congress voted to declare independence, and 2 days later they approved the text of the Declaration of Independence. The Declaration was revolutionary in every sense. It announced the birth of a new nation, but more importantly it proclaimed a new theory of government. All men were created equal, it declared, and governments derived their just powers from the consent of the governed. If a government failed to protect the rights of its people, they had not just the right, but the duty to alter or abolish it. These ideas, drawn from Enlightenment thinkers like John Locke, would inspire people seeking freedom around the world for centuries to come. But declaring independence was one thing, winning it was another. The British responded by sending the largest expeditionary force they had ever assembled to crush the rebellion. In August 1776, they landed over 30,000 troops on Long Island, quickly defeating Washington's army and forcing its retreat from New York. The autumn and winter of 1776 brought a series of defeats that tested the revolutionary cause to its limits. Washington's army shrank through desertions and expiring enlistments. Those who remained lacked proper clothing, food, and equipment. The Continental Congress, forced to flee Philadelphia, struggled to provide support. In this dark hour, Washington made a bold decision. On Christmas night 1776, he led his remaining troops across the ice-choked Delaware River and attacked a garrison of Hessian mercenaries at Trenton, New Jersey. The surprise attack succeeded brilliantly, capturing nearly 1,000 enemy soldiers without significant American losses. A week later, Washington defeated British forces at Princeton, then withdrew to winter quarters in Morristown. These victories, though small in military terms, provided a crucial boost to American morale. They also revealed Washington's growing skills as a commander, who understood that, against a superior enemy, survival was itself a form of victory. The war settled into a pattern of advances and retreats. The British captured Philadelphia in September 1777, forcing the Continental Congress to flee once again. But their main northern army, led by General John Burgoyne, suffered a devastating defeat at Saratoga, New York in October 1777, surrendering over 5,000 troops to American forces. The victory at Saratoga proved decisive in securing foreign support for the American cause. France, eager to weaken its British rival, had been secretly aiding the Americans since 1776. After Saratoga, this support became official with the signing of treaties of alliance and commerce in February 1778. Spain and the Netherlands later joined the war against Britain, turning a colonial rebellion into a global conflict. French aid proved crucial to the American war effort. The alliance brought money, supplies, troops, and most importantly the French Navy, which could challenge British control of the seas. But the war was far from over. British forces shifted their focus to the southern colonies, capturing Savannah, Georgia, in December 1778, and Charleston, South Carolina, in May 1780. The British strategy seemed to be working as they won a series of victories in the Carolinas. But American forces, led by generals like Nathaniel Greene and Daniel Morgan, gradually wore down the British through hit-and-run tactics. The tide began to turn in early 1781 with American victories at Cowpens and Guilford Courthouse. Meanwhile, Washington and his French allies saw an opportunity. A French fleet under Admiral de Grasse was coming to North America, offering a chance to trap British forces. Washington and French General Rochambeau marched their armies south from New York, while de Grasse sailed for the Chesapeake Bay. Their target was Yorktown, Virginia, where British General Cornwallis had established a base. The plan worked perfectly. By late September 1781, Cornwallis was surrounded by American and French forces on land, while de Grasse's fleet blocked escape by sea. After intense debate and the promise of amendments protecting individual rights, the Constitution was ratified by the required number of states and took effect in 1789. George Washington was unanimously elected as the first president, bringing his unique moral authority to the new government. When he peacefully transferred power to John Adams after 2 terms, he confirmed that America would be governed by laws, not by men. The American Revolution succeeded not just in winning independence, but in establishing a stable republic based on principles of liberty and self-government. This was its most enduring legacy. As the 18th century drew to a close, the French Revolution erupted across the Atlantic, inspired in part by American example but following a far more turbulent path. Americans watched these events with great interest, debating their meaning and implications for the global struggle between liberty and authority. The ideological divisions that emerged during these debates helped shape the first American political parties, setting the stage for the next chapter in the development of American democracy. Across the Atlantic from the newly formed United States, an ancient kingdom was about to experience its own revolutionary transformation. The year was 1789, and France, one of the oldest and most powerful monarchies in Europe, stood on the edge of an abyss. What began as a financial crisis would soon spiral into one of the most dramatic social and political upheavals in human history, forever changing how people thought about power, citizenship, and the relationship between rulers and the ruled. France in the late 18th century was a land of stark contrasts. In the elegant salons of Paris, aristocrats and intellectuals discussed the progressive ideas of the Enlightenment, reason, liberty, and natural rights. Meanwhile, in the countryside and urban slums, millions of ordinary French people struggled with poverty, hunger, and heavy taxation. The election process itself sparked political awareness, as candidates circulated pamphlets and communities gathered to discuss their grievances and hopes. Many delegates from the Third Estate were lawyers and professionals who brought with them bold ideas about reforming French society. When the Estates General opened on May 5, 1789, conflict immediately arose over how votes would be counted. Traditionally, each estate voted as a bloc, giving the First and Second Estates a built-in majority over the Third. But representatives of the Third Estate, who had arrived with detailed lists of grievances from their communities, demanded that votes be counted by head, which would give them a greater voice. In a session filled with emotional speeches and dramatic gestures, noble and clergy representatives renounced their feudal privileges and tax exemptions. Within hours, the legal basis of the old regime had been swept away. Later that month, the Assembly issued the Declaration of the Rights of Man and of the Citizen, a foundational document of the Revolution that proclaimed that all men were born free and equal in rights. Clearly influenced by the American Declaration of Independence, it went further in some ways, asserting that sovereignty resided in the nation rather than in a monarch. The Declaration would inspire freedom movements around the world for generations to come. Despite these dramatic changes, Louis XVI hesitated to fully accept the revolution. This foreign threat pushed many revolutionaries toward more radical positions and heightened suspicions about counter-revolutionary plots. The Legislative Assembly, elected under the new constitution, first met in October 1791. Divided between various revolutionary factions, it faced mounting challenges: the threat of war, economic problems, continuing peasant unrest, and growing political divisions. In April 1792, the Assembly declared war on Austria, beginning what would become more than 2 decades of European conflict. The war initially went badly for France, intensifying political tensions. Revolutionaries blamed military setbacks on treachery by the king and aristocratic officers. when the Duke of Brunswick, commanding Prussian and Austrian forces, issued a manifesto threatening to destroy Paris if the royal family was harmed. Parisian radicals responded by storming the Tuileries Palace on August 10, 1792. The king and his family sought refuge with the Legislative Assembly, which suspended the monarchy and called for the election of a national convention to create a new government. By July, Robespierre and his allies had gained control of this committee and began implementing a policy known as the Reign of Terror. Revolutionary tribunals were established to try suspected enemies of the revolution, with minimal legal protections for the accused. Between September 1793 and July 1794, about 17,000 people were officially executed, with many more dying in prison or without trial. The Terror was accompanied by an ambitious program of social and cultural revolution. The convention adopted a new republican calendar, starting from year one with the establishment of the Republic. They promoted a new cult of reason and later a cult of the Supreme Being to replace Catholic worship. Having made his name in the Italian campaign of 1796 to 97, where he won a series of brilliant victories and negotiated treaties largely on his own authority, Napoleon returned to France as a hero. In 1798, the Directory sent him to Egypt, partly to continue the war against Britain, and partly to remove a potentially dangerous figure from Paris. But Napoleon's ambitions could not be contained. After leaving his army in Egypt in 1799, he returned to France where he found the Directory unpopular and unstable. Working with one of the directors, Emmanuel Joseph Sieyès, and his own brother Lucien, Napoleon executed a coup d'état on November 9–10, 1799, 1819 Brumaire, in the revolutionary calendar. The idea that the people should have a say in how they are governed, a radical notion in 1789, would eventually become a standard by which governments around the world are judged. As the 18th century gave way to the 19th, the world was already a different place because of what had happened in France. The old certainties about the divine right of kings and the natural order of society had been shattered. New ideas about rights, citizenship, and nationalism had been unleashed. And across Europe, both rulers and subjects watched as an obscure Corsican artillery officer, now the leader of France, prepared to reshape the continent in ways that few could have imagined when the States General first met in 1789. The revolutionary fervor that had begun in America and exploded in France would continue to spread, though taking different forms in different contexts. Far to the east, across the vast plains and forests of Europe, lay the immense Russian Empire. As revolutionary ideas spread across the continent throughout the 19th century, Russia remained largely unchanged, a massive, frozen giant ruled by an all-powerful Tsar. While Western Europe industrialized and gradually embraced democratic reforms, Russia maintained an almost medieval system of absolute monarchy and feudal servitude. This stark difference would set the stage for one of history's most dramatic and consequential revolutions. In the early 1900s, Russia was a land of extremes. The Tsar, Nicholas II, ruled over nearly 1/6 of the Earth's land surface, from Poland in the west to the Pacific Ocean in the east. His word was law for approximately 150 million subjects of diverse ethnicities, languages, and religions. The Romanov dynasty had ruled Russia for over 300 years, claiming divine right and maintaining power through a massive bureaucracy, loyal nobility, and the fearsome secret police. For the majority of Russians, life was incredibly harsh. Most were peasants living in small villages, farming with methods unchanged for centuries. They worked from dawn until dusk, paid heavy taxes, and lived in simple wooden homes with few comforts. When harvest failed, as it periodically did in Russia's harsh climate, famine swept through entire regions. The Russian peasant's life was one of constant struggle and vulnerability. A smaller but growing number of Russians lived in cities, working in factories that had begun to appear as industrialization slowly reached the empire. These workers endured dangerous conditions, extremely long hours, and pitiful wages. They lived crammed into overcrowded tenements or barracks, with disease spreading rapidly in these unsanitary environments. Urban workers, though a minority of the population, would eventually play a crucial role in the coming revolution. At the top of this deeply unequal society stood the aristocracy and the imperial family. They lived in almost unimaginable luxury, with vast palaces, extravagant balls, and lifestyles that seemed from another world compared to the masses they ruled. The Tsar and his family were considered almost divine figures, particularly among the deeply religious peasantry, But this sacred aura was beginning to fade as Russia entered the modern age. Tsar Nicholas II was not an evil man, but he was tragically unsuited to his role. Shy and indecisive, he clung to the idea of absolute monarchy at a time when such systems were increasingly obsolete. His wife Alexandra, a German princess and granddaughter of Queen Victoria, was deeply unpopular with many Russians who viewed her as a foreign influence. Together they seemed detached from the realities of their empire and resistant to necessary changes. Adding to this explosive situation was the growing influence of revolutionary ideas. Marxism, anarchism, and other radical philosophies had been spreading among Russian intellectuals since the mid-19th century. These ideas found fertile ground in a society with such extreme inequality and so little political freedom. Underground revolutionary groups formed, including the Social Democrats, who would later split into the Menshevik and Bolshevik factions, and the Socialist Revolutionaries, who were particularly popular among peasants. The first major crack in the Tsarist system came in 1905. Russia had embarked on a disastrous war with Japan in 1904, expecting an easy victory over an Asian power. Instead, the Japanese inflicted humiliating defeats on Russian forces, exposing the empire's military weakness and administrative incompetence. As news of these defeats reached home, combined with economic hardships, the Russian people began to express their discontent more openly. On January 22, 1905, a defining moment occurred when a peaceful march of workers approached the Winter Palace in St. Petersburg to present a petition to the Tsar. Led by a priest named Father Gapon, the workers and their families carried religious icons and portraits of the Tsar, singing hymns as they walked. They were not revolutionaries but loyal subjects seeking relief from their suffering. The Tsar was not even in the palace that day, but his troops opened fire on the unarmed crowd, killing hundreds. This shocking event, known as Bloody Sunday, shattered the image of the Tsar as the benevolent little father of his people. Bloody Sunday sparked a wave of strikes, mutinies and uprisings across the empire that would become known as the 1905 Revolution. Workers formed councils called Soviets to coordinate their activities, with the St. Petersburg Soviet becoming particularly important under the leadership of Leon Trotsky. Peasants attacked manor houses, sailors mutinied on the battleship Potemkin, and ethnic minorities demanded autonomy. For a time, it seemed the Tsarist regime might collapse. Facing this unprecedented challenge, Nicholas II reluctantly issued the October Manifesto, promising civil liberties and the creation of an elected parliament called the Duma. This concession, combined with harsh repression of revolutionary leaders, managed to temporarily stabilize the situation. The first Duma met in 1906, but the Tsar quickly undermined its authority, changing electoral laws to favor the wealthy and dismissing the body whenever it challenged him. By 1907, the revolutionary wave had receded, but the underlying problems remained unresolved. The next decade brought continued tension as Russia struggled to modernize while maintaining its autocratic system. Alexandra, desperate to help her hemophiliac son Alexei, had fallen under the influence of a mysterious holy man named Grigory Rasputin. Rasputin appeared able to ease Alexei's suffering, giving him enormous influence over the increasingly isolated empress. She followed his advice on government appointments and policy, creating a dysfunctional administration that further alienated the Russian people. By February 1917, the situation had become unbearable. In Petrograd, formerly St. Petersburg, women standing in bread lines began spontaneous protests on International Women's Day, February 23rd. These protests quickly grew as factory workers joined in, and within days much of the city was on strike. It also had to share power with the Petrograd Soviet, which issued Order Nobud Seybi, 1 inch, giving soldiers' committees control over weapons and military units, effectively undermining military discipline and the government's authority. Into this volatile situation stepped Vladimir Lenin, leader of the Bolshevik faction of the Russian Social Democratic Labour Party. Lenin had been in exile in Switzerland when the February Revolution occurred. In April 1917, German authorities, hoping to destabilize Russia further, arranged for Lenin to travel in a sealed train across Germany to Russia. Upon his arrival at Petrograd's Finland station, Lenin immediately denounced the provisional government and called for all power to be transferred to the Soviets. Lenin's April theses shocked even many Bolsheviks with their radicalism. The Congress passed Lenin's first decrees, the Decree on Peace, calling for immediate negotiations to end the war, and the Decree on Land, sanctioning the peasants' seizure of estates. The world's first socialist state had been proclaimed, but proclaiming a revolution is easier than securing it. The Bolsheviks controlled only parts of Russia, primarily the major cities and industrial regions. Many Russians, including socialists of other factions, opposed their seizure of power. In elections held in November for the long-promised Constituent Assembly, the Bolsheviks won only about a quarter of the votes, with the Socialist Revolutionary Party gaining a majority. When the assembly met in January 1918, the Bolsheviks dissolved it by force after just one day, making clear their commitment to Soviet power rather than parliamentary democracy. The Bolsheviks also faced the challenge of extracting Russia from the World War. In March 1918, they signed the harsh Treaty of Brest-Litovsk with Germany, surrendering vast territories including Ukraine, Finland, the Baltic provinces, and parts of Poland and the Caucasus. This treaty was deeply unpopular with many Russians but gave the Bolsheviks breathing space to consolidate their power. That breathing space was brief. By the summer of 1918, Russia had descended into full-scale civil war. The Whites, a loose coalition of former Tsarist officers, democratic socialists, regional governments, and foreign interventionists, took up arms against the Red Bolshevik government. The Russian Civil War would last until 1922 and prove far bloodier than the revolution itself. The Bolsheviks organized the Red Army under Leon Trotsky, who transformed a revolutionary militia into a disciplined fighting force. Former Tsarist officers were pressed into service as military specialists, with political commissars watching over them to ensure loyalty. Deserters were shot, and entire villages were punished if they supported the Whites. Under the policy of war communism, the Bolsheviks nationalized industry, seized grain from peasants, and banned private trade. The White forces, though supported by Britain, France, Japan, and the United States, were fatally divided by conflicting goals. Some wanted to restore the monarchy, others sought a democratic republic, and still others simply wanted regional autonomy. This lack of unity, combined with the Reds' control of Russia's central industrial heartland, eventually led to White defeat. By 1922, the Bolsheviks had secured control of most former Russian Empire territories, though Finland, the Baltic states, and Poland gained independence. The human cost of revolution and civil war was staggering. Military casualties, famine, disease, and political terror killed perhaps 10 million people. The economy collapsed, with industrial production falling to about 20% of pre-war levels, and many cities largely depopulated as people fled to the countryside in search of food. European Russia experienced one of the worst famines in its history in 1921-22, killing an estimated 5 million people. As civil war ended, Lenin recognized the need for economic concessions to rebuild the shattered country. In 1921, he introduced the new economic policy NEP, allowing small-scale private trade and agriculture while keeping commanding heights, like heavy industry, banking and foreign trade under state control. The NEP succeeded in reviving the economy, but created tensions between the Bolshevik ideological commitment to socialism and the pragmatic need to use capitalist methods. Lenin's health deteriorated rapidly after an attempted assassination in 1918 left him with a bullet in his neck. In 1922, he suffered a series of strokes that gradually left him incapacitated. Before his death in January 1924, Lenin tried to warn against the growing power of Stalin, whom he found too crude and potentially dangerous as a leader. But Lenin's warnings went unheeded, and after his death, a power struggle began among Bolshevik leaders. Joseph Stalin, as General Secretary of the Communist Party, had built a power base by controlling appointments and gradually placing his supporters in key positions. He outmaneuvered rivals like Trotsky, Zinoviev, and Kamenev through shifting alliances and skillful political manipulation. By 1928, Stalin had emerged as the unchallenged leader of the Soviet Union, the new name for the Federation of Soviet Republics established in 1922. Stalin soon abandoned the NEP in favor of forced collectivization of agriculture and rapid industrialization under a series of 5-year plans. The human cost was enormous. Millions of kulaks, relatively prosperous peasants, were deported or killed, and a terrible famine struck Ukraine and other grain-producing regions in 1932-33, killing millions more. But the USSR did industrialize at a remarkable pace, transforming from a primarily agrarian society to a major industrial power in just a decade. The 1930s also saw Stalin's Great Purge, in which millions of Soviet citizens were arrested as enemies of the people. Show trials of old Bolshevik leaders ended with confessions extracted through torture and executions. The Gulag system of labor camps expanded enormously, filled with political prisoners who provided slave labor for industrial projects. Soviet society lived in fear, with neighbors, colleagues, and even family members denouncing each other to avoid suspicion themselves. By the late 1930s, the Soviet Union had become a totalitarian state, far removed from the idealistic revolutionary vision of 1917. The Communist Party controlled all aspects of life, from economics to culture. A cult of personality surrounded Stalin, who was portrayed as Lenin's faithful disciple and the infallible leader of world communism. The revolution that had begun with dreams of equality and freedom had produced a system of unprecedented state control and repression. Yet despite its moral failures, the Soviet experiment exercised enormous influence on world history. The 1917 revolution inspired communist movements around the globe, establishing a model for revolutionary change. The Soviet Union's rapid industrialization seemed to offer developing nations an alternative path to modernization outside the capitalist system, and the USSR's victory over Nazi Germany in World War II, at enormous human cost, established it as a superpower that would challenge American global influence throughout the Cold War. The Russian Revolution also demonstrated the power of ideology to reshape society. The Bolsheviks were guided by Marxist theory, which they adapted to Russian conditions. They believed they were building not just a new government, but a new type of society that would eventually spread worldwide. This revolutionary idealism, though it degenerated into tyranny under Stalin, inspired millions and continues to influence political movements today. For ordinary Russians, the revolution brought mixed results. On one hand, the Soviet system provided universal education, healthcare, housing, and employment security. Literacy rates soared, and opportunities opened for workers and peasants to advance in ways impossible under the Tsarist system. Women gained legal equality and access to careers previously closed to them. On the other hand, basic freedoms were severely restricted, religious practice was suppressed, and the constant fear of arrest pervaded daily life. As the Soviet Union established itself as one of the world's two superpowers after World War II, its revolutionary beginning seemed increasingly distant. Yet the events of 1917 continued to shape global politics throughout the 20th century. Revolutionary movements inspired by the Bolshevik example emerged across Asia, Africa, and Latin America, adapting Marxist-Leninist ideas to their own conditions and launching their own revolutionary struggles. Meanwhile, across the Atlantic, another revolutionary movement had been unfolding in the Caribbean. In the French colony of Saint-Domingue, enslaved Africans had risen against their masters in a struggle that would create Haiti, the world's first black republic. This revolution, though less well known than the American, French, or Russian upheavals, would have profound implications for the struggle against slavery and colonialism throughout the Americas and beyond. In the sparkling blue waters of the Caribbean Sea, on an island the native Taino people called Haiti, a revolution unlike any other in human history was about to unfold. While the American colonists fought for their independence from Britain and the French stormed the Bastille in the name of liberty, another group yearned for freedom on the western third of the island of Hispaniola. This was not a revolution of wealthy landowners or discontented middle classes, but of people who had been forcibly taken from their African homelands and enslaved in one of the most brutal systems the world had ever known. Their fight would create Haiti, the first independent black republic in the world, and the only nation born from a successful slave revolt. Before it became Haiti, this land was known as Saint-Domingue, the pride of the French colonial empire and the richest colony in the world. Its wealth came from sugar, coffee, indigo, and cotton plantations worked by enslaved Africans under horrific conditions. By the late 1700s, the colony had about 40,000 white colonists, 30,000 free people of color, and more than 500,000 enslaved black people. The brutal plantation system worked these enslaved people literally to death. The average life expectancy for an enslaved person after arriving in Saint-Domingue was just 7 years. The plantation owners lived in luxury, often spending part of the year in Paris and leaving their estates in the hands of managers who were instructed to extract maximum profits through whatever means necessary. These white colonists formed a society obsessed with skin color and racial hierarchy. They created elaborate classifications based on the precise degree of African or European ancestry, with different rights and restrictions for each group. Even free people of color, some of whom were wealthy plantation and slave owners themselves, faced discrimination and legal restrictions based solely on their ancestry. The seeds of revolution in Saint-Domingue were planted by events occurring across the ocean in France. When the French Revolution began in 1789, its radical ideas about liberty, equality, and fraternity sent shockwaves through the colonial system. White colonists in Saint-Domingue initially supported the revolution, hoping to gain more autonomy from France. Free people of color also saw an opportunity to claim the equal rights promised by revolutionary ideals, and in the slave quarters, word spread of a revolution based on human equality, sparking hope and inspiration. In Paris, a group called the Society of the Friends of Blacks advocated for racial equality in the colonies. While they initially focused more on ending the slave trade and improving conditions rather than abolishing slavery altogether, their efforts helped bring colonial racial policies into question. In 1790, Vincent Auger, a wealthy free man of color who had been in Paris, returned to Saint-Domingue and led a revolt demanding voting rights for free people of color. The revolt was crushed, and Auger was brutally executed, but tensions continued to build. On the night of August 22nd, 1791, something unprecedented began in the northern plains of Saint-Domingue. Enslaved people from plantations gathered in the Bois Cayman, Alligator Woods for a secret ceremony led by a man named Dutty Boukman, a religious leader and enslaved person. Under the stormy sky, they performed traditional Vodou rituals, swore an oath to fight for freedom, and sacrificed a black pig. This ceremony would become a powerful symbol of the revolution, combining spiritual empowerment with revolutionary purpose. Days later, the northern plain of Saint-Domingue erupted in flames as thousands of enslaved people rose up against the plantation system. Armed with machetes, sharpened cane stalks, and a few stolen guns, they attacked plantations, killing many white owners and overseers while burning fields and processing facilities. Within weeks, the rebels controlled much of the northern province, and the uprising had grown to include thousands of participants. The Haitian Revolution had begun, but it would follow a complex and often confusing path over the next 13 years. Unlike other revolutions we have explored, it did not have a unified leadership or ideology from the start. Instead, different groups with different goals formed shifting alliances, and leaders emerged based on their ability to mobilize followers and achieve military success. Among these leaders, one man would rise to extraordinary prominence: Toussaint Louverture. Born enslaved around 1743, Toussaint had been freed before the Revolution and had even become a small property owner with enslaved workers of his own. Educated and deeply strategic, he did not join the initial uprising, but entered the conflict later with a disciplined group of followers. Toussaint was a man of contradictions, a former enslaved person who fought for liberty, yet also a pragmatist who understood the economic realities of the colony. The revolution soon became entangled in international politics. Spain, which controlled the eastern part of Hispaniola, present-day Dominican Republic, offered support to the rebels. Britain and France were headed toward war, and both had interests in the wealthy colony. Free people of color had their own agenda, often seeking equality with whites while maintaining the slave system. And within the enslaved population, different groups had different visions of freedom. In 1793, faced with the possibility of losing the colony to Britain or Spain, French commissioners took a dramatic step. They abolished slavery in Saint-Domingue to win the support of the formerly enslaved rebels. Toussaint, who had been fighting with the Spanish, switched sides to join the French because they now represented the cause of emancipation. With his military genius and growing army of disciplined former slaves, Toussaint began to drive back both the Spanish and British forces who had invaded the colony. By 1797, Toussaint had become the dominant military and political force in Saint-Domingue. He expelled the British, negotiated with the Americans for trade, and began rebuilding the plantation economy, but now with paid labor rather than slavery. Despite being officially loyal to France, Toussaint increasingly acted as an independent ruler. He created a constitution, appointed himself governor for life, and required former slaves to continue working on plantations, though as paid laborers with certain rights and protections. Toussaint's rise to power was remarkable. A former enslaved man who had taught himself to read and write was now effectively ruling what had been the most profitable colony in the world. His military campaigns showed tactical brilliance, and his political maneuvering balanced various factions while maintaining his core goal: the permanent abolition of slavery and the establishment of racial equality under the law. However, Toussaint's vision for Saint-Domingue was not universally embraced. Many formerly enslaved people resisted his labor requirements, preferring to become small farmers rather than plantation workers. Some of his generals, particularly Jean-Jacques Dessalines, advocated for more radical positions, and in France, a young general named Napoleon Bonaparte had risen to power and had his own plans for the colony. By 1801, Napoleon had consolidated his control in France and ended the revolutionary period. Though he had initially confirmed Toussaint's position, Napoleon secretly planned to restore slavery in Saint-Domingue and bring the colony firmly back under French control. In January 1802, a massive French expedition, led by Napoleon's brother-in-law, General Charles Leclerc, arrived in Saint-Domingue with orders to remove Toussaint and reimpose direct French rule. The fighting that followed was brutal, with atrocities committed on both sides. Toussaint's forces adopted scorched earth tactics, burning towns rather than surrendering them to the French. Leclerc's troops used dogs to hunt down rebels and conducted mass drownings of captured insurgents. Despite initial French military successes, yellow fever devastated their ranks, killing thousands of European soldiers unaccustomed to tropical diseases. In May 1802, Toussaint agreed to a truce, believing he had secured guarantees against the return of slavery. He retired to his plantation, but was soon betrayed. French officials invited him to a meeting, arrested him, and shipped him to France. Imprisoned in a cold, damp cell in the Fort de Joux in the Jura Mountains, a climate completely unlike the tropical warmth he had known all his life. Toussaint died on April 7, 1803, abandoned and far from home. But Toussaint's capture did not end the revolution. When news reached Saint-Domingue that Napoleon had restored slavery in Guadeloupe and Martinique, the formerly enslaved population realized that the same fate awaited them. Generals who had served under Toussaint, including Jean-Jacques Dessalines and Henri Christophe, renewed the rebellion with even greater determination and ferocity. By late 1803, the French position had become hopeless. Yellow fever had claimed the lives of General Leclerc and thousands of his men. Napoleon, now focused on his European campaigns and having sold the Louisiana Territory to the United States, abandoned his plans for rebuilding a French empire in the Americas. The remaining French forces, surrounded and demoralized, surrendered to Dessalines and his army of former slaves. On January 1, 1804, in the city of Gonaives, Dessalines formally declared independence, renaming the country Haiti after its original Taino name. The declaration was a momentous event, the creation of the second independent nation in the Americas, the first black republic in the world, and the only nation born from a successful slave revolt. The new flag was created by removing the white band from the French tricolor, leaving only the blue and red bands, a symbolic rejection of white supremacy. Independence, however, did not bring immediate peace or prosperity to Haiti. The country had been devastated by 12 years of warfare. Plantations lay in ruins, infrastructure was destroyed, and the population had been greatly reduced. France refused to recognize Haiti's independence, and other slave-holding nations, including the United States, were terrified by the example of a successful slave revolution and imposed economic and diplomatic isolation on the new nation. Dessalines, now Emperor Jacques I of Haiti, implemented harsh measures to rebuild the country and prevent any return to slavery. He ordered the massacre of most remaining white French citizens, an act of vengeance for the centuries of brutality under slavery that horrified the international community, but was seen by many Haitians as necessary to prevent any restoration of the old order. He also tried to maintain plantation agriculture through forced labor, believing it was the only way to generate the wealth needed for national defense. After Dessalines was assassinated in 1806, Haiti split into two separate states, a northern kingdom under Henri Christophe and a southern republic under Alexandre Pétion. Christophe continued policies requiring former slaves to work on plantations, using the proceeds to build impressive structures like the massive Citadelle La Ferrière fortress, designed to repel any French attempt to reconquer Haiti. Pétion, in contrast, distributed land to former soldiers and small farmers, winning popularity but reducing export agriculture. The divided Haiti was reunified in 1820 under Jean-Pierre Boyer, who faced a new challenge: France's demands for compensation. In 1825, France finally offered to recognize Haiti's independence, but at an enormous price. Haiti was forced to agree to pay 150 million francs, later reduced to 90 million, as compensation to former plantation owners for their lost property, including the formerly enslaved people themselves. This crushing debt, equivalent to billions in today's dollars, would burden Haiti for generations and contributed significantly to its economic struggles. The legacy of the Haitian Revolution extends far beyond the borders of this small Caribbean nation. It sent shockwaves through slave societies throughout the Americas, inspiring hope among enslaved populations and fear among slave owners. In the United States, news of the revolution influenced debates about slavery and led to tighter restrictions on enslaved people. In Latin America, the Haitian example encouraged independence movements, with Haiti providing support to Simón Bolívar's campaigns after extracting a promise to abolish slavery in the territories he liberated. The revolution also forced a reckoning with the contradictions inherent in Enlightenment ideals. European and American revolutionaries had proclaimed universal rights while maintaining slavery. Haiti's revolutionaries took these proclaimed ideals seriously and extended them to their logical conclusion. If all men were indeed created equal, then slavery was fundamentally illegitimate. In this sense, the Haitian Revolution both built upon and challenged the American and French revolutions. Yet despite its historical significance, the Haitian Revolution has often been marginalized in global history. This omission reflects long-standing biases in how history is remembered and taught. The idea that enslaved people could successfully overthrow their oppressors and establish their own nation contradicted racist narratives about black inferiority and passivity. Haiti's economic struggles, partly resulting from international isolation and the crushing indemnity paid to France, were used to suggest that the revolution had failed, rather than recognizing the extraordinary odds the new nation faced. In recent decades, historians have worked to restore the Haitian Revolution to its rightful place as one of history's most significant upheavals. They have highlighted the complex strategies of revolutionary leaders like Toussaint, the ways in which ordinary people fought for their freedom, and the sophisticated political thinking that guided the revolution. This reassessment reveals not just a slave revolt, but a multifaceted revolution that engaged with the most advanced political ideas of its time, while adding new dimensions related to race, colonialism, and human rights. For Haitians themselves, the revolution remains a source of immense national pride, despite the challenges that followed. The victory over Napoleon's forces demonstrated that military might and racial hierarchies could be overcome by people fighting for their freedom. Leaders like Toussaint and Dessalines became national heroes whose strategic brilliance and courage inspired future generations. The revolution established a tradition of resistance to oppression that has sustained Haitians through numerous hardships. The path from revolution to stable nationhood proved difficult for Haiti. Foreign powers continued to interfere in its affairs, including a U.S. military occupation from 1915 to 1934. Corrupt and authoritarian governments, from the Duvalier dictatorships to more recent regimes, often betrayed the revolutionary ideals of liberty and equality. Natural disasters, most notably the devastating 2010 earthquake, compounded these challenges. Yet through it all, Haitians have maintained a fierce commitment to independence and dignity. As Haiti struggled with these challenges, revolutionary ideas continued to spread across the globe. In China, the world's most populous nation, centuries of imperial rule were about to give way to new political forces influenced by both Western revolutionary traditions and their own cultural context. Their revolution would take yet another form, shaped by the unique conditions of Chinese society and the emerging ideologies of the 20th century. The Haitian Revolution, though often overlooked in popular histories, represents one of humanity's most profound struggles for freedom and dignity. The enslaved people of Saint-Domingue, taking inspiration from revolutionary ideals, but extending them beyond what their originators had intended, created something unprecedented, a nation founded on the principle that no human being should be the property of another. Despite the immense challenges Haiti has faced since independence, this achievement remains one of history's most remarkable testaments to the human desire for liberty. As the 19th century progressed, the example of Haiti loomed large in the imagination of enslaved people throughout the Americas. In the United States, Denmark Vesey, Nat Turner, and other rebels were inspired by Haiti's example. In Cuba and Brazil, where slavery persisted until the late 19th century, the possibility of a Haitian scenario influenced debates about gradual emancipation. And in Africa, as European colonial powers began their scramble for territory, the memory of Haiti offered both inspiration and warning about the possibilities and challenges of resistance. Meanwhile, across the vast expanse of Asia, different revolutionary currents were beginning to stir. In China, a civilization with origins stretching back thousands of years was experiencing profound internal crises and external pressures. The collision between traditional Chinese society and aggressive Western powers, combined with internal decay of the Qing dynasty, was creating conditions for a revolutionary transformation that would eventually bring a new political system to this ancient land. Across the vast landscape of East Asia, a civilization older than Rome and more populous than any other nation on Earth was about to undergo a revolutionary transformation. For thousands of years, China had been ruled by emperors who claimed the mandate of heaven, a divine right to rule. Now, in the early 20th century, this ancient system was crumbling. From its ruins would emerge a new China through one of history's most consequential revolutions, one that would reshape not just this enormous country, but the entire global balance of power. The story begins in the twilight years of Imperial China. The Qing dynasty, ruled by Manchu emperors since 1644, had once presided over a wealthy and powerful empire. But by the mid-19th century, China faced mounting crises. Western powers, with their advanced weapons and aggressive trading practices, forced a series of unequal treaties on China. The Opium Wars of 1839 to 1842 and 1856 to 1860 had resulted in humiliating defeats, with China forced to open ports to foreign trade, grant extraterritorial rights to foreigners, and cede Hong Kong to Britain. Within China, the situation was equally dire. The Taiping Rebellion, 1850 to 1864, led by a man who claimed to be the younger brother of Jesus Christ, resulted in perhaps 20 million deaths. Other rebellions and natural disasters further weakened the empire. The Chinese government struggled to modernize its military and economy while maintaining traditional Confucian values and practices. These efforts, known as the self-strengthening movement, proved inadequate against the combined pressures of foreign imperialism and internal decay. The final blow to the imperial system came with China's defeat in the Sino-Japanese War of 1894 to 1895. Japan, a nation that had traditionally viewed China as its cultural superior, had rapidly modernized after the Meiji Restoration and now inflicted a devastating military defeat on its larger neighbor. China was forced to pay a massive indemnity and cede Taiwan to Japan. This humiliation at the hands of a fellow Asian nation shattered what remained of the Qing dynasty's prestige. In the wake of this defeat, reform-minded officials tried to save the dynasty through the 100 Days Reform of 1898, but conservative forces led by Empress Dowager Cixi crushed these efforts. The anti-foreign Boxer Rebellion of 1899 to 1901 led to further disaster when an 8-nation alliance sent troops to suppress the uprising. By the early 1900s, China seemed on the verge of being carved up by foreign powers, with its ancient civilization facing extinction as an independent entity. Against this backdrop of crisis and humiliation, revolutionary ideas began to spread among Chinese intellectuals and students. Sun Yat-sen, educated in Hawaii and Hong Kong, emerged as a leading revolutionary figure. He founded the Revolutionary Alliance, Tong Mentui, in 1905, advocating for the overthrow of the Qing dynasty and the establishment of a republic based on his 3 principles of the people: nationalism, democracy, and people's livelihood. On October 10, 1911, a military uprising in Wuchang sparked what became known as the Xinhai Revolution. City after city declared independence from the Qing government, and by February 1912, the last emperor, the 6-year-old Puyi, abdicated. The Republic of China was established, ending more than 2,000 years of imperial rule. Sun Yat-sen briefly served as provisional president before yielding power to Yuan Shikai, a powerful general who had control of the army. The early republic proved disappointing to those who had dreamed of a democratic China. Yuan Shikai attempted to make himself emperor, and after his death in 1916, the country fragmented under the control of regional warlords. The central government in Beijing existed in name only, while ordinary Chinese continued to suffer from poverty, exploitation, and the ongoing interference of foreign powers. A new wave of intellectual ferment emerged after World War I, when the Paris Peace Conference of 1919 decided to give Germany's concessions in China to Japan rather than returning them to Chinese control. Students in Beijing launched the May 4th movement, protesting against both foreign imperialism and China's own cultural traditions, which they blamed for the nation's weakness. This period saw the introduction of new ideas from abroad, including Marxism, which offered an explanation for China's suffering and a potential path to national salvation. It was in this context that the Chinese Communist Party, CCP, was born. In July 1921, a small group of intellectuals, including a young library assistant named Mao Zedong, gathered secretly in Shanghai to form the party, initially numbering only about 50 members. The CCP was guided by agents of the Communist International and worked in alliance with the larger nationalist party, Kuomintang, or KMT, led by Sun Yat-sen, who had accepted Soviet advisors and aid. This first united front between the communists and nationalists aimed to unify China and end the warlord era. After Sun's death in 1925, leadership of the KMT passed to Chiang Kai-shek, a military officer trained in Japan. In 1926 to 1927, Chiang led the Northern Expedition, a military campaign that succeeded in defeating many warlords and nominally reunifying much of China under the nationalist government, now based in Nanjing. But this unity proved short-lived. In April 1927, Chiang suddenly turned against his communist allies, launching a purge that became known as the White Terror. Communist organizers in Shanghai and other cities were arrested and executed by the thousands. The CCP's urban base was largely destroyed, and the survivors were forced to flee to the countryside. Among those who escaped was Mao Zedong, who led a small band of followers to the remote Jinggang Mountains on the border between Jiangxi and Hunan provinces. There, Mao began to develop a revolutionary strategy adapted to Chinese conditions. Unlike orthodox Marxists who focused on the urban proletariat, Mao believed that in rural China, the peasantry could be the main revolutionary force. He established a base area where the communists implemented land reform, giving property to poor peasants while organizing them for self-defense against nationalist attacks. Other communist leaders established similar base areas elsewhere in rural China. Gradually, these fragments were consolidated into the Jiangxi Soviet, a territory governed by the CCP with its own administration, schools, and army. From 1930 to 1934, Chiang Kai-shek launched a series of encirclement campaigns to destroy this communist enclave. The first 4 campaigns were defeated, but the 5th, employing a strategy of blockhouses and slow advances designed by German military advisors, proved successful. Faced with imminent defeat, the communists made a desperate decision to break through the nationalist encirclement and find a new base area. In October 1934, about 100,000 people, including soldiers, party officials and support personnel, abandoned the Jiangxi Soviet and began what would become known as the Long March. Pursued by nationalist forces and facing natural obstacles including mountains, rivers and marshes, they trekked more than 6,000 miles over 370 days. The physical hardships of the Long March were extreme. Participants faced hunger, disease and exhaustion. They crossed 24 rivers and 18 mountain ranges, many in snow-covered highlands where the thin air made breathing difficult. Beyond these natural challenges, they constantly fought skirmishes with pursuing nationalist troops and hostile local warlords. Of the roughly 100,000 who started the Long March, only about 7,000 completed the journey to Shanxi province in northwest China. The Long March proved pivotal for the Communist Revolution in several ways. It allowed the CCP to survive Chiang's extermination campaign. It spread revolutionary ideas to remote areas as the communists passed through. It identified leaders who could endure extreme hardship. And perhaps most importantly, it solidified Mao Zedong's leadership of the party. During a conference at Zuni in January 1935, Mao successfully challenged the existing party leadership and their Soviet-directed strategies, arguing for a more distinctly Chinese path to revolution. After reaching northern Shanxi, the communists established a new base centered at Yunnan. Here, in relative safety behind the Great Wall and far from major cities, they would rebuild their strength over the next decade. The Yunnan period became formative for the Chinese communist movement. Mao developed his theoretical writings on revolutionary strategy, guerrilla warfare, and the adaptation of Marxism to Chinese conditions. The party implemented land reform, literacy programs and public health initiatives that won support from local peasants. The communists' fight against the nationalists was interrupted in 1937 when Japan launched a full-scale invasion of China. In the face of this national crisis, the CCP and KMT formed a second united front, though mutual suspicion remained high. While Chiang's government fought conventional battles against Japanese forces, often with heavy losses, the communists waged guerrilla warfare behind enemy lines, gradually expanding their controlled territory and influence among the rural population. The Yunnan era also saw the CCP transform itself through campaigns of ideological education and rectification. Party members studied Marxist theory and Mao's writings, engaged in self-criticism sessions, and pledged loyalty to the revolutionary cause. A distinctive revolutionary culture emerged, with simple living, gender equality, and dedication to serving the people as core values. Writers, artists, and intellectuals were expected to create works that would be accessible to peasants and serve revolutionary goals. World War II dramatically changed China's position in global affairs. As one of the Allied powers fighting against Japan, China gained new international recognition. The United States provided significant aid to Chiang Kai-shek's government and pushed for China to become one of the Big Four powers shaping the post-war order, alongside the US, Britain, and the Soviet Union. China became a founding member of the United Nations and secured a permanent seat on the Security Council. When Japan surrendered in August 1945, China was liberated from foreign occupation, but immediately faced the prospect of renewed civil war. Attempts by American envoy General George Marshall to broker a coalition government between the nationalists and communists failed. By 1946, full-scale fighting had erupted as both sides raced to accept the surrender of Japanese troops and seize their weapons. The renewed civil war initially favored the nationalists, who had more troops, controlled the major cities, and received American aid. But the nationalist government faced serious problems: rampant corruption, economic mismanagement causing hyperinflation, and declining public support. Many soldiers were poorly motivated and badly led. In contrast, the communists had built strong grassroots support through their land reform policies and disciplined behavior towards civilians. From 1947 to 1949, the tide of the Civil War turned dramatically. Communist forces, now organized as the People's Liberation Army, PLA, won a series of decisive victories, particularly in Manchuria. As they advanced, they implemented land reform, winning support from poor peasants, while creating a dedicated class enemy in landlords, who often faced public trials and execution. This combination of military success and revolutionary social transformation proved unstoppable. By early 1949, major nationalist cities began falling to communist forces. Beijing surrendered without a fight in January. The decisive battle came at Huaihai, where over 500,000 nationalist troops were defeated through a combination of conventional tactics and massive peasant participation in logistics support. Shanghai, China's largest city and financial center, fell in May. By autumn, Chiang Kai-shek and the remaining nationalist forces had retreated to the island of Taiwan, taking with them China's gold reserves and many priceless artifacts from the imperial collections. On October 1st, 1949, Mao Zedong stood atop the Gate of Heavenly Peace in Beijing and proclaimed the founding of the People's Republic of China, declaring that the Chinese people had stood up. After a century of humiliation, foreign occupation, and civil war, China had unified under a revolutionary government committed to restoring national dignity and transforming society. The Chinese Communist Revolution had succeeded, but the enormous task of building a new China was just beginning. The early years of the People's Republic were marked by both achievements and severe challenges. The new government moved quickly to consolidate control, implementing land reform nationwide and conducting campaigns against former landlords, nationalist sympathizers, and others deemed enemies of the revolution. Millions died in these campaigns, which combined genuine social revolution with political repression. Internationally, the new China aligned itself with the Soviet Union in the Cold War, declaring lean to one side as its foreign policy. Chinese troops intervened in the Korean War from 1950 to 1953, fighting American-led United Nations forces to a stalemate at enormous human cost. This conflict, coming so soon after the Civil War, further strained China's resources but established its status as a significant military power. Domestically, the communist government nationalized industry and began Soviet-style economic planning. The first five-year plan, 1953 to 1957, focused on heavy industrial development and achieved considerable success, with industrial output growing significantly. In 1955 to 1956, the government collectivized agriculture, organizing individual farms into cooperatives and later into larger people's communes. This transformation of the countryside eliminated the traditional landlord class, but created new challenges in agricultural production. By the mid-1950s, Mao became concerned about bureaucratization and the slow pace of socialist transformation. In 1956, he launched the 100 Flowers campaign, encouraging intellectuals to voice criticisms of the government. But when this criticism proved more extensive than expected, the campaign was abruptly reversed, and many who had spoken out faced persecution in the subsequent anti-rightist campaign. Mao's most ambitious and disastrous initiative came in 1958 with the Great Leap Forward. Dissatisfied with the pace of economic development and Soviet models, Mao called for a massive mobilization of China's population to rapidly industrialize and surpass Western nations. Backyard steel furnaces were built across the country, often producing useless metal while consuming valuable resources. Agricultural communes were merged into massive units, where private property was abolished and communal living enforced. The results were catastrophic. Government officials, fearful of reporting failures, sent exaggerated harvest figures to Beijing, leading to excessive grain requisitions. Combined with bad weather and the disruption of traditional farming practices, this created the conditions for the Great Chinese Famine of 1959 to 1961, in which an estimated 15 to 45 million people died. This remains one of history's deadliest famines, and a stark illustration of how revolutionary zeal, unchecked by practical considerations, can lead to tragedy. The Great Leap Forward's failure temporarily reduced Mao's influence within the party. Leaders like Liu Shaoqi and Deng Xiaoping implemented more pragmatic economic policies that allowed limited free markets in agriculture and reduced the size of communes. Industrial development was redirected toward more achievable goals, and a degree of recovery began. But Mao was not content to be sidelined. Believing that revolutionary fervor was fading and that the party was becoming a new elite, divorced from the masses, he launched the Cultural Revolution in 1966. This chaotic decade saw Mao mobilize millions of young Red Guards to attack party officials, intellectuals, teachers, and anyone associated with old ideas, old culture, old customs, and old habits. Schools and universities closed, cultural treasures were destroyed, and countless individuals suffered persecution, imprisonment, or death. The Cultural Revolution brought China to the brink of civil war, with different revolutionary factions fighting each other and the military eventually stepping in to restore order. Economic development stalled, education was disrupted for a generation, and traditional culture suffered enormous damage. By the early 1970s, even Mao recognized the need to rein in the chaos, gradually dismantling the most radical elements of the movement, while maintaining its revolutionary rhetoric. Amid this internal turmoil, China's international position was evolving. The Sino-Soviet split that began in the late 1950s over ideological and strategic differences had developed into open hostility by the late 1960s, with armed clashes along the border. Seeking a counterbalance to Soviet pressure, Mao and his premier Zhou Enlai initiated a dramatic opening to the United States. The 1971 visit of the American table tennis team to China, known as ping-pong diplomacy, was followed in 1972 by President Richard Nixon's historic visit to Beijing, beginning the normalization of relations between the two countries. When Mao died in September 1976, China stood at a crossroads. The Cultural Revolution officially ended shortly thereafter with the arrest of the Gang of Four, a group of radical leaders including Mao's widow Zhongqing. After a brief transition under Hua Guofeng, leadership passed to Deng Xiaoping, a pragmatic veteran revolutionary who had been purged twice during the Cultural Revolution. Deng and his allies dramatically shifted China's course, abandoning Maoist ideology in favor of market-oriented economic reforms, while maintaining the Communist Party's political monopoly. Under the slogan "Socialism with Chinese Characteristics," they introduced the household responsibility system in agriculture, allowing farmers to sell excess production after meeting quotas. Special economic zones were established to attract foreign investment. State enterprises were gradually given more autonomy, and a private sector was permitted to develop. The results of these reforms were remarkable. China embarked on the fastest sustained economic expansion in human history, lifting hundreds of millions out of poverty. Cities transformed with modern infrastructure and skyscrapers. A new middle class emerged, enjoying unprecedented prosperity and consumption opportunities. By the early 21st century, China had become the world's second-largest economy and a major global power across all dimensions: economic, military, technological, and cultural. This economic transformation, however, came with new challenges. Inequality increased dramatically between coastal and inland regions, urban and rural areas, and different social classes. Environmental degradation became severe, with many cities suffering dangerous air pollution and many waterways contaminated by industrial waste. Corruption spread as the economy grew, with officials and their families often accumulating enormous wealth through connections and insider access. Political reform did not keep pace with economic changes. Despite hopes that economic liberalization would lead to political opening, the Communist Party maintained strict control over politics, media, and civil society. This contradiction became most visible during the 1989 Tiananmen Square protests, when students and workers gathered to demand democratic reforms and an end to corruption. The government's violent crackdown, particularly the military assault on protesters on June 4th, stunned the world and demonstrated the limits of China's reforms. In the aftermath of Tiananmen, the party recommitted to economic development without political liberalization, effectively offering prosperity in exchange for political compliance. This bargain largely succeeded, as most Chinese citizens focused on improving their material conditions rather than challenging the political system. Nationalism increasingly replaced communist ideology as the government's source of legitimacy, with education and propaganda emphasizing China's historical grievances and current achievements. The Chinese Communist Revolution thus produced outcomes both intended and unexpected. It succeeded in its nationalist goals of unifying China, ending foreign domination, and restoring national dignity and power. It achieved many social objectives, including near-universal literacy, basic healthcare, and the elevation of women's status. But its economic vision evolved from Maoist collectivism to Deng's market-oriented pragmatism, creating a hybrid system unlike the Soviet-style communism or Western capitalism. For the Chinese people, the revolution brought both tremendous suffering and remarkable progress. Tens of millions died in political campaigns, man-made famine, and violent upheavals. Yet hundreds of millions were lifted from extreme poverty, gained access to education and healthcare, and saw their country transform from an impoverished, divided nation to a global power. This complex legacy defies simple judgment and continues to shape how both Chinese and foreigners understand this revolutionary experience. Globally, the Chinese Revolution transformed international relations. It created a new power center outside the Western world, challenging both American and Soviet paradigms. China's development model, authoritarian politics combined with state-guided market economics, has attracted interest from many developing nations disillusioned with Western prescriptions, and China's rising influence in international institutions, from the United Nations to the World Trade Organization, is gradually reshaping global governance. As we conclude our journey through 5 world-changing revolutions, the American, French, Russian, Haitian, and Chinese, certain patterns emerge. Each revolution arose from particular historical conditions, yet engaged with universal questions about power, justice, equality, and human dignity. Each began with high ideals but faced the messy realities of building new systems amid opposition and limited resources. Each transformed not just its own society but sent ripples across the globe, inspiring emulation, fear, and adaptation. The revolutionary age that began in Philadelphia and Versailles continues into our present. The ideas and examples set by these 5 revolutions, independence from colonial rule, citizenship rather than subjecthood, economic transformation, racial equality, and national dignity, remain powerful forces in today's world. As humanity faces new challenges, from climate change to technological disruption, the revolutionary spirit of imagining and creating different futures remains essential to our collective journey.